It was the year 2035. Improvements in technology had led to the creation of a meta-universe called Connect, and it was practically no different from the real world. The NPCs here were as if they were alive. They, as well as ordinary people went to get groceries, were happy to communicate with each other, and the player could master any martial arts skills or magical abilities. Such opportunities attracted hundreds of millions of people to the wonderful world of Connect. In one of the places in this world, a battle was taking place. A guy with the name Bae Do-yun and under the nickname Crusher was fighting against an army of knights. As soon as he destroyed one of the opposing team, they immediately became enraged. They realized that the young man was alone and could be easily dealt with. Therefore, after shouting the phrase that they wished the death of the enemy of the empire, the army rushed towards Bae Do-hyun. The guy was actually 13th in the meta-universe rankings. He didn't reply anything to his enemies and just pulled his sword out of his lifeless body. Crusher had a psychokinetic class. He watched as a group of men flew at him with an attack, and as soon as they got close enough to him, Bae Do-hyun was able to destroy the knights in front with a single flick of his fingers. Seeing this, the army commander ordered the others to get ready and shoot at the guy. Therefore, after a few seconds, many arrows appeared above the Crusher's head. However, they were unable to do him any harm. Using his abilities, Bae Do-hyun created a field that blocked the enemy's attack. His enemies were puzzled as they watched. They couldn't believe that the arrows were just hanging in the air. And after that, the men were shocked. Their arrows that they were aiming at the young man flew back. Before they could react, the soldiers fell to the ground lifeless. Bae Do-hyun didn't stop there. He grabbed his dagger and flew towards the enemies who were still alive. The guy attacked everyone who was in his path. In this place, only screams of pain could be heard. But the army was huge, so after sending a few soldiers to the other world, the destroyer stopped. Around the young man at this moment, some kind of energy was swirling. It was telekinesis. Looking at Bae Do-hyun, the other opponents were terrified by the overwhelming power the guy possessed. Suddenly, the face of one of the soldiers turned white. He noticed various swords, spears, and other weapons circling in the sky. It was the destroyer who was controlling their movements. Demonstrating his skills, he directed them all towards the enemies. Sharp swords flew into the enemy army. At first, screams were heard again, but after a while it all subsided. All this was happening in a building, and through the small window above, sunlight was streaming in. It fell on the lifeless bodies, and the guy kept walking forward. At that moment, the destroyer removed the hood and mask from his face and looked around for something. Suddenly, Bae Do-hyun's gaze was drawn to something at his side. Turning his head, he saw the man in charge. The old man was lying there without strength and asking if this was the end. However, the young man was not interested in the man himself, but in the pendant that was around his neck. It was exactly what he was looking for. And the emperor continued to speak in a trembling voice. He said that the prophecy said that the saviors would show their face. But the boy didn't react to the old man's words. He just silently reached for the pendant around his neck. However, things did not go smoothly. The emperor intercepted Bae Do-hyun's hand and asked him where were the men who would stop these endless battles. With indignation, the man asked the young man to answer why he had brought chaos to the world. He wondered why the boy was burning cities, destroying innocents and enslaving their people. After removing the pendant from the old man's neck, Bae Do-hyun asked him to blame the guilds that work for the government. After that, Destroyer saw a light at the end of the corridor behind him. It was the reinforcements. Meanwhile, the emperor was already lying in a very bad state and shouted at the guy leaving to remember that everything would be as God intended. The old man was sure that all people would pay for their deeds. At that moment, Bae Do-hyun had already come to a large structure that looked like a box, and there was a small hole in it that was just the right size for the pendant. Without wasting any time, Bae Do-hyun put the jewelry in place. Then the stone in the pendant shone and the box moved. Thus, an underground passage opened up. As soon as Bae Do-hyun went down and lifted his head, his face changed. After all, according to the data, the first mythical artifacts of the Connect were stored here. That was how it was. 5 years ago, the major guilds had made a pact with the Empire and destroyed this world. And Destroyer thought that the old man's lamentations were mere blossoms compared to what he'd been through in the last 6 months. The guilds had seized control of Connect and he was left as one lone solo player from the top 100. Therefore, Bae Do-hyun opened his inventory and took out an artifact. The young man thought about how the guilds would be bombed if they found out that he had taken them first. Just as the Destroyer decided to leave, something caught his eye. Looking down, he noticed a game cartridge. Picking it up, Bae Do-hyun didn't understand what he was doing here. Suddenly, everything around him started to change. He dropped the cartridge and grabbed his head. Apparently, it was a connection error, but the boy didn't understand why it happened. After a while, Bae Do-hyun found himself in the real world. He was sitting on his gaming chair and his right side was bleeding. Our hero realized that his business was going too smoothly and now it was time to pay the price. As he looked up, he saw several men in formal suits standing in front of him. One of them was holding a knife and with a smile on his face, they wished the young man dead. Bae Do-hyun couldn't even imagine that these men could go that far. At that moment, one of the strangers contacted the president and said that they had the boy. Then, putting down the phone and lighting a cigarette, he said that their chief had ordered them to destroy the young man and bring his head. Then the men grabbed our hero by the arms and said that he was wrong to go to another level. They assumed that he just thought he was cool and had lost his fear after getting a piece of glory. But Bae Do-hyun wasn't so brave now. He begged the men not to touch him. To avoid any unnecessary talk, one of the men in the suit ordered the other to put a sack over the guy's head. He then pointed the knife at Bai Do-hyun. It was very dark all around. Our hero didn't understand how these people could destroy a man for playing a game. Suddenly, he heard a voice asking him to wake up. Bai Do-hyun jumped up sharply and looked around, not realizing what was going on. He was lying on the bed. The young man was perplexed as he felt like he had been destroyed. Then, turning his head to the side, the boy noticed a maid beside his bed. The excited girl called his name Raoul and asked if he was all right. This further shocked our hero. With round eyes, he looked at the stranger and did not understand what to answer her. At that moment, a status window appeared above her with the name Anna and level 3. The girl continued to look at the young man and noticed that he was covered in cold sweat. She asked if she should call a doctor. However, Bai Do-hyun still didn't answer her. He felt like he had accessed classified information, and a notification appeared in front of him that the soul transfer was successful. The closed beta version of Connect was activated, and the user interface was available. After reading about it, our hero did not believe in what was happening. However, he realized that he had entered the world of Connect. Bai Do-hyun stepped out onto the balcony of his palace and felt his senses sharpen. After all, his senses were different in the body of the destroyer. It was about the power of synchronization. A player's strength depended on the level of connection to the Connect. Normally, the synchronization wouldn't exceed 30%, but Bai Do-hyun had merged with the character by as much as 90%. He managed to hold the first place in the Connect ranking for a year until the guilds appeared. And our hero himself, in the body of his character Raoul, thought it was bad luck since he had spent so much time trying to get as physically fit as Crusher. And now, all is lost. Then the boy remembered that the notification mentioned the closed beta version and the number of users. From that, the young man assumed that he was the only one logged in. In that case, Bai Do-hyun thought that he still had access to his old inventory. And of course, our hero immediately started scanning the information. The hidden user data was revealed. After that, the updates started downloading. Then the guy thought that with the knowledge and strength gained in his previous life, he would become #1 again. Bai Do-hyun's head began to buzz. Now his name was Raoul Ashton, and he was the youngest son of the 5th Earl Ashton of the Kingdom of Reuben. And so our hero had also learned from the update that his county was about to collapse. The Ashton family has always held orthodox views. The Earl and his eldest son died suddenly, and the middle son disappeared without a trace. And when the youngest son inherited the throne, there was a coup d'etat. At the same time, the barrier enclosing the forbidden territory collapsed, releasing the monsters into the wild. The villagers fought, but they were never able to fight back. After our hero learned of this, he realized whose body he was in. And looking at the view of the city, which opened from his balcony, the guy realized that soon it will all be destroyed. Turning sharply to Bai Do-hyun's room in the guise of Raoul, Ashton said he would not let that happen. Despite the fact that the young man himself used to be under the nickname Destroyer, that was a thing of the past. Now he had a new life, and his name was Raoul. Clenching his fists, the boy thought about the unfortunate end that awaited him in his previous life. And now Raoul said that if he missed the second chance given to him by fate, he would never forgive himself. And our hero believed there was only one way to prevent the county's collapse. He had to become stronger. The young man said that in a month's time there would be a traditional coming-of-age ceremony. And if he made it to the finals, he could enter the Royal Academy where training would return him to his former form. Taking the sword out of its sheath, which had been lying next to his bed all the time, Raoul began to swing it and think that this was the only way he would be able to defend himself. However, the body of the guy in which he was now was too weak. So after such movements of the weapon, our hero fell to the floor. Lying on the floor, the young man was surprised how helpless he was at this moment. After all, he had only swung his sword a couple of times and was already exhausted. Then Raoul looked up and realized that he was only level 5. Therefore, he was not far behind the maid who was beside his bed. In that case, our hero decided that right now he should start preparing for the tournament. A month went by at this pace. The day of the tournament came. Raoul was there and was surprised at the number of participants. Looking at the rugged men, the guy was even afraid to assume that he would have to fight with these boogeymen. At this point, the young man remembered how he trained, and that he had to put a lot of effort to reach the qualifiers. After that, the boy looked out the fortune window. The last time he had done this, he was level 13. Right now, Raoul had increased his stamina. Then our hero smiled slightly because he had a backup plan when he reached the semifinal. However, his thoughts were cut short as something flashed in front of him. With his side vision, he noticed a movement. In front of Raoul Ashton appeared a stranger who, with clenched fists, said that his hand had just slipped. The man was in the company of 2 others. He asked the lad if the nobleman had decided to take part in the tournament. Our hero assumed that the stranger's name was Dion, and the guys behind him were his blacksmith. Then Dion approached Raoul and said that crybabies have no place here. And the young man kept thinking that in front of him stood the middle son of Viscount Austin, Raoul's uncle. He was our hero's cousin. This man always bullied the boy in martial arts classes. However, the mentor and the count did not interfere in this adhering to the family charter. Therefore, Dion could harass the younger ones as much as he wanted. At this moment, the man again asked our hero to leave. In a threatening tone, he told Raoul Ashton that this time the young man would not get off with a fracture. Dion said he would shred him to pieces. Then he turned to his friends and asked them to let our hero pass because he needed to cry into his pillow. Looking at Dion, Raoul realized that many people were thinking that he would win the tournament. However, from these thoughts, a smile appeared on his face. After all, he was sure that in the finals will not leave a living place from his cousin. Sometime later in one of the castles, a man in a suit addressed his master and said that the report from the first day of the competition had arrived. The chief immediately grabbed the notebook with the data as he wanted to know who had distinguished himself. When he saw the report, the man was surprised. He immediately asked his subordinate where Raoul was. He replied with a smile that the boy had eaten and was now resting in his chambers. He also added that the young man probably needed to regain his strength after such a busy qualifying round. The man in charge was called Melvin Ashton. He was an earl and Raoul's father. After hearing this, he let his subordinate go. And as soon as the door to his office slammed shut, he laughed loudly. The man was proud of his son. After all, our hero was on the roster, which meant he'd made it to the group stage. Melvin Ashton said that the boy was always the weakest of his sons, so he did not insist that he mastered the sword. But suddenly, according to the Earl, Raoul started practicing a month before the tournament. Watching, the young man saw that the first training was a complete failure, but that didn't break our hero. Melvin Ashton also knew that his son was bullied and mocked, calling him a weakling, but he should not have interfered. The Count was afraid of making the situation worse and embarrassing Raoul, and he waited for the moment when the boy could stand up for himself. In the end, our hero exceeded all the man's expectations, and while the young man slept, Melvin Ashton thought that when the tournament would come to an end, he would come to talk to him. And so the day of the final contest came. The people in the stands were emotional. They resented the battle they were watching. There was a huge man standing on the battlefield. Everyone was shouting at him to finish off his opponent. The huge man looked at the boy in front of him and didn't understand why he was still standing. His opponent was Raoul Ashton. Then the man decided to attack the young man. He swung his sword. However, our hero was able to block the blow. The thug was very surprised and attacked the guy with a new force. The man asked him if it was not time for him to surrender. However, even after such an attack, Raoul bounced back and remained unharmed. All the spectators watched the fight with bated breath. They were very surprised that the young man took another blow. From the stands began to come words of encouragement towards the young man. They were shouting at him not to give up. And this made the man Raoul was fighting with very angry. Swinging his sword at him, the bulky man shouted that the boy could not run away all the time. Attacking our hero time after time, the man asked if this is how the scions of noble families behave. Despite such pressure from the enemy, Raoul Ashton did not give up, and fighting off the attacks, asked the man to watch his tongue. The bully's name was Edmund. Once again, when the guy managed to dodge his blow from the stands, there were shouts of support from his friends. They shouted for the man to finally take the young man down. Some even shouted that they had bet all their money on him. Eventually, Edmund became furious. He said the jokes were over and it was time to call it a day. A kind of energy began to form around him. When the audience saw it, they were shocked. The man was holding a sword of mana. Covering their mouths, they advised our hero to save himself. After that, with eyes burning with anger, Edmund directed the mana energy towards Raoul. However, after a couple of seconds, his face expressed surprise. The thug didn't understand why the guy didn't dodge the blow. Thus, a huge explosion occurred on the battlefield. Watching what was happening, all the people in the stands jumped up from their seats. As soon as all the dust settled, it was clear that everyone was alive. A judge ran up to the contestants and announced the end of the challenge. The winner was Raoul. There were shouts of joy all around. Everyone was delighted with the excellent fight and the Earl of Ashton's youngest son. But Edmund, throwing his sword to the ground, was outraged. He didn't understand why the young man had been chosen as the winner, and not him. In a raised tone, he wanted to say what would have happened if he hadn't been stopped. However, the judge quickly silenced the man by calling him a fool. He also asked Edmunds to look at his neck. The referee said he had to stop the fight or he would have died. And the thing is, there was a cut on the man's neck. And then Edmund realized that when he attacked Raoul, he was not moving because he was aiming at his neck, waiting for the right moment. With that realization, the man fell to the ground. He looked at the boy with eyes full of fear. At that moment, Raoul himself approached his adversary and said that he would be punished for insulting Ashton County. While the thug from horror expired then, the young man added that after the tournament, they are waiting for a serious conversation. After a while, our hero was already in his chambers. At his room stood Anna and wished him a good rest. As soon as the maid left, Raoul Ashton clenched his fists and joyfully shouted hurrah. After all, he was able to win. After that, the young man in high spirits decided to look in the status window. When he opened it, he saw that he had improved his sword skill to the 9th level of the beginner rank. This made Raoul's face even more smiling as his plan worked, and the fact was that our hero used the game's features and gained experience and skill points by fighting stronger opponents. And the longer the battle lasted, the more points the guy earned. It was all thanks to one thing. The young man was talking about the experience multiplier that he used in exchange for the ability to revive, because Raoul Ashton plays in hardcore mode. At first, the boy wasn't very happy about it. However, if not for this mode, he would not have been able to achieve such results in a short time. And most of all, the young man was pleased with the presence of 5 unique characteristics. Telekinesis was the ability Bai Do Hyun possessed. Noble Blood was Raoul's skill. The remaining 3 would be unlocked as the young man leveled up. Looking at the status window, our hero with a slight smile decided to use one of the characteristics in the next competition. At this rate, Raoul Ashton would emerge victorious every time. It did not matter to him what kind of opponent stood before him. Eventually, the guy made it to the finals. The audience cheered or were amazed at what was happening. Some thought the young man was just lucky or cheating. People in the stands had different emotions. And our hero realized that the people of Connect had no idea about the abilities of the players. Returning to his room again, the guy decided that telekinesis is better not to use it without an urgent need. Also remembering moments from battles where he was exhausted, Raul laughed. After all, his acting talent was not wasted. At that moment, a sudden knock on the door pulled him out of his thoughts. It was Ivan. He was the very subordinate of Count Ashton. The man asked the young man if he had been wounded. Raul answered that he was fine and added that if he was injured, he would call a priest or a healer. Ivan approached our hero and put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to be vigilant. He reminded him that not every wound could be healed by a healer. Raul smiled and said that he understood and would take his words into consideration. After that, our hero thought that Ivan sincerely cared about him. It was very unusual for the guy, as in his previous life, he was on his own. Then, with an awkward smile, Raul asked the man if he managed to fulfill his request. Ivan answered yes and handed the young man a piece of paper. The matter concerned Mr. Dion, and so the man excitedly asked our hero if he was sure of his actions. Raul, with a smile on his face, asked his subordinate not to worry and said that he would definitely win. In response, Ivan told our hero that he believed in him and that he should go. Leaving the room, the man thought that Raul reminded him of Mr. Melvin in his years. He too was a confident young man. This time, however, Sir Dion would be his opponent. This man does not spare anyone who gets in his way. Meanwhile, Raul Ashton looked at the piece of paper that Yvonne brought him and watched with interest what would be written there. And the fact was that there was a betting system in the county. It was created to promote the tournament, and part of the money collected is received by the participants of the tournament. So after putting the sheet on the table, the guy realized that the amount that was written there was enough to become a worthy member of the county family. After some time again going out on the battlefield, Raul Ashton thought that now he only needed to crush Dion. Looking at his opponent and grabbing his sword, the guy said that it was time for the final fight. At that moment, the spectators split into two groups. Some shouted words of encouragement towards our hero, and someone shouted to Dion to beat all the bad things out of the young man. Then Dion turned to our hero. He did not understand how he managed to get to the finals, but said that he would make him believe that signing up for the tournament was his worst decision. The man also added that soon the young man's fans would realize how pathetic he really was. Dion couldn't wait for Raul Ashton to crawl on the ground. It seemed like such threats should strike fear in the young man. But our hero yawned in response and asked if the man had finished talking already. Such behavior made Dion angry. Clenching his fists, the man insulted the guy, and the spectators noticed how he was burning with mana and said that Raul was not his equal. But the young man stood perfectly calm at that moment. He noticed that his opponent was just being cool. Looking at Dion's window status, Raul saw that the man had zero potential. Sure, he looked impressive, but it was just a show-off. Then the referee announced the start of the competition. Gritting his teeth, Dion said that our hero was dead. However, suddenly our hero jumped up from his seat and flew with an attack on the man. This really surprised Dion. He barely had time to block the young man's punch. The referee announced that Raul Ashton had thrown the first punch. Bouncing back and sighing heavily, Dion spoke unflatteringly of the boy and asked him why he had decided to show off. But Raul again did not answer his adversary's provocative questions. He thought the man was not as quick as he thought. Continuing to swing his sword, our hero decided that Dion's strength was not at all noteworthy. The man attacked the young man back and was amazed that he was able to dodge. Raul again did not respond, but he was able to dodge so easily because he could clearly see the trajectory of his opponent's sword. Then the young man tripped Dion and he collapsed to the ground. Looking at him, Raul thought he was just a man with sword skills but no practice. And he still managed to hit him. Grabbing his nose, Dion yelped and didn't understand how the guy had managed to fool him like that. At that moment, Dion became furious. Standing up from his knees, he grabbed his sword and said that now the boy was definitely finished. Looking at his opponent, Raul realized that he was able to use the mana flowing in his body to charge his sword. He assumed that this was the end of his opponent's knowledge. Suddenly, the spectators in the stands were horrified. People's eyes became incredibly round and their mouths dropped open, all because somehow our hero managed to knock the sword out of Dion's hands. Afterwards, Raul Ashton said he was too bored and added that the man standing in front of him was nothing. This made Dion furious again. Resenting this, he ran at the lad. However, the young man dodged again and tripped his opponent and said that he had anger control problems. Our hero also added that the man had fallen for the same trick twice, which was also very funny. Raul said that Dion was defaming the glorious name of Viscount Austin. In response to this, Dion shouted that he would destroy the guy and ran at him again with an attack. But it was in vain. The man was once again defeated and fell to the ground. The onlookers were still puzzled. They could not believe that Dion had lost. After some silence, our hero turned to the referee and said that his opponent was out. Quite unobtrusively, the young man asked if he had won. And slightly stammering, the judge said that the winner of the tournament on the occasion of adulthood is Raul Ashton. Two groups reappeared in the stands. Some shouted their faith in the guy and others were dumbfounded that he had won. And even though our hero was happy to have won, he had one problem. The stamina of his body was failing him. As the young man fell to the ground, there were cries for a healer. And a status window appeared in front of Raul at that moment. It said that the task was completed and the guy was rewarded in the form of experience points. Continuing to look at the status window, the young man was glad that now he could get into the Royal Academy. The Count himself and his subordinate Ivan watched the whole tournament. Ivan said he was very proud of the young lord as he had made great progress in a month. In response to this, Melvin Ashton only grudgingly snorted. The man looked at his son and thought that for him, the battle with Dion was nothing more than a game. Count Ashton thought that if the boy had really advanced so far in such a short period of time, he was a true genius. At that moment, our hero noticed that his father was watching him. He began to wave diligently at the Count. Raoul hoped that the man was convinced that he was worthy of studying at the academy. However, after a while, the young man was in the waiting room at Melvin Ashton and the latter said that it is excluded. When he heard that, the boy was outraged. After all, he passed in the top 4 and even won the tournament. But the Count insisted on his own and said that it was out of the question. He also added that he had concluded that it was too early for Raoul to leave his father's house. Melvin had an argument that the young man almost fainted, so he decided it was better for his son to stay. And our hero responded by saying that swordsmanship is learned over a lifetime. He reminded his father that he had always said that. The young man said that he wanted to improve and learn new things. He also said that Melvin Ashton would never stop him. These words surprised the man very much. At first, he didn't know how to react, and then the thought that the boy had grown up flashed through his mind. Then the Count got up from the table and agreed to his son's terms. However, he had a condition. Melvin Ashton said he would only let the boy go if he could defeat him. And pointing his sword towards our hero, he added that he would not be careful with him. While Raoul Ashton looked at his father with round eyes, the man asked him what he thought about it. Eventually, a month later, an army of soldiers gathered near the palace to escort the carriage. In it was our hero. With a not very satisfied face, he thought about the fact that his father had finally let him go. After all, when Melvin Ashton challenged him to a fight, the guy drew his weapon and said that he accepted his challenge. After that, the guy just attacked the man. The Count was able to block the blow and asked if that was all his son was capable of. And without waiting for the young man's answer, he raised the sword above his head and said that Raoul would see the true mastery of the sword. Eventually, our hero was knocked out as soon as the man struck him back, and the Count told the lad it was only a drop of his power. But Raoul knew that was not true, for when the battle began, the mighty Lord Melvin was dead, and his earldom collapsed. So to avoid that, the boy said his father had to survive, and he in turn had to justify the expectations of the Count if he still allowed him to leave the estate. Looking out the window, our hero decided for himself that he would become stronger and protect his family. He said he would never lose what he holds dear. Meanwhile, Melvin Ashton watched the carriage from his waiting room and thought about his son. He, too, remembered that moment when they had fought. When the man managed to overpower the boy, he asked him how many times he had tried. But kneeling and still pointing his sword at the Count, Raoul said he would not give up. Then the Count smiled broadly and said that the boy's persistence was commendable. He also said that this is what men of the Ashton family do. Raoul continued to stand in a fighting stance. Looking at this, Melvin asked the boy to attack, and as soon as the man said that, the young man sprang into action. When the Count saw what was happening, he was surprised. It was because the trajectory of his son's sword changed lightning fast. So a scratch appeared on Melvin's cheek, and our hero at this moment stood breathing heavily and thought that even using telekinesis, he only left a scratch on his father's face. The Count was also thinking about what had happened. He thought that it was only a matter of time before Raoul became a man, and then everyone would recognize the boy as a great swordsman. Melvin Ashton wished his son only the best and wanted him to conquer the world. After a while, our hero and the soldiers accompanying him settled down for the night. Raoul approached Sir Philip and asked how long they had left to reach their destination. At this point, there was a status window above the man that said he had level 92. He said that they had 5 days to go. Likewise, Philip said that if the young man wanted to, they would speed up. However, Raoul thought that they should keep going, as it would be a good training for the soldiers. Our hero thought about the fact that his father allowed him to take 50 men. Of them, 3 ordinary knights, including Philip, 6 mentors, 15 apprentices, and 20 cavalrymen. And every one of them had reached the potential with level B and above. Also, the number and condition of other skills were also normal, but Raoul thought that they would have to sweat to prevent the county from falling. Suddenly, a man named Jake came over to Philip and the boy and said that the luggage cart was ready, so they were free to move out. He then asked Raoul if he was sure that they had to go there in such a large group for a whole month. Philip intervened and asked the man not to question his master's orders. He smiled and said that he would explain everything when they reached the place. With a mysterious face, he added that the men had something very interesting ahead of them. The Free City of Peace is one of the first cities the players go to after completing the training mission. There are many quests and hidden artifacts waiting for them here. And also in this place, there is a restriction on the use of mana to avoid pointless destruction of each other among newcomers. Mira's resources are endless, which is why players love this place so much. God's Domain is an area where you can destroy monsters as much as you want. This is the place Raoul wants to show his fighters. His goal is to increase their skill level as quickly as possible. Looking at the status window, the young man thought that he had the perfect plan. Just as he arrived in the city of Mira, a new assignment came to him. Continuing to ponder, it seemed to our hero that before the official launch of the game, no more options would be open to him. So he wondered if he could get much more if he fulfilled all the conditions. At that moment, he was approached by Jake, who said that the mayor was ready to receive him right now. After a while, they were already inside the building. There sat Ronaldo, who was the mayor of the Free City of Mira. He had been told that Earl Ashton's youngest son and 50 other people had decided to visit their city. When the man heard this, he realized that it was about a zilch boy. Then the mayor asked why the boy had come here, but without waiting for his subordinate's answer, he asked him to let Raoul in because the Ashton family made good money selling monster products. This could be useful to Ronaldo, so in a few minutes our hero was in his office. Seeing the young man, the mayor greeted him playfully, pretending that he was very happy to see him. As they shook hands, Raoul Ashton noticed that his interlocutor was a lying twat. After they were seated, Ronaldo asked the young man what had brought him to him. In response, our hero said that he had heard that the man had a suitable place to train. The man confirmed this and said that the boy had made the right decision to come to Mira. However, Raoul wasn't talking about the whole city. He was referring to the cursed forest he wanted to visit with the mayor's permission. Hearing about it, Ronaldo was shocked, as it was too dangerous there. Especially the man said it was for the weak, like the young man. After a second, he realized what he had said, and corrected himself by adding that Raoul was too young. This answer did not please our hero, and so with a heavy sigh, he said that he had no choice. The young man said that he would have to fork out 500,000 gold coins, which they were going to give to the man for such a good-natured welcome. Ronaldo then opened his mouth wide and grabbed the boy's hands and said that he was joking. And then with a smile to his ears, the mayor said that Raoul could go to the cursed forest even now. In response, our hero smiled at the man and said that his generosity knew no bounds. Now the boy said it was time to go monster hunting. After all, this way he will soon be on top of the Connect. City of Peace is where Connect players live. But since it's a closed beta, it's empty right now. There's only been one player here, and that's Raoul Ashton, so these are crisis times for Mira. No one can appreciate the wide range of amenities of the place of lodging, various trading stalls, and opportunities to accommodate entire guilds. For the same reason, the price of land has dropped significantly. And in fact, the true purpose of our hero's arrival lies in the desire to purchase real estate. Raoul Ashton believed that if he bought all the lands of the world now, then sooner or later it will be possible to build luxurious mansions for aristocrats. It would also be possible to build guild houses and housing for ordinary players. The guy said that in the future, the value of these lands would increase hundreds of times. He thought that when players would appear and battles would break out, the City of Peace blessed by God would be the perfect place to hide. Raoul realized that in the past it had been possible to lease land and make a living. But now it was not enough. The young man decided that he had to be ready to calculate all the risks and prepare for the coming battle. In his previous life, our hero was unable to resist the financial prowess of the vile guilds that took the reins of power into their own hands. But this time the guy decided that everything would be different. After a while, Jake asked Raoul, sitting at the table, if he should just sign the sheet, and this question made the young man furious. He shouted that everyone had signed a long time ago and was waiting for a man. And Jake said that his mom told him to always be careful when signing documents. Eventually the papers were signed, and so the first guild was formed. Now it consists of Raoul Ashton and 50 other people from his side. Our hero formed the first and progressive guild without players and called it the First Guild, and everyone who is a part of it has the right to support the system. He was sure that soon the confusion on Jake's face and everyone else's would be replaced by excitement. After that, the boy and his men went to the branch of the Mira Combat Association. There they were met by a friendly girl who asked how they could help them, and Raoul asked how high-rank skill books she had. A skill book is a collection of skills of varying difficulty. Its rank ranges from F to S. If you read it carefully, you can expand your range of abilities considerably. Then the girl said that their branch offers skill books up to rank C. However, rank C was only available to VIP customers. Of course, our hero wondered what he had to do to become one. The girl replied that the guy could contribute to the association by completing a task, or there was a second option, which was to make a certain number of purchases. The girl complimented that this would require spending. The guy asked how much. The head of the Mira Martial Association branch replied that 10,000 gold pieces were required. After that, Raoul took out a bag of gold and said that it wasn't a problem for him. The young man decided to start with the D rank. Seeing such a large amount of money, the girl was shocked. Then, blurred into a smile, she asked our hero what series he prefers. Smiling back at the girl, Raoul Ashton said that he would take everything that was in their branch of the Mira Combat Association. A short time later, Philip and Jake were already carrying stacks of books to their guild. Jake was panting because he was heavy and asked the boy if he really needed all of them. Jake asked the boy if he really needed all this stuff, and he replied that it probably seemed useless to him now, but that later the books would play a big part in perfecting their skills. In response to this, Jake said that he didn't doubt their values. He just wondered if practical experience would be more effective than reading. Philip was of the same opinion. After that, the young man turned slightly at the men and asked them to be a little more patient. He also said that they would find out everything tomorrow. That evening, sitting in his room, Raoul Ashton looked at the stacks of books they had purchased and even began to think that he had really overdone it, all because there is a limit to the number of skills a player can have, and the guy realized that it is unlikely that he will be able to use all the skills at once. Then our hero remembered about the task window. After all, when he woke up in the body of Raoul in the inventory was 2 unknown items. The guy wondered what it could be. Looking at the skills, Raoul realized that to click on them and use them is not possible. However, yesterday when he received the task, those were open. After that, the young man immediately remembered about the inventory. There was a book called Skill Decks. and he wondered if it would be possible to activate this skill by completing the current task. And the task was that the guy had to collect 10 books of skills and put them in skill decks. Without wasting time, our hero took the first book of skills in one hand, and in the other took skill decks. And then the magic began to happen. Information from the book itself flew straight into the skill decks. After it was over, Raoul dropped the skill book, and looking at the skill decks, he couldn't believe he had done it. The mana energy that was stored in the book was gone. However, he had a problem. There were still a lot of books, and it would take a long time to dig through them. So our hero wondered if there was a way to bring in all the skill books at once. As soon as the young man said so, the stacks of books began to fly up and emit energy. After a while, the mana energy from all the books evaporated. Raoul was very surprised that the system understood him so quickly. Then he checked the skill decks and made sure that he had succeeded. The assignment was complete, and as a bonus reward, in addition to the skill decks, the young man received 2 skills. The first was the ability to get more useful skills from skill books, and the second is the ability to steal the skills of the opponent and put them into skill decks. And judging by Raoul's reaction, the second skill impressed him more. After reading a bit of information, our hero learned that in fact Skill Decks was an artifact that he found before his death. Some characteristics and inventory items from the guy's past life were preserved. However, his skills zeroed out and he only had a copy of the real artifact. He also had only 3 EX rank characteristics and 1 item in his inventory. The next morning, Raoul Ashton's soldiers were shocked by the appearance of a status window and the creation of the first guild. Meanwhile, one of his subordinates named Bernard came into our hero's room. The young man didn't look very fresh. That's because he hadn't been able to sleep a wink reading Skill Decks all night. After greeting the man, the boy asked him if he had given him a briefing. Bernard replied to Raoul Ashton that he had done everything his master had told him to do. Then with a broad smile on his face, the young man asked the man what impression he had of the skill book and if he had read it. In fact, Bernard was not only a servant of the Ashton family, but also Ivan's stepson. Ivan had trained him in everything he knew himself. Since Bernard had been trained since he was a child, he had an excellent memory and was highly efficient. But there was another reason why our hero took him with him. At that moment, Bernard extended his hand to the boy, and energy began to emanate from him. When Raoul saw it, he was very happy and said that he knew he would succeed. Bernard had the ability to control the wind. The man thanked our hero for the nice words and bowed to him. Raoul thought Bernard's basic characteristics were lame, but his talents made him perfect for the role of a servant or an expat. With that, the preparations were over. The young man turned to Bernard and asked if he was ready. The man was very surprised and asked what for. In response, Raoul said that when the knights were ready for the new realities, they would go to the cursed forest called God's Possessions. And after a while, our hero was in that forest. In front of him stood a huge monster who with all his appearance showed his bad intentions. Then the giant swung at the young man and hit him with all his might. However, Raoul flew up in time and dodged. After all, the huge monster was too slow for him. That was why he was able to take his opponent by surprise and attack him. The boy's strength was so incredible that he was able to blow the giant's head off with one blow. After that, Raoul asked with a satisfied smile who wanted to be next. And at that moment, the guy was surrounded by a crowd of monsters like the one he had just destroyed. They all roared that the young man was strong and should be sent to the other world. Among them was a giant who was different from the rest. Apparently, he was in charge. And looking at our hero, he ordered the monsters to attack. Dozens of giants rushed at Raoul. However, the guy himself was not scared at all and was ready to attack. The God's Domain is not only a territory for hunting monsters, but also a symbol of the world. And if the players are injured, they will heal them, and if they die, they will be reborn in the city. Therefore, it is believed that better than Mira shelter cannot find. As for the monsters, even if some of them are destroyed, the total number of monsters will remain unchanged because Mira has its blessing on them. Humans cannot revive in the cursed forest or use items obtained as rewards for hunting monsters outside of it. But if they do try to take them out, the items will immediately turn to dust and disappear. And all because of the fact that people are forbidden to touch the property of the gods. However, there is a peculiarity here. This rule applies only to the inhabitants of Mira. Players like our hero are allowed to take the spoils of battle out of the forest. Looking at the boy, Jake gritted his teeth and prayed that the system would help them. The phrase angered Philip as Raoul took the brunt of the blow. While the young man was deftly fighting the giants, the most important of them stood aside and didn't realize how much power the boy had. So he asked him directly about it. Raoul Ashton smiled in response and circled in the air and asked if the monster was referring to this power. Seeing several swords coming towards him, the giant was terrified. He could do nothing and the weapons slammed into him. Meanwhile, Jake and Raoul stretched their arms forward and shouted telekinesis with one voice. Eventually, all the enemies were hit. Jake said it was a very useful ability, and Philip looked at the man and asked if he could refresh the ogre silently. Jake sighed heavily and asked if that was why he had come all the way to Mira. But of course, he didn't rule out the fact that they had gained experience. Then the man looked at his lord and noticed that he was looking up and that there was some kind of energy circling around him. Raoul smiled and thanked his subordinates for their help. After all, it was only through their joint efforts that they were able to achieve such a result. Then he said that the guys could become stronger by studying the skill books. At this moment, Philip stood with a pensive face and thought that the guy was right. He also remembered the moment when they were practicing, and he attacked one of the monsters with a sickle strike. As soon as the man managed to win, our hero came up to him and asked if he now understood why he preferred skill books to battle armor. And since Philip was under a huge impression of what had happened, he said that it was amazing. The man now thought he had quickly mastered the skill and wondered how the young lord had such knowledge. Philip was distracted from thinking about this by the sound of a sudden notification. On seeing it, the man was startled. In a worried voice, he immediately turned to our hero and asked him to look at the guild chat. Meanwhile, Raoul Ashton himself had already seen what was happening. He told the guys that they were going back to Mira right away. Things were really bad in the city. A red-haired stranger held his sword over the head of one of the soldiers and said that it was hard for him to hold back and watch the Ashton children do as they pleased. Attacking one by one, another red-haired man said that if Raoul had listened to him, they would have put them all in their place long ago. The wounded soldier on our hero's side asked the third man what he wanted, and the man attacked him and asked him if great-grandfather hadn't taught them to be careful and not to make a mess. They were 3 siblings. They were the sons of Viscount Randall. The eldest was called Ramon, the middle Jerry, and the youngest Cale. One of the soldiers said in a weak voice to Ramon that they would all regret what they had done when the young master came, but he didn't let the poor man speak and finished him off with his sword. With a mad smile, he shouted and waited for Raoul Ashton to come. After all, they were eager to talk to him. But suddenly Ramon noticed that something was wrong. Looking at the soldier he had just attacked, the man realized that they were not dead. Jerry, standing not far from his older brother, continued to laugh and was excited to see Raoul. Meanwhile, Cale shared his thoughts about how he thought it was forbidden for noble families to point guns at each other in the Free City. Ramon replied that he didn't care. He said that if they were questioned, they had nothing to do with it. The man thought it was a great idea to put an end to the Ashton family. He said that maybe the truth would even commend them. And as soon as Ramon said it, his head exploded. At the sight of it, his brothers were horrified. They immediately turned around and saw a male figure behind them. It was a furious Raoul Ashton. The fellow declared that the boys had committed a crime against his county, and now more than their worthless lives were at stake. Jerry was furious after that. He asked the guy how dare he destroy a member of the Rendell family. Cale was also outraged. He didn't understand where the guards had gone and who had let Raoul in here. And the thing was, the guards were being held back by our hero's boys. Philip held a sword right at the throat of one of the soldiers. He told the young man that Viscount Rendell's knights were surrounded. He also added that he would make sure none of the townspeople were around. Bernard and Jake stood by his side the whole time. Raoul Ashton praised his men for a job well done. Then he looked around and saw many soldiers who were badly wounded but still alive. He asked Bernard to carry them all to the temple. After that, the young man opened his inventory and took out a sword. He said that he would deal with Viscount Rendell's sons himself. Viscount Rendell, like Ashton County, is one of the 5 military families of the Kingdom of Reuben. However, the history of the Rendell family is not as eventful. It joined the 4 military families when the head of the family, Viscount Hudson de Rendell, became a master swordsman. And since they had no particular merit, they had to find ways to enhance their status. They began to create great knights to contribute to the prosperity of the kingdom and destroy rivals. Their target was Ashton County. After all, it had stopped training swordsmen and had lost its former power. In addition, the Ashton family could be manipulated because they were not politically savvy. Conflicts and skirmishes happened more than once. Most often, the Rendell family was the instigator, and the number of skilled swordsmen in her army left no doubt that she would win the fight. And Viscount Rendell's sons seemed to be of the same opinion. Looking at Raoul, Jerry didn't realize how much strength he possessed. It was also surprising that the boy's sword came out of nowhere. While our hero was distracted by what seemed to be a guard from the Rendell family, he quietly drew his sword and attacked him. Raoul, however, noticed these movements and very cleverly dodged the man's blow. Seeing their ally fall to the ground bleeding, the rest of the Rendell family guards began to tremble, and Philip reminded them that Raoul had said he could handle himself. Meanwhile, among the guards, one man stood silent and thought about how the boys had a strange way of putting their swords away in their scabbards, and he thought it would be to their advantage. Then Cale couldn't stand it any longer. Running at the young man, he asked if he was going to fight them alone. Swinging a huge mace at our hero, he said this was not a training ground, and such movements of Raoul Ashton's opponent did not frighten him at all. With a single sword thrust, he split the man's body in half. Cale cried out loudly at the sudden and crushing pain, and Jerry was furious when he saw it. Turning to his guards, he asked why they were still standing. The man ordered them to destroy the young man at once. The guards all trembled, and the toughest man who was different from the others reached for his weapon and said that the boy had left them no choice. His name was Jeremy. He didn't want to intimidate a 15-year-old boy, but he didn't want to stand by while his comrades were being destroyed. He didn't think it would be right in the least. The rest of the guards followed Jeremy's example. Raoul knew from watching what was happening that Viscount Rendell's main weapon was a rapier. Therefore, he assumed that he was dealing with representatives of the elite knights. He also noticed that Captain Jeremy had level 65 and the others were around level 60. Meanwhile, Raoul was level 45. The guy couldn't win in a fair fight. Then the soldiers said he had time to change his mind and surrender. After all, they do not care who Raoul was, and they did not promise him mercy. But our hero wasn't going to back down. Without wasting time, he jumped up and attacked the knight closest to him. He didn't even have time to do anything. Blood splattered everywhere. Raoul then put his sword behind his back again and decided to attack using Bear Strike. The other knight from the Viscount family's side was covering his face from the sudden wind and didn't realize what was happening. At that moment, Raoul jumped up and attacked him. Again, drops of blood flew in all directions. The young man seemed to have everything under control, but suddenly Captain Jeremy got off his seat and, pointing his sword towards our hero, flew at him. Seeing this, the guy was very surprised and, blocking the blow, bounced aside. Jeremy stood next to a knight from his squad. Turning to him, he asked if Raoul was unharmed. The man answered yes. Then the man remembered that 2 of his knights were dead. He had heard that the boy was weak and had no idea how to wield a sword. And angry from his thoughts, Jeremy grabbed the sword and told our hero that the rumors about him are false. Now the man said he would fight him at full strength. This again did not frighten Raoul Ashton. Pointing the weapon at the man, the boy told him to attack. Looking at his opponent, the young man noticed that the man had a rapier and a daga. He assumed that Jeremy had the sword skill of Randall Meteor, and the man at that moment was smiling at our hero. He said that the boy's bravery was admirable, but he should not forget that Mira is a sacred city that heals all wounds. Jeremy thought that Raoul would never make it without help, but the young man was of a different opinion and said that the man was mistaken. He even said that he was willing to bet that his knights had never trained since arriving in Mira. And these words embarrassed Jeremy. He didn't understand where the guy got that information from. Then Raoul explained that he noticed that the knights of the men were cured, but still continue to lie on the ground, paralyzed by fear. And from this, our hero concluded that they are simply not used to look death in the eye. So Jeremy realized that the guy is not just familiar with the art of fighting, but he can see through the enemy. The man realized that Raoul was dangerous. Then, frowning his eyebrows, he asked one of his knights to cover him. The man replied that the captain could rely on him. Then they rushed to attack our hero. Everything happened very quickly. Raoul could not fully block the blow of his enemies and received numerous cuts on his body. The knight standing next to Jeremy noticed that the guy was open and decided that it was a great moment to destroy him. Immediately after that, he took a step forward. Jeremy immediately tried to stop him by shouting. However, he failed. The knight had no time to do anything, and with a deft sword movement, our hero attacked him first. Looking at his breathless ally, Jeremy tensed. He realized that he needed to act immediately. Therefore, the man immediately activated the Randall Meteor sword skill. Seeing this, Raoul was surprised at first since he recognized this skill, but then he drew his weapon and started to defend himself. Jeremy attacked the guy with the most powerful ability that is used in duels. It was very difficult for our hero to fight back, and even telekinesis didn't help. However, he realized that he had to hold on. As he continued to attack the young man, Jeremy was surprised that he could resist him. He realized that the advantage was on his side because he attacked Raoul again and again without giving him a chance to counterattack. But one question was racing through his mind. Jeremy didn't understand why. Despite this sad situation, the boy had a haughty face. And at that moment, Raoul Ashton said with a sizzling look at his opponent, these words made the man hesitate. He didn't understand what it meant and looked at the young man with round eyes. And while Jeremy was distracted, our hero, with quick and clear movements, was able to knock his weapon out of his hands. Meanwhile, while the man was disarmed, Raoul analyzed the skill, and after that he activated his copycat skill. Once everything was ready, the system asked if the guy wanted to use Randall Meteor's sword skill, and Raoul confidently answered yes. When Jeremy saw what our hero was about to do, he was puzzled. Blocking his opponent's powerful blow with his hands, the man didn't understand how Raoul knew about this skill. At the top of his voice, Jeremy shouted and asked who trained this young man, and who betrayed Viscount Rendell. Suddenly getting closer to the man, Raoul smiled and said it was him. Jeremy didn't understand how he himself could be the traitor to the Viscounty. However, he did not get an answer to that question. Our hero plunged a dagger into his body. After that, the system showed Raoul that the synchronization status had reached 100%, and now the man's skill could be placed in the skill decks and used. The young man was surprised that it worked. He had spent a lot of energy using the S-rank Copycat to suppress the enemy. Copycat was a skill learned by the boy using skill decks, and he could copy one skill at a time while keeping his eyes on the target at the moment of activation. Otherwise, the percentage of analysis would go to 0, so Raoul did not blink while he attacked him. Also, the skill could only be stolen in one-on-one combat. Then our hero opened the skills screen and saw that thanks to skill decks was available to him 3 more skills, and the slots allowed him to apply any 2 skills from the book. After that, Raoul looked at Jerry, who was standing behind everyone. The man was very scared and was asking who the young man was. He also wondered how he knew about the Meteor skill. In response, our hero asked Jerry if he was still here. Then he turned to Philip and asked him to destroy the men for an hour when they were revived. The subordinate bowed to his master and asked his allies if they had heard the order. The rest of the knights answered yes. After that, they headed towards Jerry. The red-haired man was trembling and begged for mercy. However, no one heard his plea. While Jerry was shouting loudly, Raoul was thinking that earthly rules don't work here and the games are over too. After a while, our hero said it was time for them to leave. Now it was his new reality and he was not going to waste the chance he had been given. The guy said that even if he had to swim across the river of blood, he would never give up. Watching everything through the binoculars, Ronaldo was terrified. He didn't understand what was happening. After all, according to the plan, the Knights of the Rendell Wine should have beaten the young man, and he should have gotten his share by sending guards to help. But instead, Raoul Ashton spoiled the man's life by taking out a dozen men in one fell swoop. And at that moment, our hero turned his head sharply toward Ronaldo, who was watching him. Startled, the man immediately threw the binoculars out of his hands. He realized that the guy had spotted him. Grabbing his head, Ronaldo remembered the rumors that said that Raul could only boast of status and a pretty face. Meanwhile, our hero left the mangled bodies of the knights of the Viscounty behind him and said that now it was time for them to go. Ronaldo was beginning to think that all this was just a mask on Raul's face, under which the great swordsman was actually hiding. Continuing to keep his hands on his head, the man assumed that in that case the young man had long ago become aware of his machinations. Calming himself, Ronaldo decided that now he needed to build trust with Ashton County. After a while, our hero sat in his room and thought that he had overdone it a bit. But even so, he said it was worth the gamble. What's more, the guy made a score of 5,000 gold coins. And thanks to the magic bag with the magic of space, he didn't have to worry about overweight luggage. The young man also got a rapier and a daga. They were the main weapons of the people of Viscount Rendell. But what pleased Raul Ashton the most was the ticket in his hands for a random book of skills. The guy really hoped that he would be lucky because he was already tired of unlucky tickets. So folding his hands, our hero began to pray that the ticket was not empty and that he would get anything. As he continued to pray, the guy tore the ticket in half and a bright light flashed across the room. The system notified Raul that he had received a skill book called Riviere Level B Spear Mastery. The young man was overjoyed as this was what he needed to leave for the capital. Smiling, our hero said that fortune had smiled on him today. Now he had only one unfinished business. The guy said that a month of preparation should not go in vain, and he is finally ready to do something. A week later, Raul Ashton was back in the Cursed Forest fighting a huge monster. After defeating it, he managed to raise his level to 51st, and now a class upgrade was available. Having fulfilled all the conditions, the guy received the Swordsman Expert class and Psychokinetic Expert class. Philip and Jake, who had been by his master's side the whole time, congratulated him. After all, being a sword expert at the age of 15 was rare. In response, our hero didn't say anything but simply raised his hand up. This movement provoked the stones underneath him to fly up in the direction of his hand. Then Raul stretched his hand forward and the stones flew into the tree in front of him. After that, the guy drew his sword and jumped up and used the bear strike skill. Everything around him shone. A huge crack appeared in the ground from such a strike. Raul didn't even expect such a powerful kick. Philip marveled at his master's strength, and Jake laughed and said that the boy didn't need them anymore. He also asked him if they could rest, and at that moment he got a light blow on the head from Philip. He said that the man would think about resting when he reached the young master's skill level. In response, Jake told the commander that he was joking, and meant that they were behind the master like a stone wall. But Philip was not amused and asked him to leave the idle talk. After that, our hero said that it was too early for them to relax. The men asked the young man what he planned to do next, and if he wanted to send a message to Ashton County, to which Raul said he would contact his father later, and for now, they should keep their progress a secret. While Philip and Jake were arguing, the young man thought about the fact that he had crushed a lot of monsters by raising their skill level. In addition, the boy had thrown a bait for someone to take the bait. And the guy was talking about imperial dogs. With a smile on his face, Raul told his subordinates that it was time for them to go back. Meanwhile, there was a girl named Nakia working in a house in the city. She was an alchemist. Her workday was over and she couldn't help but marvel at the fact that potions were in high demand lately. Looking at the various magical ingredients, Nakia thought it was all thanks to Ashton County. After all, monster body parts were needed to make potions. However, they are not often found in the Cursed Forest, so the ingredients are not easy to obtain. But the Knights of Ashton County suddenly kindly offered Nakia their help, and now she could brew potions every day. Plus, Raul is a regular at her shop. The guy always asks if the girl needs anything and asks how her work is going in general. Nakia smiled, thinking that she was not used to this kind of attention, but she was grateful. With a slight blush on her face, the girl also said that our hero was very handsome. Then Nakia sharply began to slap her cheeks and force herself to pull herself together. And the thing was that the difference between her and Raul was 8 years. The girl said the guy was too young for her. And on top of that, he was also an aristocrat. Nakia thought about all this on the way home. Finally reaching the right place, she went inside and warned Nikki about her coming. However, no one answered her in return. Then the girl noticed a note with a knife on the bed. From this, she was horrified. The leaf said that her sister had been stolen, and if Nakia wanted to save her, then she should keep her mouth shut and wait for further instruction. Those words made the girl tear up. It seemed like she was willing to do anything to keep her Nikki out of harm's way. Running out of the house, Nakia ran out of the house and ran wherever her eyes took her. She thought about the fact that her sister was not allowed to leave town. There were rumors that there were many missing persons reports, and the city department promised to investigate. And by all accounts, those rumors weren't lying. Nakia wondered what she should do. She couldn't go to the city government since the kidnappers were probably following her, and the mercenaries and guild members would need time to prepare. And at that moment, she remembered our hero who had told her that she could turn to him for help if she got into trouble. As she continued to run, Nakia realized that she had no other choice. So she decided that she needed to find Raul Ashton immediately. Meanwhile, the system notified our hero that the girl was heading towards him. But the guy wasn't surprised. He knew this would happen. Then Raul asked all his men to take positions. Also, he said to focus on the target and report to him about any changes in the plan. After that, the young man decided to log into the Connect community, and then he clicked on a block called Connect Cafe. This was the information cafe that the boy had managed in his previous life, and it was only available to the premium class. Being a star player, he got all the information he needed from fans and informants. Gradually, the cafe had become a treasure trove of information, where all of Connect's hidden information was stored. Raul was glad it hadn't gone anywhere, and since the guy could not make further plans relying only on his memory, the connected cafe could help him quite well. Our hero searched for information on the request-free City of Peace, and there he looked through all the available tasks. The young man hoped that his plan would work. At that moment, one of the subordinates turned to Raul and said that Nakia had arrived. With a slight blush on his face, the boy wondered if he could change her future, and after that he asked his men to be nicer to the girl. In fact, Nakia had been called many things. She was both a crazy alchemist and a bloodthirsty witch. She got those nicknames because people were afraid of her. Many civilians were harmed in the process of creating chemical weapons because of her. Nakia experimented on people in an effort to get revenge on the Empire. But now our hero was facing a desperate girl who needed help. Rushing to Raul, she tearfully asked him to help her find Nikki. In response, the guy smiled at her and asked her to calm down. He also asked Nakia to explain everything in order. Continuing to cry, the girl told that her sister was kidnapped. 2 hours ago, the lady who lives in the neighborhood and looks after Nikki was supposed to take her home, but something went wrong. Nakia blamed herself and begged Raul to find her sister. Grabbing the girl's hand, the young man promised her to find her sister. He had a hunch where she might be. Then he told Nakia that he would let her know as soon as he found Nikki. In the meantime, the boy advised the girl to stay here where Bernard would keep an eye on her. After bowing to the guest, Bernard told her that she had made the right choice in turning to the young master, as he always keeps his promises. After a while, Raul and his subordinates headed out. Philip said that Pierce was tracking down enemies, and also the man said that he had received permission for the operation from Mr. Mayor. At that moment, the system showed that there was a gang of criminals in the woods, and the boys needed to crush the villains. Raul then asked Philippe if he had given the mayor the list of rats, to which the man answered yes and added that Ronaldo would reward them later. Our hero thought about the fact that on that list he had written the names and locations of all the criminals in the city. He used all available channels of communication and got all the information he could. So the guy wanted to eliminate all the flaws in the plan. After that, he told his men that they could move out. Meanwhile, some strangers were hiding in the bushes next to the knights. They looked at each other and said something. In another place, Pierce's group was lurking. With a serious expression on his face, the man said that he had found what he was looking for. In front of him was the enemy's lair, judging by the footprints on the ground. So without wasting time, he ordered the others to begin the operation. At the same moment, Pierce jumped up on a tree branch and decided to use the recently learned skill. And this skill was called Detection. After activating it, the man's eyes lit up red. As a result, through the walls he could see in the den 2 men who held a bow in their hands and were ready to attack. So Pierce realized that the young master was right. Their enemies had indeed set up magic circles and barriers. He decided that he must report this to Raul. Then our hero himself informed the man that they would be there in 5 minutes. Looking at this message, Pierce thought that 6 months ago, his life was completely different. Earl Ashton's youngest son, Raul, unlike his brothers, grew up as a weak and untalented child. Most servants and knights tried to avoid him, and when the boy was looking for volunteers to go with him on a journey, few expressed a sincere desire. Then Raul visited the training ground and talked to the knights, among whom was Pierce. Addressing him, the young man said that he knew that the man wanted to go beyond his limits, and he offered Pierce his help. As a result, our hero took the sword in his hands and began to guide Pierce, paying attention to the points that need to be finalized. And even though Pierce wanted to do better, he doubted that Raul could teach him anything. However, the man decided to trust him and see what would happen. As soon as Pierce did what our hero told him to do, he was amazed. The man's movements became much clearer. Then he remembered the words of the young man who said that it would be difficult for him to master the bear kick, and his advantage is not in strength, but in agility. Pierce also remembered Raul telling him that he should hone his archery skills. After all, the boy had heard he had a talent for it. Pierce was surprised, because not many people knew he could shoot a bow, and the young man noticed it. It was at this point that the man decided to follow our hero. Now Pierce thought it was the best decision of his life. He thought that those who refused Raul's offer were now biting their elbows. The man didn't even understand why the guy was hiding his power. Thanks to the skill books that our hero bought, Pierce not only reached the expert level in bow skill, but also improved other skills. He said that without Raul's help, he wouldn't have succeeded. Pierce also thought that today the guy could show his true strength. And at that moment, he looked down and his face stretched. Pierce came down from the tree and said hello to Raul, who had arrived with his subordinates. After that, the guy looked at the den of the criminal gang. The system said that the guys need to destroy the magic circle and get inside to get information. Continuing to look at the lair, Raul thought about the fact that they are all similar in whatever city they are in. However, this was where the spies of the Kranen Empire were hiding. Usually, Connect players get quests from starting points like Mira, and then get rewards for destroying monsters or bad guys. But now our hero was dealing with some tricky people. Slave traders that kidnap people, mercenaries who want to make more money, is no comparison to the spies Kranen. They're also known as Imperial Trackers. They hunt down players to blackmail them into not cooperating with others. Raoul thought that the trackers were causing a lot of problems, so he couldn't let them continue to run amok. After that, the boy waved his hand to Pierce. It was a sign for the man to attack the enemies with his bow. With the first time, Pierce hit the right place and destroyed those enemies who stood behind the wall. Thus, the way for our hero and the rest of his men was open. Raoul thought about destroying the magic circle with the help of a scroll he had recently acquired. But suddenly, the young man decided to take his time. Looking ahead, he noticed a flow of mana. So, reaching into an inner pocket, he took out a dagger and decided to try to absorb the energy. Making a leap forward, our hero realized that he could do it. Then Raoul Ashton plunged the weapon into the magic circle and destroyed it. Now he could save money instead of spending it on scrolls. That was exactly what Pierce had expected from the master. Then turning to Jackson and Neil, the man said they were moving on to the baiting phase. He said he would notify them when they could enter. Meanwhile, Raoul Ashton thought about how lucky he was to have his elite knights by his side. Then the young man told his men about the plan and asked them not to take prisoners. He also asked him to remember to use his rapier to strike the final blow. Jake replied that he didn't understand why they needed to poke them with that wand, but he would do what the boy ordered. Raoul then turned to Pierce and asked him to cover and search for the prisoners. He said that the man's main task is to rescue Nikki, who was Nakia's sister. At the very end, our hero turned to Philip. Pointing his hand in front of him, the young man called all his men to action. They went to the den of criminal. Moving along the dark corridor, the guys reached a hole in the wall. Raoul assumed that it was the hideout itself. At that moment, Pierce reported to our hero that he had successfully penetrated the enemy base. That was a good sign. The boy thought about the fact that the hunt was starting. Looking around, he noticed that the shelter had high ceilings and wooden fence. He also saw his opponents, who were probably about 30 or 31st level, which is the level thieves usually have. After a few minutes, Raoul Ashton turned to Philip and Jake and said that the analysis was over. Now they were free to move out. But before they did, the guy signaled to the men what they had to do. Then, with one motion of the gentleman's hand, Philip and Jake rushed forward. Raoul rushed after them. With incredible speed, he approached their opponents. Flying above them, the young man attacked them. Then he landed and grabbed his bow and arrow and started to attack the others. Philip and Jake also dealt with the enemies with ease. One by one, they sent one of them to the other world. One of the criminals was watching from above. With terror in his eyes, the man sounded the alarm and ordered his men to guard the entrance. He then told them to destroy the intruders, and the army of enemies began to grow. Raoul noticed this. And also he saw that those began to block the arrows with shields. At this moment, our hero was noticed, and all the arrows of the enemy were directed towards him. Seeing this, the guy was very surprised and did not even move from his seat. He did not take his eyes off the arrows flying at him. However, none of them could wound Raoul, all because he created a barrier with his skill that did not let anything through. When the criminals noticed this, they were shocked. As the arrows bounced off the guy, they started calling for reinforcements, and they were already here. The men ran behind our hero and decided to attack him in hand-to-hand combat. Raoul was again not intimidated by such difficulties. He put the bow back on his back and thought that he should use something else. Then the young man took out several small daggers and placed them between his fingers like Wolverine. One of the enemies approached him, and with the words that he was finished, he rushed to attack. But he didn't realize how wrong he was. Raoul easily blocked the man's blow, and after that he flew away from the young man unconscious. As the other criminals watched, they were horrified. Also, all the arrows that were lying on the ground began to rise into the air and approach our hero. Seeing this, one of the criminals even lost the power of speech. He could not believe his eyes that magic was happening now. Then Raoul Ashton swung his arms and the arrows turned towards his enemies. With one move, he was able to disarm all the criminals that were in this hideout. With arrows in their bodies, the men groaned and could not get to their feet. At that moment, the young man thought that the rapier was a light weapon, but not powerful enough. He thought that it would take more effort to pierce through the armor. After that, our hero jumped off the pole he was on and landed next to the wounded enemies. He wondered where everyone else had gone. Then his gaze was suddenly drawn to Jake, who was nearby, dealing with one of the criminals. While he was screaming and begging for mercy, the man did not hesitate and sent him to the other side. When Raoul saw this, he gasped. Grasping his forehead, he realized that Jake was rebelling against the use of the rapier. The young man thought it was better to save his mana, since he had reminded him several times not to leave marks that indicated swordsmanship. But later he thought it was not worth the trouble. After all, the lowlifes were finished. Our hero's group had neutralized them all. After a while, they stood together and discussed what had happened. Pierce was apologizing because Miss Nikki had not been found. Raoul told the man that it was nothing and asked if he had brought the prisoners up to speed. Pierce said yes and added that they had given them clothes and food and asked them to wait quietly until the end of the fight. Jake then asked if they had dealt with all the criminals and if they were the bad kidnappers. Then Raoul thought that something was definitely wrong. Pierce didn't understand what the guys were talking about, so he explained that first of all, Nikki wasn't here. Secondly, the criminals were all of the same level, and it was unclear where the leader was. And in the third place, there was a magic circle waiting for them at the entrance, but there was no mage. The conclusion was that the big shots and other prisoners could be elsewhere. Then Jake looked at Pierce and said it would all go to hell if they didn't find them. Pierce said that he had checked all the suspicious areas but found nothing. He added that maybe his powers weren't enough and there was a skilled magician working here. In response to this, Raul said that the man has been working in the guild for only a month, and he did well. After that, our hero asked the guys to follow him as he seemed to know where the enemies were hiding. After a while, they were near some cabin with a light on. The guy asked his allies to inspect the huts and report if they found anything suspicious. Philip said that everything was clear. In the end, they only had one hut to check, which was in front of them. Once inside, Raoul Ashton drew his rapier and asked the boys to get ready. He said that now the most interesting thing would begin. Then the young man moved the table in front of him with his foot and swung the weapon. Afterwards, the boards under them collapsed and it became clear that there was a metal lid under the floor. And under the lid was a secret staircase that led to the basement. At that moment, Raoul felt something approaching them. In just a few seconds, a huge, inhuman hand appeared from the depths of the cellar. Jake fought it off and asked what it was. But no one answered that question. A huge red monster emerged from the basement. A little later, several more appeared behind it. When Philip saw them, he asked everyone to stay close together. After all, it was pointless to sort things out as the monsters would be harder to suppress. After that, the red giant headed towards our hero. Raoul again bravely stood and waited for his enemy to come closer to him. And as soon as the monster wanted to attack the guy, he attacked him with his rapier. From the unexpected pain, the giant roared, and Philip shouted that they were demons of the Imperial Cavalry. He also said that their vital organs were arranged differently from those of humans, and that they needed to have their heads blown off their shoulders. Jake fought off the enemy and wondered what the monsters had forgotten in this place. And our hero, also attacking the giant, thought about the fact that it is necessary to study their characteristic. As soon as Raoul defeated one of them, in front of him came a notice. It said that it was a demon cavalryman of the Imperial Army, and he was 41st level. That was basically what the young man thought. After all, these giants had caused him a lot of trouble in his previous life. After 6 months of playing Connect, he was assigned to raid the Empire's lair in the starting city. At the moment when the best players had almost mopped it up, 10 of them changed class twice and formed a punishing force of 100 guilds to take over the fortress. However, once the secret Imperial Cavalry showed up, most of the players didn't last even a minute. That day, our hero miraculously escaped from there, and for the next 6 months, none of the rankers dared to approach the lair of the Empire. Then the demonic cavalry numbered about 50 individuals, and it was no wonder that players who had barely reached the 50th level could not defeat them. One could only wonder what the outcome of the battle would be this time. Raoul noticed that there were far fewer demons today. In addition, their level of training does not compare to the skills of his elite knights. Moreover, with the help of his skills, the guy saw all the vulnerabilities of the red opponents. Therefore, he and his team only had to strike the right blows. Adhering to such tactics, after a while, Raoul and the others became the winners. All the monsters had been neutralized. Pierce didn't understand what the demons had forgotten here. He assumed that they had mistaken the entrance to the front yard of the Imperial Palace, and Philip said it was probably dangerous to go down there, but Raoul saw no other choice. He also thought that they didn't need help and the better to take care of the prisoners. In turn, they should find the chief outlaws before they were informed of their arrival. In that case, Philip told the young man to stay behind them. The man also asked him to let him and Jake deal with the enemies while he and Pierce were busy searching. Then Raoul thought that he shouldn't grab everything at once because he would still get experience points even if he didn't destroy the enemy with his own hands. So he decided that it was time to delegate responsibilities. Letting Philip and Jake go, our hero was very pleased to realize that he had reliable subordinates. The men went down to the basement with shields. Jake was in a very belligerent mood. As soon as they reached the end of the cellar, they saw a room that looked like a scientist's lair. There were huge flasks with monsters in them. Looking around, Pierce said that it was very brave of the enemies to place a laboratory for chimera experiments in another country. Then Raoul said that those demons were probably the missing inhabitants of the City of Peace. That made the young man shiver, and he remembered that when he was reborn, he thought about joining the Empire, because in 10 years it would take over the entire continent. But it's run by a madman. And our hero believed that taking orders from such a man was like sitting on a powder keg. There are many rumors about the Emperor, but one thing Raoul knew for sure. The boy said he treated people as means to an end. All those who don't have noble blood in their veins are divided into classes based on the good they can do. Living a life of endless hardship and suffering, one day they become redundant and are used as lab rats. Or they go to feed the demonic cavalry. If members of the upper class act against the emperor's will, they are executed. Raoul said that once a general spoke out against the tyranny under which the people lived. As soon as he mentioned it, the mark on his shoulder flashed red. The general was torn to pieces. This scene is forever imprinted on our hero's memory. Raoul had given up the idea of joining up with anyone to save his own skin. Now he felt he had to do everything he could to stop the experiments on innocent citizens. At that moment, Philip and Jake were standing near a door with a dim light coming from it. They asked Raoul to take a look at it. Downstairs stood the mage and the rest of the criminals who were talking about securing their way back. Scanning the situation, Pierce said there were 4 knights, 3 mages, and 10 demons among them. And apparently the mages were setting up a magic circle at the entrance to the cave. Philip said he would take the knights, and Pierce advised him to disarm the mages, but Jake had Imperial cavalry on him. Hearing this, Jake was outraged that he had all the dirty work to do. Pierce then launched an arrow at one of the mages. There was panic among the enemies and they realized that here were intruders. Then our hero called the boys to attack. Taking out his bow, he decided to use a charging shot. Among the opponents, Raul noticed a mage of the 5th level. The guy thought that he should be dealt with first. Aiming at the man, he realized that arrows usually do not penetrate such a barrier. However, with the help of telekinesis, Raul could set the trajectory of the flight. That's exactly what he did. Having drawn the bowstring, our hero made his move. The arrow was able to break through the barrier with which the magician closed and destroyed him. The deed was done and now the criminal and could not escape through the teleportation gate. The knights looked in horror at the destroyed magic circle. Then their commander informed everyone that the escape route was blocked. He also said to break the seal and destroy the intruders. And at that moment, all the criminals shouted that they were fighting for the emperor and ran to attack. Raul Ashton was surprised and stood still while the knights ran at him. And just as the enemies were about to strike their first blow, a shadow flashed in front of the lad. It was Philip who covered his lord with his shield and himself. Watching this, the young man noticed that his subordinate was barely holding back the criminals. He couldn't believe that the strength of a top-class knight whose level was above 90 wasn't enough. After that, the guy decided to turn to the status window. In front of him stood a knight named McDowell. The young man assumed that the red mark had affected the growth of all his characteristics. Fighting the Imperial cavalry, Jake didn't understand what was going on and why he was so spit up. So he went to Raul with the notifications and asked for permission to use the sword. He thought it would be hard to destroy demons with that stick everyone called a rapier. In response to this, the guy said that Pierce and Philip were doing fine against the enemy, and only he had some difficulties. He added that he had believed in the man, but he must have been mistaken. Those words made Jake furious. He said he was just worried about Pierce, so he wanted to clarify. And this provocation from our hero had a positive effect on the man. He defeated several monsters with one rapier move. Watching this, Raul Ashton smiled and thought that it was time for him to work hard. The young man approached the monsters and destroyed them with a few swings of his rapier. Jake wondered how the Lord had found the monsters' vulnerabilities so quickly. At that moment, McDowell realized the position they were in and realized that our hero and his team were outnumbered. The guys continued to fight, and the man tried to realize who his opponents were. He noticed that they were fighting with rapiers and assumed that they belonged to Viscount Rendell. However, McDowell saw that the chopping movements were not as skillful, so he began to doubt it. Then Jake said that the man did not need to know who they were since he would die anyway. He said that Imperial dogs were only good for talking. That made McDowell furious. He asked Jake how he had the right to insult Imperial trackers. Then his gaze was drawn to our hero who was behind them all. The man asked himself if this young man was their commander. Then McDowell smiled. It was because at that moment he had figured out how to get out of here alive. The man ordered all the monsters to give their lives for the Emperor, and for the honor of the Empire, they rushed to the attack. And looking at the demon that ran towards them, Raul was stunned. He realized it was the Black Sacrifice. The demon attacked Jake. The man blocked the blow with his shield and felt how strong his enemy was. After that, he bounced back. It was a skill that deprived the bearer of mana and life energy, and allowed him to gain strength for a short period of time. Raul assumed that the criminals were up to something and came up with this method. At that moment, a notice appeared in front of him that he should be careful. Turning around, he saw McDowell running at him and Philip with an attack. The system informed him that the man had the power armor of an Imperial warrior of level E, and the maximum time of its effect was 2 hours. So Philip rushed towards him and told our hero that he was trying to distract him. And as soon as he attacked McDowell, he immediately realized that the force field blocked his strike. So the man continued to fly toward Raul. As he approached him, he said the guy was finished. McDowell then struck the young man with all his might. The ground beneath him shattered. After a few seconds, however, there was genuine surprise on the man's face. Somehow, Raul Ashton was able to block the blow and remain unharmed. The man asked the guy if he had power armor. Moreover, McDowell noticed that the young man could change its details. He assumed that judging by the filling, our hero had a power armor of level F. However, his intuition told him that when the transformation process was over, something terrible would happen. So McDowell decided not to waste time and immediately attack Raul Ashton. And as soon as the man's hand was near the guy's face, he didn't realize what had happened. He thought that he was going to dodge the blow of the opponent using the skill flash. But suddenly a notification popped up, and it was like he was pinned in place. The notification said that Raul had encountered power armor and awakened the Regnator. According to our hero's status data, he possessed a unique characteristic. The system also said that the young man had fulfilled all the necessary conditions and could now activate the Regnator. However, the guy had an insufficient mana reserve and started searching for an additional source of energy. In the end, the telekinesis skill was found and the connection was successful. So Raul understood what it meant to wear power armor, a barrier blocking all physical attacks but inferior in strength to a mana blade. A defense skill that neutralizes spells of at least the third circle of magic, and inside it is a mysterious core that increases the mana and physical abilities of the wearer. And the wearer of power armor cannot be defeated even if the opponent has a higher level and more experience points. Its power is unfathomable. However, it was created for the people of Connect, therefore players cannot use it, and power armor remains their pipe dream. For non-player characters, it was the only way to fight back against the players. However, with a happy smile on his face, Raul declared that the power armor was now his. Continuing to swing at our hero, McDowell did not understand why his attacks did not work on the young man. In the end, after a blow from the man, the boy bounced back and looked at his enemy with anger in his eyes. Then he pulled the rapier lying nearby with a stream of energy. Without wasting time, Raoul attacked McDowell. He watched in horror as the young man broke through the barrier. The man thought his end had come, receiving a blow from our hero. With burning eyes in that case, he said he would take everyone with him. Radiating powerful energy from himself, McDowell shouted that it was all in the name of the Empire. Watching the man scream in pain, the boy noticed that he would soon fuse with the power armor. Then a notification from the system appeared in front of Raoul, stating that the Regnator had detected a forbidden fragment of power. The young man was surprised because he didn't understand what it meant, and the system explained that according to the oath, a part of the seal was released. After that, our hero began to emit light from his body. Continuing to shine, the system added that the Regnator was ready to show his true power. A couple of seconds later, a beautiful and powerful armor appeared on our hero's body. Now the young man's size matched his opponent. Meanwhile, McDowell continued to lurch from the discomfort in his body. Then he gathered his strength and flew towards Raoul Ashton to attack him. Looking at his enemy, our hero thought the sight was disgusting. McDowell looked terrifying. As he swung at the lad, it was all accompanied by an unpleasant growl. Fighting with the Imperial cavalry, Jake and Philip watched their master and were shocked by what was happening. A couple of seconds later, there was an explosion so powerful that the men had to cover themselves with their shields. As soon as everything dissipated, it became visible that our hero blocked McDowell's blow. Raoul then decided to attack him. When he saw the guy's hand clenched into a fist coming towards him, McDowell shouted loudly. His whole body began to glow from within, and the young man continued to point his fist at the man and said goodbye to him. After that, McDowell's voice flew off his shoulders, and our hero exhaled heavily after such a fight. The armor on his body began to evaporate. The guy couldn't believe what he had done and wondered if he had managed to meet the time limit. As soon as he thought about it, he started coughing up blood. Philip and Jake began to worry about their master and asked if he was all right. He waved his hand to his subordinates to let them know he was okay, thinking that it was the first time he had felt something like that. Looking at his wrist with the golden bracelet on it, he felt as if he had opened the veil of eternal power. And covering his eyes, Raoul Ashton thought that this time he had borrowed energy from other sources. And then with burning eyes, our hero clenched his fist and said that someday he would handle it himself. A little coming to his senses, the guy pulled out the stone that was in McDowell's chest. To be exact, it was a pocket teleporter and a mana stone. Raoul realized that they would find a use for it later. Pierce then approached him and told him that they had found Ms. Nikki and the rest of the prisoners. However, not all of them had survived. In response to this, the young man said that they had done all they could. He asked the man to tell the hostages to get ready as they would be returning to their families soon. Pierce also complimented that Ms. Nikki was not feeling well. In that case, Raoul said that they should hurry up and leave. But before they did, Jake asked, "What about the treasure?" Raoul was surprised and asked the man if he wanted to take it. He said yes and added that he would give it a second life. He also asked the guy if he could leave such valuable things in an unknown place. Then our hero thought about it and thought that Jake was right. He realized that he couldn't wear McDowell's power armor, but it could serve as proof that they had caught the Imperial trackers, and it would also be an excellent object of research. Raoul said the trackers were not easy to defeat. He remembered how easily they took the lives of ordinary people. Many users had left the game because of them. But now there was no need to provoke them into new battles. He decided it would be better to focus on strengthening their combat power and raising his profile. Raoul then turned to Jake and asked him to forget about the treasure as he needed it for the plan. Just like that, the boy said it was a trophy for her. The man was outraged as the Lord himself did not give them the opportunity to get it. In response, our hero said that his subordinates still get a reward and now need to rest. From this, Jake was over the moon. He was happy about the future bonus and vacation. Looking at Jake's running away, he couldn't understand whether he was a fool or a genius. Then he turned to Pierce. The man said that the bait had worked and that they would do their best. Raoul was very curious how his enemies would act. However, there was nothing to think about. Still, he wanted to see their bewildered faces when they found out that they had fallen into a trap. Meanwhile, the Rendell family was walking to someplace. Ramon asked the guide indignantly if they were going in the right direction. At that moment, the man thought that they had followed our hero into the forest, but had lost the trail. Ramon was furious that because of the guy, they got into the temple and lost all their money and weapons. They also lost mana and lost. On top of that, there were only 12 knights left in the guard. Ramon said that even Captain Jeremy was wearing power armor. The man thought that they couldn't miss the chance to take revenge while their enemy was outside of Mira. And in that second, their guide said they had arrived. In front of the brothers of the Rendell family was a dark corridor. Kale then asked if this was the right place for them. He thought the place looked a little creepy, but they should search it anyway. Ramon thought so too, because they had come all this way for a reason. Eventually, after searching the area, the Rendell family found a chest with gold coins in it. This pleased Ramon. Even though they didn't find Raoul, they managed to get some gold. Jerry thought they had found a real treasure cave. After all, there were various artifacts and magical objects. However, this was not the biggest find. Next to them was a power armor that the Rendell brothers looked at with even more joy. Meanwhile, our hero and his group returned to the city. There he was greeted with all respect by the townspeople. They thanked him for taking the brunt of the attack and said that they had cleared out the hideout in the eastern forest and rescued the prisoners. Raoul praised them in return. They were actually novice knights and members of the first guild. 6 of them had reached the expert level and the others were preparing for it. The northern hideout had been cleared and the supplies had been delivered. The western hideout was the same story. Each of the knights had been trained in the sword skills of Ashton County and knew how to use mana. Raoul thought about the fact that their ranks had swelled to 100 fighters. Now they were not afraid of any outlaws. Then he shouted to his men that it was time for them to return to the base. After a while, they returned where they were met by surprised knights. They did not understand why the men of Ashton County were so numerous. Then the young man turned to one of the men and asked if he was the commander. And he was indeed. The man said they had been ordered to round up all the civilians. Among the crowd stood Nakia. While everyone was rejoicing that their children might have returned, she thought of her little sister. And then she noticed in the arms of our hero Nikki, who was unconscious. Raoul then turned to Nakia and asked if she was really waiting for them. The girl's body was trembling and stammering. She thanked the guy. The young man said that Nikki was not well at the moment, but the palace would take care of her and she would surely recover. Then Raoul turned to Bernard and he said that the Reverend had already arrived. At that moment, our hero thought about the fact that they had saved the lives of many people who could have died. In addition, they changed the future of one of the girls who would have almost made revenge her life's goal. Maybe Nakia would never become a great alchemist and create potions that would turn the world upside down. But Raoul hoped that the girl would play a role in the prosperity of the empire. The guy said that when he returned to the past, much had changed, and he was not afraid to influence the course of history. The young man no longer followed the principles of humanity and was not afraid to take away someone's future. Today he could save many more people if he acted faster, but our hero turned his back on them, driven by the desire to please Nakia and earn points. However, he managed to achieve his goal and rescued many prisoners. Raoul believed the city was no longer in danger, and at sunrise he will be waiting for a reward from the mayor. But even so, our hero felt uneasy for some reason. And turning to the people Raoul Ashton noticed in the crowd, an old woman who was looking for her son with sadness in her eyes. Looking at her, the young man thought about the fact that there were people who did not need to pass the tasks. However, they had more serious tests to pass. Now Raoul realized how selfish his intentions were. He shunned ordinary people, not wanting to waste time on them. He promised himself to forget about the past, but continued to live as if there was nothing more important in this world than a game. He realized that there was nothing wrong with just living according to the rules of the game system, but he wondered if it was right to let her define the meaning of his life. Until this day, Raoul had made plans based on Bai Doyun's goals, but now he decided that if there was a goal he could fulfill, then maybe he wouldn't repeat the mistakes of the past. Then the young man turned to Philip and told him that some of the Myrish people were now experiencing the loss of loved ones. He asked the man if he could gather their personal information, given the circumstances. Philip was surprised and asked if this was really the case for everyone. Our hero answered yes and asked the man to give all the victims monetary compensation and to find a job. After that, the guy thought that Philip had already done a good job in the battle and he was still filling him with work. It made him a little uncomfortable. For Philip, everything seemed surprising because the Lord usually interfered only in those matters, the solution of which is beneficial to the common cause. But he asked the young man not to worry, as everyone else would gladly do the same. Though afterward, Philip grimaced and said that they had one grouchy comrade. Jake indignantly assumed that the man was referring to him. With anger in his voice, he said he didn't mind good deeds. Jake then turned to Raoul and asked if it was true that he would let him go on vacation anyway. Finally, the man thanked the gentleman. Everyone around him cheered and shouted glory to Ashton County. Looking at this, the guy realized that the support of the Mercian people would be a great help in the fight against other guilds. And even though it was all part of the plan, Raoul liked to see them happy. He even thought he might stick around for some hands-on experience. While our hero was chatting with the people of Mira, there was a stranger in the crowd who was watching him with a smile on his face. After a while, the young man was sitting in Ronaldo's office. The man apologized to him for the trouble they had caused him. He said that thanks to the boy, Mira could breathe a sigh of relief, but Raoul didn't think he'd done anything remarkable, and the mayor insisted. Then the young man said that he was surprised to learn that the dark forces of the Empire would reach the territory of the Kingdom of Reuben. He said that they had already been working on research for a long time, judging by the asylum. And Ronaldo said it wasn't the first wave of abductions, but the treaty tied their hands. It forbade them from creating their own army and they could only afford guards. However, outside the city, the man said that she was losing some of her powers. Then he added that Raoul had been correct in his assumptions and that representatives of Viscount Rendell had visited them. The mayor said that they claimed to have destroyed the kidnapper's lair and demanded compensation. The man thought they should be thrown out, but the boy asked them not to. Our hero confirmed these words and added that it was a necessary measure. Ronaldo realized that the young man wanted to make those people look like heroes, but for what purpose it was not clear to him. The mayor said that it was Raoul who deserved all the glory and could be honored with a royal award. In response, the boy laughed and thanked the man for his concern. However, he hoped that the mayor would honor his request. Ronaldo sighed and said that at Raoul's age it was not usual for him to be so judicious, and he added that the boy should not worry. At that moment, our hero thought of letting the Rendell family take all the laurels for themselves. That way he could get the attention of the Kraken Empire. Then the mayor said he didn't know what to give Raoul. He thought that money would not be enough and asked the boy to tell him what he wanted. In that case, the young man decided to ask him for a favor. Our hero said that he had heard that Ronaldo owned a large collection of valuable books. He asked if the man would mind if he looked into it. Ronaldo was surprised and later said that the young man could stay there as long as he wanted and choose any book he liked. But the man thought that even that would not be enough. He decided to take Raoul to the secret treasury so that he could choose something as a gift. In response, the boy thanked the mayor and said that his generosity knew no bounds. A broad smile appeared on the man's face. He said that he always shows generosity to those who deserve it. Listening to the mayor, Raoul noticed that he was clearly not stingy in his praise. After a while, our hero was in the library. Looking around, he couldn't believe that this place was so amazing. Coming to the shelves with books, he thought that at first glance you could not even realize that this is a real treasure. Now, that's because there were countless skills stored here. And while he was standing with a book in his hands, the system asked him if he would like to purchase the skill book Piercing Thunder Rank B. The young man continued to marvel at the scale of the library. Just by looking at these books, he was filled with profound wisdom. Continuing to wander through the rows of the library, Raoul thought that he might never come back here again, so he could not miss the opportunity to find the book he wanted. Then the young man looked at one of the upper shelves and noticed a book that emitted a dim light. He decided to check it out. It was a book called Exploring Ancient Spell Rituals and Mental Cultivation Methods. Even though it had a long title, Raoul decided to open it. And after that, the guy was flooded with a barrage of information. This book was restricted to users with psychic abilities. Our hero realized that the skills of this special book could only be mastered by an S-rank psychonetist. The young man was very happy to have found it. In his previous life, meditation skills of rank B did not prevent Raoul from reaching the top of the Connect rankings, but he lacked spiritual power and was quickly thrown off his pedestal. And while the young man was looking for a way to increase her guildmates and other rankers had already dismantled all the skill books. It wasn't always easy to find them, and if they were lucky, there was a book with a meager content. Soon, everyone knew about Quercus's art of meditation. A fire mage from Japan named Sakata Shigehisa said that the mayors of the starting cities kept S-rank copies in their mansions, and one of them Sakata Shigehisa found in Mira's library. Another one our hero found in the city of Ignite, but the magic spells written in it were useless to him. But now the young man knew that his spiritual power would not run out, because he had accumulated enough energy to study the art of meditation. At first, the effect of psychic abilities will be small, but gradually the higher the level, the greater will be the power and rank, and a certain amount of spiritual power would definitely make it easier for him. And our hero thought that if he reached the same level of skill that he had in his previous life, before the battle with the Empire began, he would win. Clenching his fists and smiling wryly, Raoul Ashton thought that this day would go down in history. As a gift from Ronaldo, the boy chose a mana ring, though there were plenty of similar ones in Ashton County. Then, looking at the ring, Raoul Ashton decided it was probably time for him to do some customization. The boy completed all 70 tasks in one night. In addition, he studied all the skill books up to rank C and tried all the rare items. The young man also collected 50,000 in-game coins. After that, he opened the status window. It showed that in just 1 month, Raoul's physical characteristics had crossed the threshold of 65 points, and even the mana and spiritual power had reached 70 points. Now our hero could consider himself an experienced player. The characteristics of top-ranked swordsmen and psychokinetics reached 90 points. In his previous life, Raoul had achieved the same results in terms of willpower and perception, and now he was going to gain them in all characteristics and hoped to become the first player in history to reach 100 points. It sounded like a dream, but Raoul believed that all roads were open to him. The guy was reborn with the same inventory. He also managed to unlock the skill decks and activate the Regnator. With the skill decks, Raoul was tasked with breaking the seal. But for that, he had to complete 50 more tasks related to skill slots. Regnator was different. Even the current power seemed impossible for the guy. In addition to that, he had unlocked the special characteristic of a keen eye, and it seems that thanks to this, he was able to see the status of non-player characters and track the flow of mana. The guy assumed that he got this ability when he absorbed the demonic energy of the Imperial Seeker. Along with it came a new task. Raoul thought that if he followed the familiar path, he would constantly encounter warriors of the Empire because they are also looking for fragments of the magic stone. Our hero decided to make his way so as not to cross them, but now there was no need to do so, as he was a player and a resident of Connect at the same time. The young man himself decided how to build a scenario and what task to perform next, and if his goals did not coincide with the plot, he would follow his wishes no matter what. The next day, Raoul Ashton was sitting in his office and Bernard came in. He told him that Miss Nikki had regained consciousness. He also informed the gentleman that Miss Nakia had asked to see him. The man asked if the lad wanted to visit them. Then our hero immediately got up from the table and said that he would love to meet the girls. After a while, he was already at their place, and from the doorstep he asked Nakia and Nikki how they were feeling. And Nakia threw herself at the feet of our hero and began to thank him. The girl didn't know how to repay Raoul for his kindness, but he asked her not to worry about it. He advised Nakia to take care of her sister. Then, shifting his gaze to Nikki, the young man wondered if he should check her status. Meanwhile, Nikki said hello to Raul and thanked him in a weak voice for saving her. Nakia then turned to our hero and said that her sister was a little shy. The boy responded by saying that he understood. Raul also realized that the girl was not feeling well and thought that he should get closer to her. As soon as he did that, he noticed the raging blue waves in Nikki's eyes. Continuing to look into the eyes of the girl, our hero did not understand what was happening. He was very surprised and asked himself if no one sees anything like this. And to be sure, Raul decided to use his new characteristic called Sighted Eye. As soon as he did, he couldn't believe his eyes. It seemed to him that Nikki was just a normal kid. The status window said the girl was level 5, but the potential was SS rank. Raul assumed that the disease was suppressing her characteristics, and he wondered what would happen if he cured Nikki and returned her skills to their previous state. The guy said that it was scary to imagine how powerful the girl would be in the future. At that moment, Nakia turned to him and asked if something was wrong. Then in response, our hero started waving his hands and said that everything was fine. And after that, he looked at Nikki and thought that he needed more information. After a few days, Raul Ashton gathered all the information he needed. Looking at the pictures of the people and going through them, the guy said that they would be leaving Mira soon and everything was going according to plan. The guy and his team captured more slave traders and other criminals. They also rescued about 50 people. Mira is now the safest place on the continent. Construction was completed and the guild house opened its doors to its first guests. Many Mirans decided to thank them for saving their lives and offered to help. Among them were talented workers, so Raul was confident in the success of the work done. Our hero only had to solve the issue with Nakia, and just at that moment, the girl entered his office. Sitting down on the couches, the young man asked her how Nikki was feeling. In response, Nakia thanked the guy and said that her sister was much better. She also thanked the Lord for inviting the priests. In response, Raul Ashton smiled and said he was always happy to help. Looking at Nakia, he thought that in reality it was quite different, as Nikki was still not well, and divine power alone was definitely not enough here. Nakia then said that she had heard that the boy was leaving today and added that she had not been able to thank him properly. She then asked the boy again what she could do for him. Nakia thought that Mr. Raul had helped her and Nikki out for a reason. She really wanted to help him. But the girl was afraid that the guy would turn out to be like all the noble aristocrats she had met before. After all, there are many greedy people in the world, and the first impression could be deceiving, and yet she didn't want to disappoint Raul. Then our hero asked her not to fill her head with nonsense. After that, he handed the girl some pieces of paper and asked her to read everything that was written there. They were some kind of documents. Nakia was surprised to see them, and then her eyes became very round. It was a letter of pardon saying that she was absolved of all her sins. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. With delight, she turned to Raul and asked him how he had done it. He smiled and said that money works wonders. This document forgave all the mistakes made. Our hero had to spend an impressive amount of money to get the Alliance's permission, but it was not comparable to Nakia's value. Looking at the document, the girl thought about the fact that for 5 years she suffered from the ban on the use of mana, and now the young man had solved all her problems. With tears in her eyes, she blamed herself for daring to compare him to other aristocrats. Raul asked Nakia if she could tell him how she got her mana ban. She told him that she had left her father's home when she was young. Her mentor saw her talent and helped her get into the Alchemist Association. At a very young age, she became famous as a gifted alchemist. Nakia even mastered the skill of the third circle of magic at the age of 13. But disaster struck unexpectedly. Her hometown was struck by an epidemic and she lost her family. When Nakia reached home, only Nikki was waiting for her. The girl took her with her, but her misfortunes didn't end there. When Nikki was 6, she was diagnosed with an indefinable disease. The girl thought it was her fault because she worked with dangerous substances all the time. For 2 years, she searched for a cure. And at the age of 18, Nakia reached the mastery of the 5th circle of magic, but it didn't matter anymore. When doom came very close to Nakia, the girl decided to break the taboo. She used alchemy on a human. With substances stolen from the association, Nakia kept her sister alive. Thus soon the deception was revealed and she was banned. And after some time, they came to Mira. Here it was safe, and with God's blessing, Nakia was getting better. But having learned of the ban and of her illness, not all the Myra people accepted the girls. Raul calmly listened to Nakia's story and said that they had to go through a lot. Then he handed her a vial of liquid and asked her to drink it. The guy said it would set the girl free. Even though Nakia was very surprised, she trusted the young man and immediately did what he said. As soon as the liquid entered her system, the girl's eyes glowed. Nakia felt peaceful again, as if those 5 years had never happened. She really missed that state of mind. Looking at the girl, our hero also observed her status. At the same time, there was a slight smile on his face. As soon as the glow passed landing, Nakia realized how she could thank Raul. She knelt down and put her hand over her heart and said that she would serve the boy faithfully and look forward to seeing how he would save and make many other people happy. Raul then placed his hand on her head and said that he accepted her loyalty and would not forget her words. Then the young man took some notes from the table and handed them to Nakia, saying that they were for her. The girl was surprised and asked what it was. Raul replied that they were records about Monofilaria. He also added that they should help Nakia. Taking them in her hand, Nakia was delighted. Then our hero explained that they were the writings of a great alchemist who had left this world. However, they were missing a fragment, so they needed to be worked on. He said that Nakia would now be able to create the perfect cure for her sister. In a way, it was the first order from him for the girl. With tears in her eyes, Nakia said she would make the best medicine in the whole world. And looking at the guy, the girl decided for herself that she would serve him faithfully for the rest of her life. After a while, the boys talked. Raoul thought about the fact that he was not used to such conversations. However, he didn't mind learning as he needed to find common ground with the people of Connect. Today was a big day. It was the first time that Raoul had put a lot of effort into getting a new member to join the ranks of the first guild. He was the one who talked about the alchemist who would leave a mark on history forever. Sitting on the couch and watching Bernard, the boy thought about Nakia creating a cure. And all because the great alchemist he told the girl about who left this world was Nakia herself. In the past, she fought an incurable disease called monofilaria. And after much research, the girl had finally created a cure, but in the process had sacrificed many people. And now it didn't matter. The young man was lucky that Nakia's cure was kept in the link. He deliberately gave the girl incomplete records so she could develop her skills. Our hero hoped that when the girl's sister recovered, the burden would be lifted from her shoulders. And if Nakia could not make the cure in time, he would give her the missing fragment. That was the end of Raoul's mission in the city of Mira. So it was time for him to leave for his new destination. And this guy was talking about the capital of the kingdom of Reuben. It was also known as the Tomb of the Sword, the large and crowded city of Tarim. Raoul was looking forward to meeting him, and now sitting on the couch he was ready to set off. After a while they were at the place. Jake was surprised at the number of people in the capital. Everything was different here. Then Raoul said that there was no line for Ashton County, so they had to go ahead. Most of the guild members stayed in Mira. The young man took fewer people with him to make it easier. As he continued to move forward, a look of surprise appeared on the boy's face. The thing was that outside everyone was minding their own business. He didn't understand why no one was greeting them. So the young man immediately turned to Bernard and asked if he had sent a message about their visit. The man answered yes. He assumed that there had been some mistake and said he would go to the manor to escort them. However, Raoul thought that Bernard would wander around for a long time and suggested that they go together. Bernard then approached one of the passers-by and asked if she knew where Ashton County Manor was. But the girl was very surprised and said she had no idea what he was talking about. Bernard continued to ask the others about the county, but they made a thoughtful face and said to look for this estate in a noble neighborhood. After a while, Raoul was at the checkpoint of the noble district. The knights met him there and told him that they couldn't let him through because there was no Ashton County estate, and the guy knew his family wasn't popular, but not that popular. And Jake started to get indignant and said that Ashton County fights and risks their lives and they don't know him. The man said they were the ones keeping the peace. Raoul marveled that the townspeople don't know the influence their family has, since the capital was far away and his father rarely came here, but he didn't understand why no one knew about the estate. Then he asked Bernard if he could visit the information office and find out the address of the Ashton estate. After a while, they gave the knight a sheet with the address of the estate, and he was very surprised. After all, there was written the address of Baron Gender. Hearing about it, our hero and his team were wary, and the knight explained that Mr. Gender lives there for about 10 and said that he would take the guys there. Then Raoul turned to Bernard and asked him about this Baron, and the man said that Baron Gender was 50 years old and was a distant relative of the boy. The Baron was also responsible for the administration of foreign affairs. In that case, our hero asked to bring him here, as he had to see the estate with his own eyes. After a while, they all stood near the big manor, and the guard standing there asked the groups to repeat who they were. Philip said that they were the Earl of Ashton's youngest son, Raoul, and they wanted to see the foreign minister. The guards then asked if they could extend an invitation, but Philip did not understand what they were talking about. In that case, they were told that there was a celebration in progress at the estate. Then the guard pointed to the tents nearby and asked them to wait there until he returned. Raoul Ashton was angry when he heard about the celebration. Jake was equally perplexed, so he ran up to one of the guards and asked in a gruff voice what was going on. The man was outraged that they wouldn't let his master in, so he ordered the guards to let them in immediately. Hearing this, the people from the Baron's side started shouting that the intruders had arrived. Apparently, the guards were very frightened of our hero and his team, for they threw away their spears and ran away. Jake was even more surprised by this. Then he turned to Raoul and asked what it was and why the guards had fled. Without answering that question, however, the young man decided it was okay for them to go in. As soon as they moved forward, they heard shouts in their direction that they should not move. In front of them stood a man with a sword, and he was accompanied by 2 other guards. He pointed his weapon towards Raoul and asked who they were and why they were making a mess. The first to introduce himself was Philip, who was the High Knight of the Order of the Golden Bear of Ashton County. He asked where Baron Gender was. Then the man asked why they needed a gentleman. But after that, his eyes rounded. He only now realized what Philip had said. Upon hearing that the boys were from Ashton County, the man immediately fell to his knees and began to apologize. He said he had been told of their visit too late and would tell the Lord at once. The man ordered the other guards to take the guests to the reception hall immediately. At that moment, Jake and Raoul did not understand what was going on around them. As they looked around, they realized that the rumors were true and that the manor was really huge. There was plenty of time to get around. Then he looked at the main building of Ashton County, where only direct relatives were allowed to enter. The young man didn't understand why there was music coming from there. He was even more surprised that the front yard was crowded with strangers. Jake asked the guard standing next to him what the occasion was. He explained that today was Aaron's birthday, the youngest son of Baron Gender, the owner of the manor. He also said that celebrations were not uncommon here. Jake was more outraged, however, that the guard had told him whose manor it was. At that moment, Gender came out and said he was waiting for them. Turning to the boy, he asked if he was Raoul. The man also noticed that the young man had grown up. Our hero answered him nothing as he examined him with the power of his keen eye. Raoul realized that Gender looked strong, but he was not even an expert. He also realized why people didn't take Ashton County seriously. The boy could understand his father's decision to entrust him with foreign affairs, but he wasn't going to accept it. Raoul noticed that the Baron even looked down on him. Then Gender told the young man that they had not seen each other for a long time, but that he was in fact his uncle. Hearing this, our hero was surprised, as his father had never mentioned the man in such a way. In response, the Baron laughed and said that Ashton's family tree is quite complicated, and it would be difficult to explain their connection, so he asked Raoul to simply call him Uncle. The young man thought about not allowing himself to be used by the Baron to his advantage. Afterwards, Raoul turned to Bernard and asked if he could explain the same thing in normal language. Then the subordinate said that Baron Gender was Earl Ashton's third cousin. He also said that the man was Minister of Foreign Affairs. From such insolence on the part of the lad, the Baron became furious. Turning to our hero, he asked if his father had not taught him how to communicate with elders. Raoul assumed that the Baron was on good terms with his father or just mocked Ashton County. Then he, young man, asked Philip who had the right to address him informally, to which the man replied that only his younger brother Viscount Austin had such a right. Raoul then asked him what the rules were for. Philip replied that it was to show respect to the Earl of Ashton and to make the boundaries of the hierarchy clear. When the Earl's children come of age, they inherit the title of Viscount and part of the territory. Now our hero also owned a land of 10,000 people, and the boy asked the man why his great-uncle, whom he had seen for the first time, dared to put himself above him. Gender smiled and asked the boy to forgive his mistake, and said that he had forgotten that Raoul was an adult. He also said that he would now address him with respect. In response, our hero decided that they had more important matters to attend to. He asked the Baron to explain what was going on here. However, the man said that he did not understand what was being talked about. Then Philip joined the conversation and asked why they had not sent an escort for them. After all, they had notified them several times about their visit. Gender replied that he had ordered a wagon to be sent for them, and that there had probably been some mistake. The Baron added that the place was in turmoil today, and it was impossible to keep track of everything. Philip then asked why the man was having his birthday party at the main building in Ashton County. This question did not please Gender, and he said that Philip was out of touch with the capital. The Baron said that in order to show everyone what they were worth, a great feast should be organized. In the context of international relations, it was simply necessary. However, Gender thought it was something an ordinary guardsman couldn't know about. That hurt Philip a little. But he decided to ignore the Baron's remark, as he did not want to disturb his lord. Then Pierce came to them and holding out a sheet of paper to Raoul said he had found it in the courtyard. It was an invitation. And judging by it, our hero said that the feast had nothing to do with Ashton County. After all, he had only seen the Gender family name and crest on the invitation. However, the Baron claimed it was just a piece of paper. He swore it was a formal reception on behalf of the county, and the boy added that the venue was Baron Gender's estate. Then the man reiterated again that the invitation was not to be taken seriously. He also asked to close the subject and said that the boy was acting outside his authority. On top of that, the man reminded that Raoul Ashton was not at home. These words surprised our hero and he asked if everything was all right, and Gender confirmed it. He said that, according to ancient tradition, they always held a celebration in the main building when it was empty. Raoul thought that the Baron's words made sense. Then the young man said that as a trusted person temporarily executing the will of his lordship, he ordered to finish the celebration within an hour. He also asked for details of the funds allocated for the event. When Gender heard this, he was furious. He didn't understand how he could send all the guests home now. Watching his great-uncle Raoul thought that his father had probably envisioned this outcome. So he asked the man if he refused to follow order. Then, without waiting for the Baron's answer, the young man pointed his sword at him and asked if he should worry about family members instead of guests. Raoul also said that he had already shown generosity. Gender agreed but said that our hero would regret it. But the young man thought that the worst thing that could happen to him was that his father would reprimand him. Raoul wondered how the Baron had so much confidence and fearlessness. Looking at the man, the hero thought that no concrete evidence of the fall of Ashton County had been found, and the guy decided that maybe he could find them here and hit the jackpot. Eventually, after a while, something happened that shocked the guys again. Instead of putting them in the main building, the Baron's men gave them an outhouse. A man appeared behind Raoul and said that since the main building was too crowded, Mr. Gender ordered to give them a separate place. To our hero, all this seemed delusional, and so he said that he intends to live only in the mansion of Ashton County. The boy ordered everyone to gallop after him. In a little while, they were already there. Bursting through the doors, Raoul asked the Baron indignantly if he was in his right mind. Looking at Gender, he clenched his fists and thought that he had managed to put the whole family in a 3-story mansion where only the Count and his relatives had the right to stay. The boy asked how the man could explain it. He also asked if the Baron would assure that he used the office and the main building of the Earl of Ashton also, according to tradition. Gender replied that it was only a temporary hardship. He said that the Ashton family came so seldom that it would be a waste to keep the house empty. Then Raoul couldn't stand it any longer and ordered the man to leave the building. The boy added that if they didn't leave the mansion today, he wouldn't look at the fact that they were relatives and would blow everyone's head off their shoulders. The young man said that from now on he was relieving Baron Gender of his duties as Minister of Foreign Affairs. These words were like a current for the man. Raoul also said that if the Baron wanted to object, he would have to bring documents tomorrow confirming that he was doing his job to the fullest extent. After these words, Gender furrowed his brow and gritted his teeth, but he did not answer the guy and silently turned around. As a result, the man left the mansion with his belongings. With this, our hero had sorted out and now he needed to find some information. The young man was afraid that given the conditions in which the estate is located, they have long since been disposed of. But it turned out that it was not. All the documents related to management and finances were in the office where our hero was. Raoul assumed that the Baron was sure he wouldn't find a way to get rid of him. But in a previous life, the guy studied business administration and worked for a trading company, and Bernard was a connoisseur of all things estate. After a while, Philip and Pierce came into the office. They informed Raoul that the Baron and his family had left the building. The boy was surprised that they didn't even make a scandal. In response, Philip said that they quietly gathered the essentials and left. But our hero saw nothing surprising in this and asked the men if they knew what they were thinking. He said that the Gender family thought they would soon come back and live here again. In that case, Philip asked the gentleman if he was sure of his decision, and Raoul said that it was necessary to get rid of the rotten men immediately and not to miss the moment. Moreover, our hero thought that a branch of the first guild would fit perfectly here, and since in his house the young man himself sets the rules, he won't let any fools cross him. Then Pierce assumed the Baron was under someone's protection. The man feared something bad was coming. But Raoul didn't care how many trump cards Gender had up his sleeve. He just asked him to trust in the power of Ashton County. Jake then jumped up and hugged the boys and suggested that they stop talking seriously and look around the estate. He also asked his allies not to worry and to listen to the Lord. Raoul smiled in response and said that the man was right. He added that everyone except Bernard was free to go. Jake continued to hug Philip and was in a good mood, unlike his ally. As soon as everyone had left, the boy turned to Bernard and asked if he knew what they were looking for. The man answered yes and asked the gentleman to trust him. The next day, our hero was in the courtyard of the mansion and waved his hands and wielded his swords. He was not alone. On the other side with the same weapon was Bernard, who was breathing heavily. Turning to the man, Raoul asked if he had noticed the progress. He thought Bernard had learned to wield 2 swords very quickly, but sweating the man said he still had room to grow. It had been a month and a half since Bernard had discovered his psychic abilities through the skill book. Raoul said that given the man's progress, he was a talent. After all, it is quite difficult for wind mages to master weapons to perfection. After that, the young man suggested Bernard switch to martial arts. The easiest and most effective way to raise the skill level at the beginning of the journey is to use several skills at once. The boy asked the man if he was ready and he said yes. However, something interrupted their training. Bernard noticed someone behind his back and said that they had guests. In response to this, our hero smiled, as wind mages are able to pick up information from a great distance. He then suggested that Bernard greet the guests properly. In that case, the man asked his master if he should bring what they had prepared yesterday. With the same easy smile on his face, Raoul told him to carry everything. Raoul said he intended to be rewarded for his hard work. Meanwhile, Bernard was putting on his jacket and realized that the look on the young master's face did not bode well. He knew that if the Baron got in his way, he would not be happy. He knew that if the Baron got in his way, he would be in trouble. Jake looked around incredulously and asked the young man if there was any treasure buried here. He answered his own question by saying that he could not explain why so many people were gathered in this place. Looking around, Raoul Ashton noticed that some of the knights were radiating great energy, and that the outer courtyard was filled with warriors. Looking at the boy from the side, Jake doubted very much that his lord would be able to handle everything alone. He hoped the young man knew what he was doing. In front of them stood Baron Gender. He smiled wryly, thinking that everything was going according to plan, and the boy had taken the bait. The Baron thought that he had to solve all the issues in his absence, and only then he could take over. The Ashton family's blood relatives in the capital had heard about what had happened and couldn't stay away. Gendar said that by kicking him out of the estate and depriving him of the post of foreign minister, the guy had created problems not only for him, but also for others. After all, they too were having banquets on the county's budget. They even received payment for managing the estate through the Baron's pocket. It would be foolish for them to be silent if they were deprived of such a thing. Jandar admitted his mistake when he organized the banquet in his own name and used the Count's office. However, no one was aware of it. The man thought the young man didn't even realize what he had gotten himself into. He also did not understand why his brother made Raoul his representative and did not want to miss the opportunity. Our hero was determined and walked straight to the center. There was talk in the crowd that the guy was very handsome. People said that blood does not deceive, and in his 15th, the young man was already 1 meter 80 tall, and some did not understand how this boy could annoy the Baron. Some even remembered that Raoul had participated in a tournament on the occasion of his coming of age and had won. As he walked up the stairs, our hero stopped and told everyone that he had not expected to see so many guests. He asked if everyone here cared about the rights to the estate, and a furious gender confirmed it. He said they were all here to express outrage at his unreasonable behavior. The Baron asked the guy if it was time to stop the mess and apologize. Raoul realized that the man was speaking for everyone and said that they would sort out who was right and who was wrong. This made Gender even angrier. He said that for decades the blood relatives had been running the estate in succession, and it wasn't for a guy to come in and make a mess. There was outrage in the crowd about it too. They were annoyed that the powers had been given to the kid and the funding had been cut. While the people were rioting, Baron Gendar stood in front of the crowd and smiled lightly, folding his arms. Our hero watched the buffoonery. He realized that he was not given a chance to explain, and that was the Baron's fault. However, that was not the most important thing. The young man thought about the fact that the consequences could be much more serious than he thought. 5 powerful families had gathered here, the first blood relatives of Ashton County. Raoul thought that they must have attended the meeting without a second thought. The second were scouts of the Cranon Empire Pathfinder Guild. Their appearance is natural, as the Empire is behind any conflicts occurring on the territory of the continent. But the third, our hero did not expect to see here. A group of people stood behind everyone. They were the Knights of Delamian, which was one of the 5 most powerful families of the Republic of Brennan. The man standing in the middle was named Graham, and next to him were several other sword experts. But the guy had no idea what the representatives of a much more powerful family were doing here. And of course, it was not without the Knights of Viscount Rendell. Among them stood a guy named Raphael, and he had a threatening look. Raoul did not understand what the 4th young master of the Viscountcy of Rendell, whose appearance in itself is a reason to start a battle, needed at the meeting. The young man assumed that he wanted to avenge the incident in the world, but he would not act openly. And last of all were the Ashton traitors and the perpetrators of this chaos, always ready to take the reins when things went wrong. At the end of the hall stood a man named Titus. He was from the Jaden family and was the Viscount's eldest son. Our hero's father, Earl Melvin Ashton, had 2 brothers, the older brother Jaden and the younger one Austin. Melvin was the most talented, but according to the birthright, the post of Earl should have gone to Jaden. He was an arrogant and cruel man. And anyone who bothered a man, he either studied or sent to the other side of the world. Once Melvin reached the level of expert swordsmanship, he improved his chances for the post. Jaden realized his brother was outmaneuvering him and envied him. He planned an assassination attempt on Melvin, but his plan was discovered before he could follow through, and afterward the man was stripped of all his privileges. Time passed and Melvin became an earl. Jaden still received the title of Viscount and a large tract of land. However, he still could not come to terms with his defeat. He eventually sold the assets to his rival Marquis McNeil, gathered his supporters, and left the kingdom. This story took place 15 years ago when Raoul Ashton was born. So the appearance of Viscount Jaden's son made it clear to our hero which side Baron Gender was on. The incident that led to the breakdown of relations with Viscount Jaden did not affect the others present. The boy assumed that they hoped to get rid of them by getting the estate for themselves. In his past life, the county had split into many factions and then collapsed. Raoul thought they had probably made a wise choice, but now he was here. The boy was determined to make all these people realize that they had made a big mistake. The young man reached his hand out to fill it because he knew the whole picture and could make the first move. Then the man hammered into the iron plate that was in his hands. The loud and sharp sound sent the whole crowd into shock. Raoul then said that he had heard enough complaints and it was his turn to speak. He turned to Bernard and Pierce and asked them to distribute the books. The man immediately went to carry out his master's orders. The people were puzzled by what was happening. They didn't understand what these books were. They were called the Report on the Management of Financial Transactions concerning the Earl of Ashton's estate. There was evidence and investigation materials about Baron Gender suspected of embezzlement and misappropriation of funds. The Baron himself was outraged when he read about it, and people who thought about it also began to look at the man with surprise. And then Baron Gender could not stand it and threw the book and said that it was not true. The crowd thought that it was official data, which was hard not to believe. And the Baron did not understand how the guy arrived only yesterday could collect all the data. Noticing such a reaction, our hero suggested that now the man was ready to talk. Raoul said that according to the documents now on the territory of the estate, 200 people are free training to be knights. And the young man asked where they were now. With a disgruntled face, Gender answered that they took the equipment and ran away. With disbelief, Raoul asked if the man meant to say that all the knights came from other cities. It seemed strange to the boy that the Baron was recruiting people from outside Tarim. After all, the purpose of the free classes was to spread his influence within the capital's territory. Then the Baron shouted again that those who had escaped, and he was deciding who to recruit as apprentices. Raoul responded by saying that they would continue their investigations and check the addresses of each of the apprentices. It was also said that Gendar had given out 100 golden swords to the other barons as gifts. However, according to the report, 10 of them turned out to be fakes. The young man also said that the Baron had recruited 100 C-rank warriors and asked where they were. After all, he had only seen F-rank knights. Moreover, Raoul added that in the main building of the estate, banquets are constantly held in honor of the birthday of the Baron's son or his wife. The boy didn't understand what that had to do with the estate. The whole list amazed our hero. It took them all night to get this information. When the guys found out that some of the documents were forged, they had to sneak into Gender's house. There, thanks to Raoul's ability to analyze information and Pierce's research skills, they found a genuine account book. After that, Bernard got busy organizing the account book. Finally, our hero used the copying skill and made dozens of similar ones, all to open the eyes of the audience to Baron Gender's machinations. Then the young man turned to the people and said that he had given them proof that more than half of the funds had been embezzled by the Baron, and he asked if the people had any objections to the dismissal of the minister. At that moment, there was clapping in the hall. It was an indignant Baron Gender. Continuing the clapping, he asked the guy if he had been preparing everything for a long time. The man couldn't even guess that his nephew was such a horrible person. With a thoughtful face, Raoul Ashton tried to guess what the Baron was getting at. He took the book of reports in his hands and asked the people at the meeting if they thought it was suspicious. Gender said he had never seen such a carefully prepared report in his life. He said that a formal investigation usually takes 2 or at most 3 pages, and the boy had managed to put together as many as 30. The Baron was outraged and could not believe that the boy had gathered so much information in one night. He thought that Raoul had planned everything in advance before he arrived, and now he was trying to put a stick in everyone's wheels. After Gender's words, the hall erupted in shouts of support for him. People shouted that this smelled of a political conspiracy. They also thought that the young man was trying to save budgetary resources, and they wondered if the Count would stop supporting other families. At that moment, Baron Gender declared that this was not going to happen and turned to Jackson. The man then approached our hero with a list of their demands. He said that if Raoul signed it and left the capital, they would forgive his offensive behavior. In that case, the guy asked Jake to read out the list. First on the list was to transfer ownership of the estate to Baron Gender and his family. The second was that the right to farm the estate, including the management of the estate, would be determined by members of the Ashton family living in the capital. The third is to lift the ban on swordsmanship for sideline family members. When Jake heard this, he was furious. He thought Baron Gender was being insolent. This accusation hurt the Baron, and he asked Jake how dare he treat them like that. From this, he understood how the main family did business. Then Jake squeezed out a list of demands and said that they would never get the estate. He also said he'd never heard such dog nonsense in his life. Then the Baron's patience ran out. The man reached into his inner jacket pocket. Gendar took out a knife and pointing it at the boy said that he had crossed the line. Noticing this, our hero's men and all the families who had come to the meeting drew their weapons. At that moment, Raoul turned to Jake and said that it was time to call it a day. And the Baron thought about the fact that he pointed his gun at the young man, but he didn't even raise an eyebrow. Gender also wanted to intimidate the boy, but he was surrounded by 3 of the best of the Order of the Golden Bear. He felt he didn't stand a chance against them. Then the Baron told Raoul that his knight had insulted them. He added that if the boy didn't apologize to them right away and execute him, they would consider it an insult as well. Gender said that to avoid bloodshed, they should do it immediately. Our hero only smiled and said that Jake had stated all the facts. He then threw away the sheets of the man's demands and said enough of the pretense. The guy knew he shouldn't hope for a peaceful settlement, but he thought Gender would be confused at the very least. After that, he drew his sword as well. And thrusting it into the floor, Raoul Ashton said that the man was much meaner than he thought. Our hero turned to the Baron and said that he knew that he would never sign his terrible demand. As he continued to look at Gender, he asked what he really wanted. Looking at the boy, the man realized that the youngest was the weakest and most untalented of the sons. But now he didn't know what was going on. However, he was sure that he would not give in to the young man at any cost. Then Gender said that Raoul and his men would not be able to fool him. He said that they would not leave this place until they had signed the agreement. As soon as those words came out of the Baron's mouth, all the gates in the building were closed, and the guns from all the families at the meeting were pointed in the direction of our hero. Gender turned to the boy and asked him to think carefully. Raoul's eyes shone bright blue at that moment. He laughed in response and said that the man had dug his own grave. The young man asked the Baron if he realized that his actions could be seen as a declaration of battle to the county. After this, outrage was heard in the hall. Families shouted to Gender that this had not been agreed upon. No one wanted to go against the county. However, the man called everyone fools and said it was too late to back down since they were all in the same boat now. And he asked the crowd if they really thought they had a chance of being forgiven by the county. At this point, our hero turned to everyone and asked if they were done talking. He also asked the Baron what he would do next, for he would not sign the papers. Then with a shout in his head, Gender asked the guy in reply if he did not understand the essence of what was happening. He said that hundreds of knights and guards were waiting for his signal. Besides, the Baron realized that he had an ace up his sleeve, which even the Order of the Golden Bear could not handle. And Raoul thought that he was right, that the others were just watching, afraid to do anything. In that case, no one could stop him. Pointing his sword at the man, our hero asked the Baron why he was sure he cared. At these words, Gendar was horrified. He did not understand if the guy is not afraid of the knights armed to the teeth. The man had saved his secret weapon for the most extreme case, and using it he would definitely unleash a battle, but he had no other choice. The Baron could not even assume that the rumors that his youngest son was not a weakling were lying. So he took out of his inner pocket a statuette of a gilded bear's head and said that Raoul had insulted him by providing false documents and humiliated him in the presence of all these people. The Baron cried out for justice and said that he demanded the blood mark. After that, the head of a golden bear flew in his direction. This surprised our hero. After all, such a challenge to a duel could only be made once in a lifetime. This is the only way to fight a representative of the highest nobility. The boy was surprised that Gendar was willing to go for it all the more against his own nephew. So the young man asked the man why he would accept his challenge. Then the Baron said it was a last act of mercy. He thought it was better that way than to take away the young man's seal by force. Raoul asked if Gendar thought it would be more honorable to take it in a fair fight. And through gritted teeth, the man said that it was up to our hero to decide either way. But if he refused, he would have to use force. In response to this, the boy snorted. Raoul thought that the Baron can cover his arrogance as much as he wants, but he already knows the answer to his proposal. The boy then asked what the man's terms were. He immediately assumed that the Baron himself would not act as a duelist. Then Gendar said that the three would be 3 participants representing the interests of each family. The battle would be one-on-one, and the one whose duelist would last the longest would win. The man added that only direct relatives are allowed to participate, and that really angered Philip. The Ashton family's side is only Sir Raoul. It was very unfair. The Baron said there were many members of the Ashton family present, and if anyone supports Raoul in this dispute, they can take his side. Gendar said he was not responsible. That made Philip even more furious. But Raoul asked him to be quiet and asked about the terms of the Baron's wager. He said that if he loses, he will sign the papers, but what Gendar put on the line was unclear. But the Baron didn't think it mattered, and Raoul believed that the stakes should be equal. So our hero said that if he won, he would confiscate the houses of everyone whose signature was on the accounting document. That made all the people open their mouth. And the young man said that if everyone didn't agree, there would be no duel. He asked the man what his choice was. Gendar didn't understand what the boy was doing. At this rate, he could turn everyone against the Ashton family. But that was to the Baron's advantage. He wanted to force Raoul to do what he wanted. He didn't care if people lost their mansions. Then the man said he agreed to the terms and asked if the young man would accept the challenge. Then Philip turned to his master and said that it was an unfavorable deal. Even though his subordinate was right, Raoul had already accepted the challenge and even received a new assignment. There was no turning back. Our hero turned to Philippe and asked if he thought he wouldn't win. But the man said that he was just afraid that unforeseen circumstances might arise. In that case, with the help of notifications, the young man asked Philip not to worry. He also said that if the duel didn't go according to plan, he could intervene. Raoul believed that the duel is organized for the sake of spectacle those do not recognize defeat, refusing to fulfill the terms of the bet. Then our hero said that he accepts the challenge and they need a second who will make sure that the man keeps his word when he defeats him. In response to this, the Baron smiled and asked the young man not to worry as the second would be a special guest. Then he turned to a gentleman from the crowd and asked if he could take the place of a second. And the stranger said that he would be honored. There was talk among the people. No one understood who this man was. Then Gendar announced that this man was known for his excellent sword skills and was an outstanding personality. He was also a rising star of the Reuben Kingdom. This was Viscount Rendel's 4th son named Raphael Rendel. After that, the people on our hero's side went into a rage. After all, the Rendel family were their enemies. In response, Raphael asked for the outrage to stop and said that he had no intention of coming, but it would be rude of him to decline the invitation. The man said he was here to welcome Raoul, and he didn't even expect such an event to happen. And our hero turned to Raphael Rendel and said he hoped he would judge the fight impartially. Continuing to smile wryly, the man said that it would certainly be so. After a while, the duelists were invited to the center. Looking around, the boy realized that his hunch was correct. No one had dared to support the Ashton family, but that was better for Raoul. He didn't have to deal with the scum. Then it was time for the fight, and our hero's first opponent was the 3rd son of the family, Gendar Aron. He thought that the boy spoiled his holiday and was the weak link of the Ashton family. It seemed to him that Raoul was too arrogant after he became the winner of the tournament, and now Aron wanted to knock him down a peg. As soon as the referee announced the start of the match, the man jumped up from his seat and swung at our hero. Raoul didn't even move. His eyes shone bright blue, and there was a sound as if someone had been shot. Raphael Randall waved his hand and immediately called an end to the fight. The seconds announced that our hero had won. He pointed his sword towards Aron, who was lying foaming at the mouth on the floor. Watching this picture, all the spectators were shocked by what had happened. They were amazed that everything happened so fast. No one even noticed how the young man had hit the man. That made Gendar furious. He thought the fool had missed his chance to restore his family's honor. Raphael then turned to Raoul and asked if he was ready for the next fight. At the same moment, a volunteer from the crowd came out next to the man and said it was his turn. It was Baron Caspi, who was one of the best swordsmen in the capital. Raoul thought that this fight promised to be exciting. The man immediately attacked the guy, but he was able to block his opponent's blow. In response to this action, Caspi smiled and said that Raoul had a good technique. He also added that the young man had confident movements and quick reflexes. Now the man understood why Aron had been knocked out on the first punch. While he talked about it, they continued to fight. Caspi then approached our hero and swung his sword at him. His eyes glowed a bright blue. He thought the boy had simply incredible sword skills. And all this despite the fact that Raul was 20 years younger than him. But the man also had something to surprise the boy. At the same moment, he brought the weapon behind his back and used a bear kick. The attack was so powerful that the shockwave reached the audience. But what was Caspi's surprise when he saw that Raul blocked this attack? Looking at his opponent, our hero thought that it was a pathetic parody of his family's technique. He didn't even realize what the man was thinking using it on him. Raul realized that in this he was not equal, because he was constantly improving this technique, and the advantage was on his side. Now the guy could block a sword filled with mana in no time. Meanwhile, Caspi was puzzled that our hero was familiar with this sword technique. Then, swinging his sword at Raul again, the man asked the young man how he would like his next trick. Caspi attacked the lad, but this time our hero managed to block the blow. Watching him, Raul assumed that he had learned techniques in the capital, and now tried to use them in the fight. Then the crowd shouted words of encouragement to Caspi. They thought the boy lacked combat experience and would not last long, and it all seemed ridiculous to Raul. After all, such words were said by losers with an inferiority complex who had abandoned their hometowns for a life in the capital. The young man thought he was just jealous. In his family, of course, there were strong personalities with many virtues that went to Tarim for a big dream. But these honorable aristocrats had chosen a different path. Unlike the fools in the hall, they had refused the count's support and built their own families. At that moment, Raul reached for his sword. As soon as he drew it, a shockwave rippled through the hall. Caspi gasped as he felt it. Then our hero turned to him and said that what was happening was very unfortunate. He thought that if the man had gone deeper into the study of the Ashton family techniques, instead of spreading himself to others, he would have achieved much more. Those words made Caspi angry. He asked the boy who he thought he was to be there to socialize with him. So without wasting time, he swung his sword at our hero again. At the same time, he asked the young man if he was too arrogant to think that he could defeat a man with 15 years of experience in the skill of striking a bear. Caspi used the Stormwolf technique. A strong wind picked up and the silhouette of an animal loomed over Raul. The audience cheered. They were shouting that the service in the army was not in vain for Caspi, and now he would definitely win. However, our hero was very determined. He sharply grabbed his sword and reflected the man's blow. Approaching his opponent, the guy said that he had never realized that it is not what skills you are trained in, but how skillfully you master them that matters. Looking at the sword, Caspi shouted that Raul was a fool and he couldn't beat him with a basic sword form. The man had a hard time blocking the young man's blow. He didn't realize what was happening, as Raul changed the trajectory of his blade in a split second. Watching the boy in horror, Caspi assumed that it was the 5th form of the bear strike technique, the piercing onslaught. But later he realized that he was wrong, because it was the 8th form called horizontal cut. And after that, Raul gave him a punch called fire whirlwind, which was the 3rd form of technique. Following that was the 6th technique. As Caspi continued to block his blows, he was confused. It was because our hero was changing from one form to another very quickly, and the man couldn't keep up with him. After that, blood splashed from somewhere. From the look on Caspi's face, he was wounded. He was still shocked and didn't understand how such a fusion of forms of one technique was possible. Sword techniques consist of several forms. They are an amalgamation of basic styles, such as horizontal/vertical slash and penetrating strike. So when using sword techniques, they are often interchanged to create different combinations. But Caspi thought that Raul's movements were too unpredictable, and in a short period of time, the guy does not lose quality-changing forms with lightning speed. Scratches appeared on the man's body, and he could not even imagine that Ashton family had such a gifted offspring growing up. Then Caspi dropped his sword with a scream, and our hero had his sword at his throat, and Raul asked him what a simple combination of shapes could accomplish. He also asked the man if he realized that this technique had great power. Looking at our hero with horror, Caspi sweated and called the young man a monster. And then he fell to the floor. Watching his opponent, Raul kept pointing his weapon at him and thinking that all he needed was a keen vision, quick reflexes, and the ability to assess the situation. The guy was sure that sword skills didn't matter. After that, the second announced that our hero had won and Baron Caspi was defeated. Jendar was horrified, and people began to talk that they had heard that the Earl's youngest son was slacking off in martial arts. Later, Jendar calmed down and decided there was nothing to worry about. After all, his opponent was a boy who had recently picked up a sword. And he wondered if the others would guess who the next duelist would be. The man thought that if it was the one he was thinking of, Raul didn't stand a chance. Then Raphael Randell said it was time to welcome the last duelist. The man himself wanted to see the tangling men of Ashton County swallow dust as soon as possible. Raphael would have heartily enjoyed the young man's loss. However, to be honest, he didn't care about the outcome of the duel. At that moment, a willing fighter emerged from the crowd. Looking at him, Raphael assumed it was Dave. This man was not particularly memorable to him. The man was a little older than him and was the son of Baron Jendar. Dave was also not a timid man. Smiling broadly, Raphael, before the start of the fight, wished our hero a painful defeat. After that, he announced the beginning of the third fight. At that, the man shouted to Dave to trample Raul. Looking at his man, the young man could not even suppose that they would put forward such a serious opponent. Dave then turned to Raul himself and asked him to listen, as he would not repeat himself twice. He told the boy to surrender nicely. Otherwise, the man pointed his sword at him and said that he would split him into different pieces. He also said that if the boy was going to be drawn by his worthless technique, it was better to forget about it. At that moment, our hero's blade began to glow with pure mana. This was noticed by all the spectators, and they were very surprised. However, some still thought that Raoul was no match for Dave. Continuing to emit light from himself, Raoul told the man to stop talking and finally attack. Dave immediately decided to act and pointed his sword at the young man. And jumping up from his seat, the man asked the boy after his attack not to cry. With these words, he swept his weapon in front of him. However, Raoul Ashton very cleverly blocked the opponent's blow and ran towards Dave, attacked him back. The man was able to block this attack and asked the young man if that was all he was capable of. He asked Raoul to keep attacking and asked again what happened to his great attacks. As he watched the man approach him, the hero noticed that his sword had a mana-boosting effect on it. Continuing to fend off the attacks, the guy was very curious how long this effect would last. He didn't have to wait long for an answer. After a while, Raoul saw that the mana was gradually dissipating. Dave didn't calm down and attacked the guy. Once again swinging at him, the man asked how long the young man would block his blows. And before he could answer, a new attack flew into our hero. Holding him back, Raoul panted a little. This blow slightly damaged the sword, but did not break it. And this surprised the young man because when the blade of a swordsman with an average level of mana collides with the blade of an expert, the sword of the former is destroyed. So he assumed that Dave had a fake mana blade, and then the guy decided that it was time for them to call it a day. After that, our hero quickly rushed towards his opponent, taking him by surprise. Then Raoul told the man that he lost, and with a smile on his face called him a cheater and also an imperial dog. These words really hurt Dave, and he asked indignantly how dare the guy say such a thing. The man swung his weapon at Raoul again. The young man wanted to block his opponent's blow, but suddenly his sword broke. From this, a bright light spread through the hall, which at the same time blinded Dave. It was at this moment that our hero decided to act and directed his fist in his direction. The blow went straight to the man's face, and he lost his balance. But that wasn't the end of Raoul. Directing his other fist at Dave, the guy wished him pleasant dreams. After that, the man had already flown into the nearest wall of the hall. Discharging his gloves, our hero turned to the second as he did not announce anything. Then Raphael Rendell, with a displeased face, said that the winner of the duel was Raoul. There was silence in the hall and the guy headed towards his subordinates. Showing Philip and Pierce his broken sword, the boy said that he liked it very much. The men bowed to their master and said he had done a good job. Raoul, however, said that it was a simple matter. He then turned to Philip and said that when it was over, the man needed to hold off his last rival. The boy said he thought he saw an imperial stigmata on the man's body. In fact, Dave's behavior seemed strange to Philip as well. At that moment, Pierce brought the young man a new sword. Taking the sword out of its sheath, our hero with shining eyes asked the Baron what they would do next. Meanwhile, Gendar himself was in shock. He realized that Dave had broken the rules of the duel, but that didn't change the fact that the man was an expert swordsman. The Baron felt that Raoul should have been unconscious right now. So Gendar suddenly pointed his finger at our hero and said that he was a rogue. He shouted that the guy had probably pulled some kind of trick, and the results of the duel were annulled. But looking around, the man didn't see any reaction from the crowd. He realized he was doomed. That's when Gendar remembered the documents. His last chance was to enlist the support of the Jaden family or Rendell. The Baron shouted sharply to his men and asked why they were frozen. The man ordered them to take the boys' papers immediately. Gendar said they had no other way and had to go on the attack. After that, the men started to draw their swords. Watching these, Raoul smiled. After all, this was all very predictable to him. Then he turned to his subordinates and asked if they were ready to have fun, and they of course said yes. But suddenly a shout came from the crowd, a man asking them not to come any closer. This surprised Raoul very much. A wall of men lined up in front of them, addressing Gendar and saying that they would have to deal with them. They were servants of the Ashton estate who had decided to support them. The fighting began. The men shouted that they should hold their defenses and that no one would touch Mr. Raoul. At this point, the young man decided he had to figure out what was going on, and suddenly he realized that he had stumbled upon an unexpected treasure, and Gendar resented Ashton's men for stabbing him in the back. In response, the men said that the Baron himself had taken all the money that was rightfully theirs. One of the men said they hated the county because they didn't know the true traitor, and if our hero hadn't intervened, they would have been enslaved forever. These men were personally recommended by Earl Ashton for admission to the Royal Academy. They had performed well in the coming-of-age tournament and received a grant. And since the dormitory closes during the vacations, they had to move here. The living expenses were supposed to be covered by the estate funds, but the Baron embezzled them for himself. He even made the students do chores to save on the servants' wages. It made Jake furious. He wondered how much money Gendar had pocketed for himself. Removing the status window, Raoul said he doubted that the man had always been like this. Still, he thought the Count had given the wrong man the power. Jake then turned to the boy and asked what he would order them to do. The man thought that if the people of the Ashton family went on like this, they would be seriously hurt. And then our hero asked his subordinate not to worry because soon someone would come to them. Jake was very surprised by this. As soon as the young man said that, someone came into the hall where the meeting was being held. The stranger immediately attracted the attention of all the people in the room. A man's voice came from the end of the hall, complaining about how he could only be blocked. Everyone else began to scatter in terror at the sight of the stranger. Baron Gender did not understand what was happening and watched with round eyes. And people continued to run screaming that they're all dead and someone scary has been sent to them. After that, one of the people from the Baron's side shouted very loudly. In front of them stood a pumped-up man who was asking who dared to swing a sword within the walls of Earl Ashton's estate. It was Mr. Dillon. One of his hands was the size of a normal person. No one understood why the Earl's heir was here. And besides the pumped-up man, a whole army entered the hall, and they all looked intimidating. Some kid from the Baron's side was trying to stand up to Dillon, but one glance from the man made him stutter and he flew out the window. Gritting his teeth, Dillon thus removed the obstacle in the form of a boy from his path. There was talk in the hall that the man had unprecedented strength and was the strongest warrior of the kingdom of Reuben. Dillon himself was looking around and searching for someone. Finally, his gaze stopped on our hero. Seeing Raoul, the man said that he found him and thrust his sword into the floor. After that, Dillon ran up to him and lifted him up happily. He asked the young man how his brother was doing and if he had been abused. As the boy did not answer anything, the man asked if he had taken water in his mouth. Raoul said that he was already dizzy from the shaking and asked him to let go. Dillon smiled and did so. Then he said that our hero had grown in the last 2 months, but his biceps were still growing. He thought a man should have big muscles. Raoul rolled his eyes a little and asked if he had been walking all the way like that. Dillon answered yes and said that the extra clothes made it hard to move. Moreover, he wanted everyone in the capital to appreciate his muscle. When Raoul heard that, he tapped his forehead and thought about the fact that the Count's successor was walking around the capital shirtless. It made him very ashamed. Then Dillon put his huge palm on the young man's head and said that one way or another he should take care of his health. And looking at the crowd behind them, the man added that if Raoul had muscles like his, all these people would not even think of pointing a sword at him. After that, Dillon himself pointed his weapon at his brother's offenders and asked if they were ready to answer for their actions. Observing the situation, our hero realized that soon they would resolve the situation. However, he did not understand just why his brother had brought the vice captain and all the high-ranking knights with him. He thought that 25 sword experts would easily defeat the Baron. Meanwhile, Gender stood there with round eyes thinking that he had only wanted to teach Raoul a lesson, and now it was all over for him. Then the man noticed that Raphael Rendell was hiding behind a wall and trying to save his own skin. The Knights of the Republic of Brennan that were the Baron's secret weapon turned away. Gender was angered by his aides. At that moment, Dillon just decided to look around and see who was in the hall, and suddenly his gaze was drawn to Raphael Rendell, who so technically wanted to escape from here. When he saw Dillon, Raphael froze in place. But the man came up to him and grabbed him by the ear and said that he hadn't even changed. Then Dillon asked him what number Raphael was. He stammered and said he was the 4th. Dillon smiled and remembered it himself. Then he asked again and wondered if the man was still bullying the 3rd and 6th. And indignantly, Raphael said no and added that it was 100 years ago. This reaction did not please Dillon at all. Wiping the smile off his face, he asked if the man had raised his voice at him. Then Raphael quieted down a little and answered no. Then Dillon patted him on the shoulder and said that from now on his family's problems did not concern the red-haired man. He asked him to stay away from Raphael. Dillon asked the man how he felt about the offer. Raphael smiled broadly and said that he would not interfere with them, and added that he had business to attend to at home. Looking at the man, Dillon asked him to tell his first brother that he was ready to fight at any time. He also asked all those not involved in the Ashton family to leave. No one argued with these words, and people began to disperse. And then looking sideways at Gender, Dillon asked those who were waving weapons to stay. He said that he had something to say to such people. And again, reaching for his sword, the man looked at the Baron and asked where the document they were so eager to sign was. A great shadow fell over Gender, and he didn't even know what to say to the huge man. That same evening, Raoul and Dillon were already sitting quietly on the couch. The young man thanked his brother for coming and asked if he thought he had overreacted. But the man himself didn't think so. Then the boy asked Dillon, who was left to protect his wife and son, if he had mobilized so many people. In response, Dillon laughed and said that he could not have done otherwise. Raoul remembered that he had contacted his brother late at night and assumed that it must have been difficult to organize everything in a hurry and come to the capital. Sipping tea, the man said that the boy knew why he had done so. He also thought that his father had entrusted him with the seal for a reason, and Dillon said that he simplified the process a little. Then our hero thought that the man was right, and without his help, it would be much more difficult to resolve this conflict, and he used the portal and got to the place faster. The young man thought that the teleportation of the whole squad to Dillon probably cost 3,000 gold pieces. Then he asked his brother how he would deal with the traitors. There were about 30 of them in total. The man raised his fist menacingly and said that they would not get off so easily and would pay for their sins. But Raoul said that among them were his father's brothers. The boy was worried how his father would take the news. Then Dillon said he didn't say anything against it, so there was a chance to get rid of the rats. That's because they got away with a lot of things, and our hero thought Dillon was behind it. Because according to connections, the man is politically active and calculating. He has both brawn and brains, so he's a very strong opponent. At that moment, Dillon noticed that the young man turned pale and asked if he was afraid that he would kill everyone. Also, the man stroking the boy's head said he did a good job, but Raoul said he hadn't done anything. It was just that those people were getting a lot of attitude and he decided to intervene. After these words, Dillon hugged his brother. He was proud of the boy for filing the report and beating 2 opponents in a duel. Such tenderness embarrassed Raul, and he said to save it for Livia. However, Dylan stated that the guy's sister-in-law forbade touching the girl despite him being her daddy. Continuing to give in to the man's shaking, Raul thought that his brother's hands would not touch the girl anytime soon. He then turned to Dylan and showed him the blood sign report. He asked the man what he should do about it. There, Dylan saw that all 27 mansions now belonged to the boy, and he advised him to do with them as he wished. When our hero heard that, he was surprised. He realized that all the property will be at least 100,000 gold pieces, and he thought that since it was a family matter, they would deal with it together. Dylan said that it was Raul's reward for the victory in a fair fight, and the mansions rightfully belonged to him. He also asked the young man not to worry about him or his family. The man said that the boy was a son of the Ashton family and therefore should be 100 times more confident. He thought Raul deserved it, so he handed him the papers back. Taking the report, our hero smiled widely and thanked his brother. He said he would try to follow his words and asked if he could do him a favor. The boy handed the papers to the man again and asked if he could take care of it and leave him only Baron Gender's house. When Dylan heard that, he was surprised. Raul realized that the value of the papers depended on who was in charge of them. Besides, it seemed to him that it would be incredibly difficult to sell the mansions, so the man said that our hero could rely on him, and as a reward he said he'd teach the boy a few things. Dylan said he'd be waiting for him on the field in the morning. And as a reward, the man said the boy would learn the secret of the perfect body, and he started showing off his muscles. Dylan then asked Raul if he was already enthusiastic. Looking at his brother, our hero smiled and said that certainly he was. The man did not expect any other answer. He said that his father and Lawrence were also eager to know him, but that he would reveal the secret only to the boy. And Raul was very interested to know the secret of building muscle mass. In the end, our hero was waiting for a hell of a month of training with his brother. The young man even swore that he would never study with him. Finally, the day of admission to the academy arrived. Bernard and the others saw their master off and wished him a good journey. The man also wished him to do well in the entrance exam. In response, Raul said he would try not to work too hard. He did not see the need to give his best in a child's test. Dylan was already in the carriage, and he asked his brother if he was sure it was a good idea. But the young man did not understand the question and asked if the man thought he would have to change his mind. Then Dylan smiled and told him to come back as soon as he passed the exam. At this point, Raul thought that his brother would tell him to do his best, but that was not the case. The boy wanted to pass the tests and graduate from the academy as soon as possible. After all, studying was just an excuse to get out of the house. The boy's true goal was something else. He realized that if he would fit into the team, he would waste energy. With these thoughts, our hero set off. After a while, they were already near the academy. Looking around, Raul did not expect that on the day of admission, it would be so crowded. Dylan said that there were more people than usual this year because some of them had postponed their enrollment. The young man wondered what the reason for that was. After all, he couldn't find anything about it on the link. Moreover, there was a waiting list of aristocrats who were supposed to enroll this year. It seemed to Raul that there was something fishy going on here. However, the guy didn't expect much from life at the academy, and it hardly mattered. After that, our hero heard how they began to congratulate different men on their successful enrollment in the academy. Among these names, the boy heard his own and, turning to Philip, asked what it meant. After all, the man said that this year there would be no applicants from military families, but now there were many of their representatives here. Felipe replied that there had been no news when they left Mira. Then Raul thought about the fact that he had been training with his brother for a month, and Bernard had been dealing with the estate management. He turned to Dylan and asked him to explain what was going on. It was obvious that the man was aware of the situation, but he smiled at Raul and said that he would soon find out for himself. He also asked the boy not to study hard for the exams. Hearing this, our hero's face creased a little as he felt that there might be problems. However, he did not emphasize it for the time being. Continuing to move around the hall, Raul turned to Pierce and asked him to collect all the information, including information on the training ground. The man immediately agreed to fulfill the order, and the young man watched the situation. He couldn't even imagine that this year so many strong guys would enter the academy. There were even members of the highest aristocratic circles. Raul said he didn't want to compete with his peers. Philip listened to this and was surprised, but the young man asked the man not to pay attention to his thoughts. Also, our hero thought to himself that it is not worth worrying about it, and it is better to focus on the fulfillment of the plan. After that, the beginning of the initiation ceremony was announced. The host sincerely welcomed everyone to the walls of the Academy of the Kingdom of Reuben. Then he decided to introduce the guys to their professors. From this news, the students' faces stretched and their mouths dropped open. But Raul thought that he had studied the staff lists and there was nothing remarkable there. However, he was very wrong. The presenter said that it had been very difficult for them to hire this man. When Raul saw him, he opened his mouth in surprise. And the man added that this person would be the interim vice-rector of the Academy, as well as the head of the Department of Magic and Control. It was Alfredo Gray. Looking at him, Raul knew that this was one of the 3 sages of the continent and the supreme mage of the 8th circle. However, what the man had forgotten here, the guy did not understand. Alfredo Gray introduced himself and greeted everyone. He said that he was honored to be invited to such a prestigious place. While the man was talking about this, our hero continued to think. He knew that the man possessed unrivaled magic of illusion and vision. On top of that, Alfredo practiced alchemy. Gray liked to wander the world, which is why he was called the nomadic sage. Even the Magic Tower had to request their master's whereabouts from the Information Guild. And for Raoul Ashton, it seemed very strange that this man had taken the position of the Academy's provost. The man should have shown up during the process of forming alliances, not now. Gray continued to speak and said that the curriculum would now include vision magic, which they would demonstrate in the entrance exam. After that, the word was passed to Spence Templeton, the Academy's rector. He said that due to the changes in the curriculum, the entrance exam materials had also been revised. Raoul thought that the level of preparation required should remain the same, or else he would have to sweat. Then Spence Templeton said that the applicant with the highest score would receive an award. Hearing this, the young man was surprised because he had never heard of an award. Then still, the system gave a task that was in principle feasible for Raoul. The fencing faculty is divided into 5 groups, S, A, B, C, and D rank. 60 students out of 600 can get into the S group, so it seemed easy to the guy. However, he wondered if he should have done better. After all, our hero didn't even realize what the best student would get. That's why he didn't see the point of it. Then Jake turned to his master and, holding a piece of paper in his hands, suggested that there was nothing remarkable about the special award. After reading the benefits for the winners, Raoul stated that he should take first place. After all, if he won, the student would be given a personal training room and an entire library. Listening to lectures only served to improve his skill level, and our hero left his home and came here to meet an important person. He would even, instead of listening to lectures, he would have spent his time better hunting for monsters. But having the equipment to train vision magic changed everything. Even though the summoned monsters were not real, the guy could still get experience points. The library was full of hidden items and skill books with the necessary information. Thinking about it, Raoul thought that it would take him 3 years to use all the features of the academy, but now he could save a lot of time. That is, if he passed the exam better than anyone else. After that, they announced that the test would begin soon. All the freshmen were asked to go to the square. At that moment, our hero thought to himself that he could do it. Suddenly, someone called out to him. Raoul turned around and saw a red-haired boy behind him, who asked if he was really from the Ashton family. Looking at the stranger, he realized it was someone from the Rendell family. Even so, he decided to ask the man who he was. As the stranger called Raoul a boy, he said that he was not old enough to be addressed that way. This really angered the man from the Rendell family, and he said that the boy was arrogant. But our hero didn't argue. He just turned around and said he didn't even want to find out who the man was because he didn't have time. Of course, the stranger didn't want to say goodbye to the young man like that and decided to stop him. But that was quickly cut short by Jake. He said that it didn't matter what family the stranger belonged to because there was a limit to everything. The red-haired man was very angry at this and asked who the men were who had blocked his path. Jake asked him not to make a scene. The stranger's subordinate leaned toward him and reminded him that there were a lot of people around. In that case, the man shouted that the Ashton brat was always pissing him off. Then the man of the Rendell family threateningly told the lad to wait a little while and declared that he would show him his place. But Raoul Ashton didn't care about those words either. He silently turned and walked forward, just as he had done the first time. People had already gathered in the square. Among the students who had come to support their families, the young man saw even famous personalities. Among them was Duke Marcus Templeton. He was the best knight in the kingdom. Also, there was Macus Clifford, who was a mid-level axe master from the family of Marquis McNeil. And of course, one could not do without Viscount Rendell, who was gaining popularity. As he looked around, Raoul thought about the fact that many of these families were already training here and had a lot of influence. Jake was delighted with everything that was going on. With a contented face, he spoke of this place as if it were a festival. There were so many beautiful ladies around. And he also thought that the young master was going to beat them all. The man said that everyone would be speechless when the boy took first place. That's when Jake noticed something strange in the crowd. There was a guy standing there with a sign with words of encouragement written on it for Raoul. It was very surprising. The man couldn't believe that all these people were standing in the back of the crowd. Then, wishing Raoul good luck, he said he would take care of it. After that, our hero looked at the rules and freshman lists. Reading them, the young man didn't understand what all these people were doing here. After all, in their previous lives, they were famous all over the continent, especially Dalton Templeton and James McNeil. Raoul said that these men would reach a level of mastery in 10 years and it would not be easy to defeat them. Meanwhile, one of the men announced that the first test was about to begin and everyone needed to go to a small auditorium. Raoul realized that his opponents were just children and the first place should belong to him. It was time for the entrance exam, and the first test was a written test. The young man did not prepare for the written test, as the communication and community system had all the necessary information. After the written test, it was time for the physical strength test. One of the presenters invited the students to the training room and divided them into groups. He also asked the students to follow the instructions of the observers. As soon as everyone entered the gym, Raoul felt something. He felt a field restricting the flow of mana. The others also felt something wrong, but didn't understand what was going on. Then the examiner said that the guys could not even try to use mana because the test is held without its participation. He also said that if anyone hears his name, they should go to him. Looking ahead, Raoul noticed a pair silomer. He remembered that there was a force meter listed in the database, but there was no mention of a pair. Eventually, that's how the examiner started inviting students over. They would all come up and hit the force meter with all their might. Thus, the scoreboard showed certain results and the man called the next person. Watching this, our hero realized that their 2 attempts people from the academy recorded the highest result. He calculated that the average impact strength reaches 1,000 or 1,500 units. And in principle, it didn't seem like much to him. The stamina of the man who was now next had 43 units and strength 50. He was in the top 5 of Raoul Ashton's group, and the young man decided to watch how this man would cope. As soon as the blow happened, our hero was very surprised. The scoreboard showed the numbers 2,250. Raoul was very surprised, and among the crowd there were shouts that this was expected from McNeil. With a serious expression on his face, the boy realized that this man was the first to cross the 2,000 unit mark, and the boy thought that if McNeil could break that mark, he should do no less. Meanwhile, in some room there were many people around a table, and they were all staring at the screen. There was a broadcast of the second test. Watching it, the professors thought McNeil had really done well. They said that for a kingdom that is famous for the best knights, their students in general set a high bar. Besides, it had been a long time since they'd had such gifted applicants in 1 year. And once the boys heard about Mr. Gray, they all started applying. And Gray himself said that the physical strength of boys under 20 years of age reaches more than 1,000 units. In response, one of the men said that their academy emphasized magic, and another said that he was still curious as to what made Alfredo Gray join them. After all, the magic tower had made it clear to them that no one was to be expected. Then the wise man replied that he just wanted to evaluate the effect of the new magic circle. Gray laughed after that, because it sounded like he wanted to use the students as test subjects, to which one of the men said it was a great honor for them to participate in his projects. Another professor supported these words because Gray had allocated funds to create a training facility. All these words brought a smile to Alfredo's face. He said he was happy to be here and see these young talents. The man had heard that many of them came from military families. The other professor confirmed this and added that many had come to cheer for them. He continued to look at the screen and said that there was one of those students. It was the stranger our hero and the 13th son of the Rendell family had encountered earlier. His name was Caleb, and it was said by a man who sat among the professors, and his name was Viscount McKenny Rendell. He said that when his lordship saw the boy's extraordinary ability, he volunteered to train him. Caleb then asked for permission to join the academy. All the wise men waited for the boy's performance, and just at that moment, Caleb walked up to the cylinder and made his shot. Then the scoreboard showed the result. The young man struck out 3,005 units. Seeing this, the men on the side of the screen were pleasantly surprised. They thought that it was not for nothing that Count Rendell favored him. At this moment, one of the professors thought that the Rendells were several steps ahead of them, and it would take a lot of work to equalize their strength. James of the Marcus McNeil family was next up for the challenge. He was also Lord Clifford's grandson. The men watching him were discussing James's talent beyond the academy. And as soon as the boy hit the silo twice, all the professors opened their mouths. He'd exceeded the 3,500 mark twice. 3,612 units was the new record for this test. To be more precise, it was the highest score among freshmen in the history of the academy. Watching this, Gray smiled widely. He said that even the knights could barely manage to break 3,000 when the strength meter first appeared. At this moment, behind his back sat a not-so-satisfied McKenny Rendell. Dalton, who was the grandson of the swordmaster, was invited to the trial next. This was the boy's first time out. As soon as the young man hit the solometer, the mark showed 2,900 units. From this, the men on the side of the screen were shocked. However, one of them did not understand why everyone was so surprised by such a blow. After all, the result was lower than the previous one, but it was because Dalton had hit with one hand from behind his back. As a result, the professors continued to watch the young man further. The second punch showed a score of 3,008 on the scoreboard. One of the men laughed and said that he had forced the boy into the academy, but he didn't seem happy about it. And Dalton was hitting without even trying. But that's what you'd expect from the Templeton family. Viscount McKenny Rendell continued to resent him and suggested they all go out to lunch. It seemed to him that the rankings were clear enough and there was no point in looking further. But Gray responded by saying that there was still one young man among the members of the prominent families. It was about Raoul Ashton. Rumor had it that the boy had gotten into the academy thanks to his father's letter of recommendation, and he was only 15 years old. Since most of the entrants were about 19, the men doubted that the young man could compete with them. Then McKenny replied that some students didn't care about graduating from the academy and only came to gain experience. And at that moment, Dylan's voice was heard. He apologized to the professors for interfering in their conversation. Gray smiled at the man, unlike Viscount McKenny. After all, he and the provost had spoken a little earlier. In response, Dylan said he was honored that the gentleman remembered him. However, Gray grinned and said that he could not have forgotten such a stout man with an intimidating stare. Then one of the men turned to Dylan and asked him if he would tell what had made him laugh. And Dylan said that he was amused by the old man's reasoning of the professors. After all, it was rather self-centered to believe rumors without having an opinion of one's own. That made McKenny furious. And Dylan said that Raoul probably had other reasons for coming here. He suggested that the boy had come to the academy to unwind, since the academy had nothing to teach him. Those words again stirred up a storm of emotion in McKenny. He thought that everything the man said was absurd, since no one graduated from the academy before the age of 20. However, Dylan said that just because it didn't happen didn't mean it wouldn't happen. Then McKenny asked if his brother could make a mark on the history of the academy, but the man shrugged and said he wasn't a prophet. And to be honest, Dylan wondered why Raoul had entered the academy. As Randall continued to be outraged, one of the men asked everyone to calm down and not embarrass themselves in front of the guests. Then they all turned to the screen and tried to find the freshman they had just been talking about. And once they found our hero, it seemed to them that the guy seemed to be radiating light. Some even wondered if Raoul and Dylan were really brothers. In response, the man laughed and said that it was really his little brother, who was the jewel of their family. Some of the men said that with his looks, the lack of swordsmanship was forgivable. And another of the men began to wonder if there were any unmarried women left in his family. McKenny Rennell continued to boil at these words, and Dylan realized there was a reason for it. After all, he knew about our hero's skills after the incident with barren gender. Dylan thought that Caleb had probably already reported everything, and now the Viscount was trying to draw public attention to his 13th son. And at the moment when the situation heated up, the man hoped that Raoul would do his best and show everyone where the crayfish were. Dylan was beginning to worry that he had said too much. Meanwhile, the young man had already approached the Sillamare and began to make his first swing. As soon as the guy hit one of the men on the other side of the screen scream, the professor thought that if he could evaluate the students on the test, he would give Raoul the highest score. A score of 2,999 units appeared on the scoreboard. This result impressed many people, and they wondered what could have happened if the boy had come a year later. The examiner announced that our hero was preparing for the second strike. At this moment, the young man looked at his fist and thought that everything was going according to plan. Some of the observers started shouting encouragement towards Raoul and wished him to beat out more than 3,000. They also advised him to be courageous and said that age was not a handicap. Even though Raoul didn't hear them, he made his second strike. After that, all the professors jumped up from their seats, and Dylan smiled widely and thought that his brother was good. 3,615 appeared on the scoreboard. It meant that Raoul had exceeded the best result by 3 units. The man realized that the young man had really thought it through. At that moment, our hero mentally exhaled as he realized that everything had gone right. Then the examiner praised him and asked him to go to his seat. And while Raoul was walking back in the hall, everyone looked at him very closely. Also, none of the students dared to say a word. As soon as the guy sat down on the bench, he immediately turned to the system and began to record his results. The system itself advised Raoul at the end of the test to enter the names of students whose results exceeded 2,500 points. Then, closing the status window, our hero looked around, hoping that no one had noticed anything. He remembered that when he reached the expert level, his physical strength began to grow rapidly, and thanks to his brother's hellish training, its characteristic reached 68 points. Raoul thought that he could easily knock out 4,000 units on the strength meter, but he had to meet the freshman level. Therefore, he needed to gather information, and then he pretended to put in effort to hit. But in fact, our hero used telekinesis to soften the impact, and the blow had to come to the exact spot that the guy had calculated with the help of the system calculator. Of course, Raoul wasn't sure that these actions were all necessary, but until he found someone who would be a threat to him, he had to be careful. The boy believed that until other players appeared, he would hide his true strength, especially his superpowers. After all, the young man believed that society would have a hard time accepting them. In his past life as a ranker, our hero openly used force, and it led to the fact that the guild analyzed the skills of the guy, tracked him down, and the young man went on the run, hiding until he lost his life. Raoul was never going to make that stupid mistake again. He decided to quietly eliminate his enemies. He wanted others to play the role of victim now. Then the examiner said that the second test was coming to an end and the guys had to prepare for the next one. These words excited the guy and he thought that it's time to stop worrying. And while he had time, our hero decided that it would be better to check the status. Opening the status window, Raoul read his characteristics. Then the young man read about the obstacle course that awaited them. There will be an emphasis on strength and agility, and therefore he needs to control himself. He also hoped that James and Dalton would do their best this time. He wanted to test his abilities too. Being a descendant of the great swordmaster Duke Marquis was a blessing. However, such a status comes with a fair amount of responsibility. Duke Marquis never forced his children to learn swordsmanship, but they were determined to do their best to stay on top of it. Everyone was clamoring for the boy not to tarnish his grandfather's honor. They felt that Dalton, as the grandson of a swordsman, should win the tournament. And of course, that kind of pressure didn't sit well with the young man. Talent required him to be the best. Dalton outperformed many of his peers, but because he was a careless boy by nature, the constant pressure of his condition was driving him crazy. So Dalton decided to enroll in an academy to get rid of the boring training. And when the test was conducted, Dalton did not understand why it was necessary to conduct a test on the first day of enrollment. He wished even at that moment it was better to be at home. The boy was pulled out of his thoughts by the noise around him. He looked at the scoreboard and saw that Raoul Ashton was in first place and James McNeil was in second place. That seemed very surprising to Dalton, all because James was now in second place, despite the fact that he had won every one of their sparring matches. The guy thought James was the best he'd ever fought. Guy couldn't even guess who could outshine the man. The examiner then asked everyone to line up as they moved on to the next test, and at that moment Dalton noticed our hero in the crowd. The young man was not quite sure that his name was Raoul, but he thought he had seen him somewhere. Dalton finally decided to approach him. Unexpectedly, Raoul turned to him and asked who he was. Dalton introduced himself and he thought he saw a golden glint in his eyes. Even though the boy was handsome, Dalton thought that he was far from his level. Then Raoul said that if the boy had everything, he would go. But Dalton was not going to say goodbye and asked our hero to stop. He thought that he had not been spoken to like this for a long time, and that Raoul probably knew who he was. Usually people tended to gain his favor by any means necessary, but this was something new. Dalton was getting curious. He also wanted to see the look on Raoul's face when he defeated him. It was time for the third test. Our hero thought that this test would be easy because their task was to run as fast as possible, except that they had to do it fully clad in steel armor and avoid obstacles. As soon as the test began, the examiners began to announce the eliminated participants. When the other students heard this, they were a little frightened. Raoul thought that even though their skill level was already low, it was impossible for 100 people to fail the test at once. And there was talk in the crowd that they had made some changes after Provost Gray arrived. No one was able to complete the test. But the young man decided to see how fast the next contestant would finish. As a result, a little later, the scoreboard showed a time of 9 minutes and 12 seconds. This was the best result so far. Our hero continued to watch as he was curious to see what the next group would show, and Dalton was lying behind on the bench, realizing that soon it would be his turn and he had to get ready. He didn't look at all interested in the tests. Yawning, the guy moved forward. At this point, Raoul decided to check through the system to see if there had been any changes. But one of his subordinates said that so far the best result was 7 minutes and a bit. The guy asked to keep an eye on the changes and report back to him about his group's program. After that, the examiner turned to our hero and started explaining the rules. He said that all traps and obstacles were created with the help of illusion magic. However, this did not prevent them from doing real damage, which also affects the results. The young man did not interrupt the man and silently listened to the rules. Then the examiner said that if the armor is not able to withstand the accepted damage, the person is eliminated from the competition. Finally putting on his steel armor, Raoul Ashton began to run. He was number 285. Performing the test, our hero felt that the armor was heavy. It was very difficult to move, and now he understood why many people failed the test in the beginning. But with the level of expert, the young man thought that it would not be difficult for him to pass the test. And just after these thoughts, Raoul saw the first obstacle ahead of him. A raging torrent was coming at him. Trying to dodge the guy did not realize how many mana stones were needed to create such an illusion. And what surprised him even more was that it was all for an entrance test. Jumping over the turbulent stream, our hero thought it was a real waste. As Raoul continued to move forward, a second obstacle awaited him. It was a forest trap. As soon as Raoul stepped on a certain piece of land, arrows flew at him. Also, in some places, under the feet of the guy appeared thorns. Deftly jumping over them, Raoul stopped and realized that soon new ones would appear. And it was really so. The guy put his sword in front of him and small daggers flew at him. Having fought off another obstacle on his way, our hero saw the ground under his feet begin to crack. But Raoul was not afraid of this. He continued to run forward. At this moment, the young man received a notification from the system. It said that James and Dalton were moving very fast, and at this rate, they would finish the test within 5 minutes. Caleb Randall stood out, but he could not compare to James and Dalton. Raoul's subordinates also noted that the guys moved calmly and easily bypassed the traps. According to the system, our hero asked the men to keep watching and to keep him informed about the success of James and Dalton. After doing so, the lad looked up and saw a wooden bridge in front of him. Not only was it suspended, but on the other side, there were cannons shooting fireballs. And pulling out his sword, the guy thought it was a waste of nerve. But nothing could stop him. He kept running forward. Raoul moved very quickly across the bridge. He tried to calculate the speed with which he should move and suddenly felt that there was a wind. His eyes widened as the bridge began to sway and he lost his balance. But that was not the worst of it. At the same moment, the fireball cannons came into action. Grabbing his weapon, Raoul Ashton decided that he couldn't let them hit the bridge. The guy began to repel the projectiles flying in his direction. Our hero realized that it would be easier to do it with a mana blade, but he couldn't bear it yet. In the end, having fought off the attacks, the guy decided that it was enough and ran forward again. After passing the obstacles he met on the bridge, Raoul realized that he had succeeded. He only had to pass the last obstacle. In front of our hero stood a cave. Raoul realized that here it will be more difficult to dodge the traps and they are more dangerous than others. But the young man was not going to stop. Reaching for his sword, our hero was determined to find a way out of the dark cave. Meanwhile, James was also undergoing a test. Arrows flew at him and he fought back as best he could. The man did not understand what he was doing here. Not only was he obliged to enter the academy, but now he had to train with these worthless people. James had already won a tournament where most of the participants were in their 20s, and he had experience in the Metropolitan Guard. He was also sure he would soon be a knight. If it wasn't for the Lord's orders, James wouldn't be here. He was also annoyed by the Dalton and Ashton boys. The man thought that his task was certainly more important than their rivalry, but if he gave them first place, he would be a total loser. After that, James was already starting to wonder when that cave would end there. And it was at that moment that he noticed a bright light in front of him. Of course, the man immediately ran forward. All the arrows flying at him broke in half and James got out. He ended up with a score of 5 minutes and 15 seconds. One way or another, the man was sure he would win, and while everyone was shocked by the time that was on the scoreboard, James now just had to win. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. The man went down to second place as Dalton passed the obstacles in 4 minutes and 58 seconds. James thought it was impossible because even if all the obstacles and traps were removed, he thought that he could not achieve such a result. Dalton, who had just come out of the cave, thought it was a good workout. James's jaw was clenched as he looked at him. He realized that this guy had ruined all his plans. The other students admired Dalton, who didn't even look tired. Looking around, Dalton did not see our hero and asked himself where he could be. Hearing this, James was shocked and did not understand why the guy needed a kid from the Ashton family. He knew that when he and Dalton had dueled, he hadn't cared about him, and now he wanted Raoul. James thought the man was up to something. But he calmed down and thought there was nothing to worry about because he had done everything he could and was not far behind Dalton. The man was sure that Raoul, who had not reached the level of an expert, would not be able to beat his record and the first place would be taken either by him or Dalton. Suddenly, the scoreboard showed new results. It said that Raoul Ashton ran the obstacles and passed the traps in 4 minutes and 55 seconds. Everyone was shocked. Everyone was shouting that our hero had overtaken Dalton again, and no one understood how the young man managed to do it. Meanwhile, Raoul was putting his sword behind his back and rejoicing that he had timed it perfectly. James, on the other hand, was outraged. He gritted his teeth and wondered how the guy had managed to do it if he hadn't even reached the expert level. Dalton, on the other hand, was smiling. He folded his arms and suggested that student life would not be so boring. The observers were also dumbfounded that Raoul had gotten the highest score again. Some said that the first place would definitely go to the boy. After that, all the professors turned to Dylan and began to express their admiration for him. In response, the man laughed and thanked everyone for their compliments. Then one of them said that Raoul had an impressive performance, and especially his manner of movement. He didn't even know that Ashton County was studying wanderer techniques at such a different age. And another said he thought that unlike James, the young man would act more openly, just like Dylan. To which the man replied that Raoul was a special boy and had already mastered more than one skill. Then the smile disappeared from his face and he realized that he had to answer at least something. Though Dylan himself was surprised to see the way the young man had gotten through the obstacle course, James McNeil was tearing the traps apart. The precise movements of Dalton's long blade resembled the techniques of the swordmaster Marquis. In this challenge, they both resorted to the known techniques of their families. Raoul, on the other hand, used the great two-handed sword as a true representative of the Ashton family. However, his highly precise movements amazed everyone. What was most surprising was that the guy didn't set off a single trap in the cave. Such a skill was possessed only by old wanderers or brigands. Dylan thought that unlike James and Dalton, Raoul hadn't even used the Sword of Mana. The man realized that the guy hid the fact that he had reached the expert level and was silent about the wanderer's orienteering skills. Dylan clenched his fists and thought that Raoul should not have lied to him, and decided that they were going to have a serious conversation. But despite that, the man smiled and said that he was very proud of his brother. Eventually, after a while, the third test was over and the entrance exam came to an end. After a long test, our hero was congratulated on his victory, and he sat down in the carriage so as not to attract any more attention. Watching everything through the window, Raoul thought that it was very tiring to hold back the force. But in spite of that, he had managed to fool everyone. And since now our hero had completed his task, he decided that he could go to the bottom. At this point, the guy's eyelids started to get heavy. He needed a good rest. Then the young man remembered a situation from his past life. There was a girl lying in his arms and he was shouting loudly at someone for what he had done. In front of him stood a man named Han Gilju, who was the head of the Dason Guild. In response, he laughed and said that the guy was yelling like he had lost his entire family. The man politely asked him to join them, but he refused. Han Gilju knew that the young man was ranked number 1 and asked him if he thought he could beat them. In response, our hero looked at the man with clenched teeth. Han Gilju laughed and asked why he had to suffer for the death of a non-player character. This made the guy even angrier, since no one could even imagine how much this girl meant to him. They had met during a main scenario mission, and she had been his guide ever since. For more than a year, the young man took care of her and protected her. This girl was his family, and now she was killed by a guild that had nothing to do with the scenario. In that case, Han Gilju didn't stop laughing and said that he was going to finish off our hero anyway. He ordered his men to massacre him, and as soon as the guild men pointed their swords at the guy, some kind of energy appeared around him. While the young man emitted it, all the enemies behind him screamed in pain. Small daggers were being thrust into their bodies. That was a nice try. Then our hero raised his head upwards and all the daggers rushed there. The people in the guild didn't realize what was happening. After all, even for a number 1 ranker, this was an unfathomable power. At this moment, the young man placed the girl on the floor and gently stroked her head. Gritting his teeth, Han Gilju resented that the guild had deprived him of skills, despite the fact that he had invested a lot in it. And after that, the man's face stretched into another emotion, all because our hero had pointed a small dagger at him using telekinesis. The guy wanted to know why his guild was destroying guides. The man was so frightened that he couldn't utter a word out of his mouth. In that case, the young man decided to press on and, bringing the dagger closer to the face of his enemy, ordered him to answer immediately. Our hero wanted to know why they were destroying non-player characters. He also asked the men if they were afraid of getting fined. After all, the player is extremely disadvantageous to destroy NPS that affect the main scenario. After all, this way his account is permanently deleted, and the profiles associated with him get banned. Frowning his eyebrows, Guy said that all the same, in their place come others, and their death does not affect the course of the game. And he didn't understand why he would risk taking the lives of the innocent. Han Gilju laughed and said, "Do you really think he cares about such nonsense as a fine?" The man said with a smile on his face that only beggars like the lad are afraid of him. He suggested him to face the truth, and said that many people dream of slaughtering an NPS for 10,000 won. After saying that, our hero grabbed Han Gilju by the scruff of the neck and ordered him to give him a clear answer. However, the man felt that he didn't need to, since the young man would destroy him anyway. And then he would be back in the game for a mere penny. Then the guy remembered that he was the grandson of the owner of one of the 5 richest companies in Korea, Daseong. Han Gilju said the young man would still crawl at his feet. He believed that in life and in the game, the one with the most money wins. In that case, the boy grabbed him sharply by the hair. At this point, our hero thought that he would not change his mind. As a result, after a while, the man was sent to the other world. That day, kneeling in front of the girl he couldn't protect, the guy made a promise. Tearfully embracing his lifeless friend, he said he would do it. The boy decided that he would destroy them again and again until they were tired of being reborn. He wanted to get rid of the Daesun Guild for good. After a while, Raoul woke up. When he opened his eyes, he thought that he had dreamed about his past life for the first time. And he was sorry because he had never been able to keep his promise. He was distracted from these thoughts by a message from the system. Opening it, Raoul saw that there was an update and there was a schedule of some moments in Connect. This surprised our hero. Despite the fact that the young man knew that there would be an update, but he could not even guess that it would happen so soon. In that case, the guy realized that they would meet him soon, and this time he was determined not to let the girl die. However, the problem was that Raoul could not predict the exact time of the update, so at the moment his preparation leaves much to be desired. Our hero had only a month to spare. The young man realized that nothing serious would happen immediately after the update, but if he missed the chance, he would not soon be able to realize his plan. He needed to speed things up. Raoul decided that he had to take control of the scenarios and get as many advantages as possible before other players appeared. The guy knew that his future depended on the usefulness with which he would spend the time given to him. To begin with, our hero needed to improve the guild and expand its ranks. Then he had to visit the academic library and then travel to other cities. Raoul did not understand where to take time for these things, and he decided to immediately plan the schedule. So the guy spent the whole night sorting out the upcoming tasks, and he managed to make the most efficient and accurate plan of action. Meanwhile, in one of the buildings, the leader of the Imperial Hounds named Silver Zero was getting to something. In front of him was a structure that had balloons with some other people in it. He started with the royal family and discussed that the king was nowhere else to be seen, other than mandatory meetings. Mr. Sword didn't show up for his grandson's induction ceremony into the academy. Silver Zero praised the work of his colleagues. He then said that a message had come from the main base this morning, and that in exactly 1 month, they would begin the execution of their grand plan. The man's colleagues began to rejoice. But the leader of the Imperial Hounds slammed the table sharply and said that this was only the first stage, and he reminded the others that it was important to keep playing their roles. One of the men then turned to number 7 and asked if he had investigated Mira, to which the man said that the first stage had been completed, but he was not sure of the outcome. The man said that because of the kingdom's interference, it was not easy to get close to the battle site. He also said that he was sure that the Rendell family also had something to do with it. But another man was outraged by this statement. He said that it was nonsense and there was no action from the Rendells. Outraged, he asked his colleague if he was saying that those who had been exiled to Mira had invaded their camp, and number 7 said that the facts speak for themselves. The man said that the battle armor and other weapons with Pathfinder spells were clear evidence of their involvement, and it wasn't clear how they had the strength to pull off such an operation. This Balaga Silver Zero decided to stop. He then asked his colleagues if there was any more news, to which he was told that the Duke's youngest son Ashton was present in Mira at that moment, although he had not been seen near their base. The leader then asked if Ashton County could be in cahoots with Viscount Rendell, but his colleagues doubted it. In that case, Silver Zero asked that the fellow be expelled. Then the man from the balloon added that the information was not confirmed, but one of their men saw a man similar to Gray. This news got Silver Zero thinking, and he asked the men to suspend the investigation as there was no point in spreading on secondary tasks before the execution of the plan. The leader asked that a warning be sent to the Rendells. He then turned to number 3 and asked what had happened at the academy. After all, Silver Zero knew that James was supposed to take first place. And the other masked man said that they had everything under control until Raoul Ashton showed up out of nowhere. Then the leader turned to number 6 because he was in charge of the kid's family, and he didn't understand. He said that last year the young man did not show a hint of talent, but this year everything became different. The man thought Raoul was hiding something. but number 6 thought the boy would not interfere with their plans. Silver Zero thought that Raoul had become too much of an eyesore. They didn't have time to deal with him now. The leader of the Hounds said that they needed to focus on Gray and find out what the reason for his sudden appearance was. Then he turned to number 8 and asked if he was done with the underworld. To which the man replied yes and said that they just needed to deal with one problematic guild, and he stated that he would deal with it before their plan was completed. Silver Zero then told his colleagues that they only had 1 month to make sure that no one would interfere with them. The man ordered everyone to keep their guard up. The leader of the Imperial Hound said that just one random variable could threaten them with a major failure. The next day, our hero was already walking down the street waving his hand at everyone. He felt that without sleep it was hard for him, but now he could not worry about anything. The guy refused from the dormitory as it is more convenient for him to get to the academy by carriage and on the way to solve problems. He also made a schedule so that he could appear at the academy only for profile subjects 3 times a week. As the young man went to study, everyone around him discussed him and marveled that at 15 he had become the best freshman. Everyone said that he had brains, looks, and skills. Many also did not understand what Raoul forgot in the academy, if he was from an influential family. The boy heard all these conversations and thought that there was no need to waste time on them. Moreover, the academy was only a small part of his journey. After that, the young man raised his head and saw the results of the entrance exam on the wall. He was enrolled in Group S and was the first of 30 students. After him on the list were James McNeil and Dalton Templeton. The young man had successfully completed the assignment from the system, and since it was not so difficult respectively, the reward was also small, and our hero was wondering what the bonus reward was. But after a couple of seconds, he thought that it was nothing special since the task D level. After that, Raoul decided that it was time for him to go to class. After a while, the guy was already sitting in a lecture, and they were not as useful as he expected. Although the lectures were optional subjects, the teachers only gave him the basics. Raoul also noticed that his classmates were avoiding him. He thought that Caleb, James, and Dalton would harass him, but they behaved calmly, and that's the way the young man likes it. The first day had gone pretty well in our hero's opinion. As soon as he thought about it, a stranger ran into the classroom and said that he was looking for Raoul. The boy was very surprised and asked what was the matter. The man had a scroll in his hands and said that it was information about the benefits he had received for achieving the best score in the entrance exams. It had to be shown at the entrance to the library or training hall to get official access. The man also said that Mr. Vice Rector was expecting Raoul. This news shocked the boy even more. Then the system said it was a bonus reward. Alfredo Gray is a significant figure in the history of the Connect. He was a hero who fought against the Empire, and the young man was dumbfounded to have the chance to talk to the sage. After a while, standing in front of the doors of the man's office, Raoul thought that he was madly happy about this opportunity and worried at the same time. Gathering his strength, our hero knocked on the door, and as soon as they opened, the guy's eyes were rounded. In front of the table sat Alfredo Gray. With a smile on his face, he greeted the young man. He then asked Raoul if he could wait a bit as he needed to finish his paperwork. Bowing to the provost, our hero agreed. The young man could not believe that he had met Gray face to face for the first time. After all, before he had only seen him on videos and photos of other players, the man seemed to Raoul typical aristocrat, but in fact he was surrounded by an unusual aura. And the guy wanted to learn even more about him with just one look. However, as soon as he started to look at the information, he realized that nothing was available to him except the well-known facts. Then Gray suddenly asked the boy if he had found anything interesting. Raoul was stunned. He realized that the wise man was busy with his work, but he acted as if he knew all his actions ahead of time. After that, the guy decided to try something. He apologized to Alfredo Gray and said that he had heard that it was very difficult to find a meeting with him, and the man asked our hero not to worry because he will stay at the academy for some time. Gray also asked the young man to stay a little longer, as he was almost finished. The sage said that he wanted to ask Raoul about many things, including the sighted eye skill. The boy froze in place, not knowing how to react to such words. He wondered even more who Alfredo Gray really was. The young man could not understand whether the vice rector knew that he had the sharp eye skill or just made an assumption. At that moment, Alfredo said he was done and apologized for the wait. He also said that Raoul seemed to him a nice young man, and close up, he was a handsome man. And our hero felt that he was uncomfortable. He decided to choose his words carefully. The man said he would make tea for them. After a while, he handed Raoul a cup with a drink. Raoul thought that the wise man brewed the tea with magic, but he was mistaken. Gray then sat down in a chair and congratulated the boy on his first place in the entrance exams. He said that Raoul had shown an incredible result, and he wanted to ask some questions. Then the boy remembered that their first meeting had taken place at the test site, and he had not done anything out of line. And so Raoul did not understand what he could attract the vice rector. And at that moment, our hero decided to talk to the man. The guy said that he was just curious why a great magician like him was interested in him. Then Alfredo Gray asked Raoul Ashton if he knew about the organization Imperial Pathfinder. This question made the young man's entire body shiver. Even though he tried to hide his emotions, it was obvious how uncomfortable he felt. 50 years ago, due to the invasion of the Kranan Empire, the continent of Connect was plunged into chaos. 4 kingdoms were on the brink of destruction. But as always in hard times, heroes came to the rescue. At the risk of their lives, they tried to stop the Empire, and they succeeded in driving their enemies behind a mountain of monsters. Then peace reigned for half a century. All conflicts between the kingdoms were resolved. However, they decided to prepare in case of another invasion. Alfredo Gray built a tower to train talented people in a quest that traveled all over the continent. One such person was the alchemist Nakia, who was once rescued by our hero. Gray had enough power to solve her problem of being banished from the association, but he couldn't because he was too busy with one extremely important matter. Rumors reached Gray that the association had forgiven Nakia for all her sins, so the man traveled to Mira to see for himself. It was at this point that the wise man witnessed the noble act of Raoul and his guild. Gray knew who was really behind the takeover of the Imperial Pathfinder's secret base. He realized that the Rendell family had appropriated the boy's successes. Sage thought about the fact that in order not to attract the attention of the Empire, Raoul refused to be honored by giving the title of saviors to another family. And that struck him as very surprising. So Alfredo Gray decided that Raoul was a perfect fit for the role of hero of this world. Then the man was in the academy, but the young man will learn about it later. Meanwhile, our hero thought about the fact that on whatever occasion the vice-rector did not call him, he needs to stay on guard. He also thought about how he should answer the man's question. Raoul knew that Gray used to create tasks related to the Cronin Empire, but he could not mention the history. The boy decided that the wise man must not know that he had anything to do with it. And the wise man noticed that Raoul was being cautious. He said it was right, because such questions should be answered with silence. Gray thought it was too dangerous to get involved, and the fact was that the man had been watching the boy since his time in the world. He said that thanks to his outstanding skills, Raoul had cleverly solved all the conflicts and caused trouble for the Rendells. At these words, our hero was paralyzed again. He did not understand how the wise man knew this. He thought that if the Rendells found out that he had put them there, he would be in trouble. However, Gray smiled at the boy and told him that he would not tell his secret to anyone. The man thought that Raoul had made the right choice in keeping his anonymity. Then he asked the provost what else he knew and why he had decided not to reveal it. Before answering, Alfredo Gray asked Raoul if he knew why the Cronin Empire was a threat, and the boy suggested that those were likely a strong army. That was the correct answer, but the man suggested digging deeper. Gray asked Raoul how he thought the empire was larger than other nations in terms of territory and population, and our hero wondered. He wouldn't say it was. The empire certainly covered a large area, but most of it was deserted due to the harsh climate. Then the provost said that their advantage lay in the possession of information. Gray said that they knew nothing about them while they were in the palm of their hands. The empire is located behind a mountain of monsters and a forbidden barrier. The only way in is through a gorge. They've built a wall to restrict access to their territory. But Imperial spies still managed to sneak into the kingdom of Reuben. That means the empire has a great advantage over them, and they could attack now if they wanted to. It frightened Raoul because in a previous life, that's exactly what happened. By using pawns, the empire unleashed a battle, and by the time he died, it was already close to victory. So Alfredo Gray said that the kingdom needed men like the young man. The provost said they were their secret weapon. Then Raoul wondered if Nakia had made it to the top in her past life because of Gray, and if that was really the case, he could use the man's help. Our hero thought that if he accepted his offer, he would improve his skills and crush the empire faster. Then Alfredo Gray said that changes were coming and the boy should lay low and make wise decisions. And of course, Raoul did not ask and said that he would do everything. Then the man said that it was late and it was time to say goodbye. And in gratitude for the fact that the young man listened to him attentively, the provost decided to give Raoul a gift. Gray handed our hero a small box and said that it would be useful to him in the future, and he added that the instructions for use were inside. When Raoul opened the box, he saw a ring. It looked quite expensive and was impregnated with mana, so he asked the wise man if he was sure he wanted to give it to him. With a smile on his face, Alfredo confirmed it and said that the boy could take it as a reward. But this surprised Raoul very much, since he had not done anything special. In the end, our hero thanked the man. In response, Gray also thanked the boy for his time and said that he hoped that academic life would not disappoint him. Leaving the office, Raoul thought that he was worried for nothing, because the meeting went better than he expected. In addition, the guy received a gift. Our hero was very curious to know what this ring was, and at that moment, his eyes rounded. Judging by his reaction, he realized what it could be. It was Gray's polymorphic ring. With it, the wearer's body was transformable and could take on the desired shape. When he put the ring on, he couldn't believe that he had a superpowered object on his hand. Up to this moment, the young man thought that the status limited him in many ways. He had to think over his every move, and he had to go everywhere with the guards. With a smile on his face, our hero realized that he lacked an object capable of hiding his identity, and this ring would also change his appearance. Such a spell belongs to the magic of the Sixth Circle and can only be used by a small group of mages. Moreover, Raoul could summon the great sage Gray. But now he was afraid of not living up to the man's expectations. He decided not to worry about that, though, since Gray had given him a lot of support anyway. Raoul mentally promised the provost to use his gift wisely. 2 weeks later, our hero's life at the academy went on as usual. The guy did not make any enemies. After all, everyone was friendly as he tried to be quieter than water and lower than grass. But Dalton was sticking to him like a bath sheet. He turned to Raoul and asked if he was free after class, since he had found a good gun shop nearby. However, our hero began to wave away and said he was busy. These words upset Dalton and he persuaded the boy to go with him, because if he returned home he would be forced to train again. Raoul thought that he would study quietly until Dalton appeared on the horizon and began to sit next to him all the time. Every day the young man got on his nerves and was not even going to socialize with anyone but him. Dalton turned out to be quite a bully. However, he did not start fights, and thanks to his company, Raoul was not pestered by other students. The guy asked our hero why he was always busy. Then our hero replied that he had business and suggested Dalton to call someone else, and Raoul himself is going to the library. From this, Dalton got angry and said that if he knew that the young man would be constantly in the library, he would be busy in the exam first place. And turning to the other side, he added that it would be better to swing a sword all day long. A smile appeared on Raoul's face. After all, he had been waiting for this for a long time. After a while, our hero found himself in the library. One of the privileges granted to a student for winning the entrance test is access to every floor of the library. But in fact, it turned out that beyond the 4th floor, the passage is closed. Only royalty and some professors could access the 5th floor. But that didn't upset Raoul. After all, the doors of the 3rd floor were open to at most 50 students. It was time to look for valuable specimens. In the library, meanwhile, a fairy was flying around. She looked around and thought about the fact that there were familiar faces and no freshmen around. In addition, the books were all old. Then approaching the young girl, the fairy decided that maybe she would find something new by rummaging through her bags. Then she touched the student and put her small hand on her head and said that she always worked hard. At that moment, the girl who just looked tired began to smile, and the fairy thought that it is always nice to see diligent students. Then she saw a guy sleeping behind his notebooks, and it seemed to the fairy an outrage. With all the strength she had in her, she hit the boy on the back of the head. He immediately opened his eyes and looked around in surprise, trying to understand what had happened. And as soon as he saw the little fairy, he immediately ran away from the library. He shouted that there was a ghost flying around, and the fairy watching this said that let him try to doze off over a book in the sacred library. She was the keeper of the sacred library and would not let anyone get away with it. Meanwhile, Raoul was looking around the library and noticed that the 2nd floor had a lot more useful skill books than the 1st floor. After that, his attention was drawn to someone else's conversations. They were discussing how a student got a savory slap from a ghost and escaped. With laughter, the guys decided to scramble their brains to avoid getting hot-handed too. This really surprised Raoul. He didn't even know that the library had a protection spell on it. However, the guy decided that it was all a fantasy and didn't want to pay attention to it. And the fairy at this moment folded her arms at her sides and thought about the fact that many students are trying to piss her off. And suddenly, the keeper of the sacred library was all twisted up. She noticed something in the distance. Ahead among the cabinets, the fairy noticed a blue flame, and she was surprised that it was happening again. After all, it had only been 6 months since she had moved in. Approaching the book from which this glow was coming from, the fairy thought that it would no longer help remove her fatigue. The guardian even suggested that she would have to find a new home. A high-end spell book could shelter her for about 1,000 years, and now she needed a book of the same level. However, the shelves here were only stocked with low-quality books. The fairy decided that she wouldn't last a year in such conditions, and with horror she realized that soon she might be gone. But the fairy could not let that happen because she still had one more wish. She felt that something special was coming. And just as the librarian was about to voice her wish, she noticed Raoul. Her face looked very surprised, and she pushed off the wall and flew towards the boy, all because in his hands was a book that the fairy needed. Meanwhile, our hero was looking through the books in the library, and as it turned out, to find a unique book of skills was not so easy, and using already purchased copies will not work. Raoul hoped to find at least one book on telekinesis. Even the knowledge gained from another psychokineticist could not help him. The young man thought that he needed more information, and he was left with only one option. Then the guy seemed to have found the right book. In the hands of our hero was a book called Equestrian Acrobatics C Rank. Looking at it, the young man realized that this book was about martial arts. And it was a perfect compensation for the artistic skill touch of the brush that he had stumbled upon earlier. Raoul decided it was time to add it to his skill dex. And since there is a restriction on saving skills, our hero had to first delete the old one to add a new one. However, this rule did not apply to unused skills. After that, the guy put his hand on the skill dex and decided that it was time to add the skill book to it. And at that moment, everything around him glowed. Observing what was happening, the young man realized that he was doing well. Once added to the skill dex, the book itself became useless, the same way it could be taken by another player. Raoul thought he needed to retrieve more skills. The guy said that as long as it was preserved, he would continue the search. All this time, our hero was being watched by a fairy. Without taking her eyes off the young man, the keeper of the sacred library thought that he was behaving very suspiciously. The fairy noticed that Raoul takes several books with similar titles and reads the same page over and over again. She also noticed that his preferences were strange. On the table were books called The Will of the Creator, The Power of Time, The Unique Handwriting. All of them stood out. Raoul seemed unusual to the fairy because of his knowledge of such books, especially since she thought the guy was good-looking. But that didn't matter. The guardianess thought that the young man could not save her anyway, as only great sages and archmages are able to interact with her. The fairy owed her existence to numerous victims of harsh fate and the current of circumstances. She struggled to maintain her life force, and despite her uniqueness, These books that our hero had were not suitable for her. It seemed to the fairy that she felt something, but most likely intuition failed her. So the keeper of the sacred library decided to see what Raoul was doing there. At first glance, the book in the hands of the young man was nothing, but the symbol on the cover said otherwise. The fairy had a feeling that this book was calling to her, and as she continued to watch Raoul, she saw that the power of one book was transferred to the other. The fairy was shocked and didn't understand why the book didn't change a bit. She saw it for the first time and wanted to take a closer look at it. And as soon as the guy turned the other way, the keeper of the sacred library decided to take a chance. She flew over to the books, and looking at them, she realized that she didn't have one of these at home. She even thought she had found exactly what she was looking for. As soon as she touched the skill decks, her eyes widened again. She didn't understand why nothing was happening. Even the great spellbook and sacred manuscripts told her their stories and allowed her to stay. So trying to keep opening the old book, the fairy decided that she would not give up. Already despairing, the library keeper did not understand why she could not do anything, and at that moment, a shadow loomed over her. The guy looked at the little stranger and asked why she sat on his book. The fairy was puzzled and did not know what to answer the young man. Raoul continued to look at her and tried to understand what kind of creature it was. He assumed it was a ghost or a fairy. He also did not understand why the little girl looked as if she were going to disappear. And then the library keeper stammered and asked our hero if he had seen her. But without waiting for an answer, the fairy turned around and flew away from this place. Looking after her, Raoul was certainly curious to know everything, but he wanted to catch up with the little girl. The boy assumed that the fairy was interested in skill decks, and most likely she would come back to him. After that, he added equestrian acrobatics to skill decks, and the level of efficiency-enhancing skills increased by 10.5%. The takeover was complete, and Raoul decided to look into it further. He now had about 700 skills in his inventory. Even in his previous life, no one had managed to accumulate so many. However, our hero thought about the fact that skill decks was still a rare item. He didn't realize how many books he still needed to collect to see its true power. At that moment, a fairy approached the boy in a stuttering voice. She was very interested in what book was in his hands. Looking at the little girl, Raoul thought about the fact that she had returned quickly. He decided to be careful with her. For starters, he asked the keeper if she wanted to apologize for touching other people's things, and Raoul didn't even understand why he had to answer her questions. So the fairy apologized and said it was weird that a guy could hear her. Then she got out from under the table and decided to finally introduce herself. The fairy's name was Ravelina Harriet Meridian, and she told our hero that he could call her Ravel. She was a forest fairy who loved harmony and order. Raoul also introduced himself and said that Ravel was not like a normal forest fairy. Then the little girl said she was probably a ghost since all the students called her that. And the guy asked if she was like a spectrum. Ravel was horrified by this. She said she was just a soul on the border between life and death. So they sorted that out. Then our hero asked the fairy what attracted her to his book. In response to this, the keeper of the library said that the book was unique, and it could not even be compared to the most special copies. Then the young man asked if she knew what the essence of the book was, and Ravel said no. She explained that the book answered her call. The fairy begged the boy to give her a peek. To be honest, Raoul didn't know much about the skill decks, and assumed that Ravel could perfect it, and the fairy wouldn't be able to escape with it anyway. In the end, our hero agreed to the proposal and asked the keeper to promise that she would tell him everything she learned about the book, and the fairy gladly gave her promise. Then the young man opened the skill decks, and Ravel touched the book with her small hands. At that moment, she felt an incredibly strong flow of energy through the book, and suddenly something surprised the fairy. She noticed a flash and couldn't believe what was happening. After a few seconds, Ravel was pushed away from the book. With horror, she asked if he had foreseen such a situation. The fairy knew it was against the rules for this book to appear in their time of need. Of course, Raoul tensed slightly and asked Ravel if she was all right. At first, the little girl didn't answer anything, and then, with a stutter, asked the guy where he got this book. Then the young man began to calm his new acquaintance and reminded what they had agreed on. He had given her the book and she now owed him the information. Then Ravel said that this book has the power of the creator god, namely the ancient creator who is missing. Hearing this, our hero was very surprised. So he asked Ravel if this book really has the power of the ancient creator god. However, this information did not give him any information at all. Then the fairy asked how one could not know the creator god himself, and the guy said that he honestly didn't care. He was more interested in the book. Then Ravel said that she didn't know the details, but she was sure it was a banned edition, and also the book had been invalidated for some reason. Then Ravel asked how he could get the book back to its original state, but Ravel did not know the answer to this question as she refused to talk to her. And our hero thought that it was all a waste of time. This angered the guardian, and she practically ordered the young man to let her get in. In that case, the system said that if Raoul let the fairy into the skill decks, she would become the manager of the library, and that was to the boy's advantage. He wasn't going to let her use his book for nothing, though. Ravel noticed that the young man was looking at her strangely. Then our hero said he doubted he needed her help. Now he knew that skill decks was not all right, and said that he could solve the problem himself. Finally, he said it was time for him to go home. When the keeper of the sacred library heard this, she was shocked. She begged Raoul to listen to her, but he kept saying he had things to do. And the fairy began to apologize to our hero if she had angered him. She folded her arms and said she hadn't talked to a human in a long time. and Raoul decided he needed to push her a little more. He told the little girl again that he was busy, but in a harsher tone. In return, Ravel promised to be useful to him. She said she really needed the book. Then our hero that this is enough as she noticed that the fairy is ready to negotiate. But at that moment, Ravel suddenly began to cry. She did not understand why the guy did not believe her. Rivers of tears flowed from her eyes. Seeing this, the young man was confused and began to comfort her. Clutching his head, Raoul said that he did not want to bring her to tears. After that, the fairy calmed down. Then our hero said that he could not just open the book for her, as it was too important for him. So first, Raoul asked the fairy to tell him everything. He asked Ravel how she found herself in such a hopeless situation, and the fairy agreed to do it because she already trusted the young man. But she warned him it would be a long story. A long time ago, the Connect was captured by a great battle between different races, including demon gods and even extraterrestrial beings. The continent was in danger of destruction. The forest fairies were on the brink of destruction. And then Ravel's kin tried to save her as the youngest descendant of the race by imprisoning her in a book. But as a result of the disruption of mana flow and spatial instability, the fairy's soul became trapped in the book, and her species disappeared in a spatial crack. Ravel fell into a long sleep, and when she woke up, she found that to keep alive, she had to move from one book to another. And the fairy said that every time she woke up, she lost a part of her memories. But Ravel knew she had a duty, so the young man asked her what it was. Ravel said that she had to find the other fairies who were scattered around the world. Before she died, she had to share the wisdom and experience of her people. But the truth was that she could not leave the library, and there were almost no books left for her to move into. Ravel could smell the same odor from Skildex as her first book. She begged Ravel to let her in, and our hero agreed, saying that the fairy should become the book's steward. That way, they'd be bonded. The boy asked her if she was okay with that. And the little girl, of course, agreed. She said she'd do anything to stay in it. But first, Ravel wanted to know from the young man what the book was for. Then our hero said it was to protect families and homeland. He suggested that it might be nothing to the fairy, but to him it was very important. However, Ravel said that it was a wonderful goal and offered the young man to work together. She also added that she could hardly help the boy right now, as she needed some time to settle in. The fairy said that for about a month she would go into hibernation, but that the book would continue to function as before. Raoul said that there was no hurry and that the most important thing was that she woke up without any problems. Then the fairy smiled and thanked, and said goodbye to the guy for a month. This is how our hero met his new companion. After meeting Ravel, time flew by very quickly, and there was a week left before the renewal. Drinking tea, the young man realized that he still had a lot of things to prepare and time was running out. Next to him sat Dylan, who said he was proud of his brother for his hard work. Raoul asked his brother what the prophet had said. Then Dylan quoted the prophet. He said that in a week the things that disappeared would return to their places and the broken ties would be restored. And in order to prevent the birth of evil, the Savior must open the door and extract the fruit of the void from within. This seemed to Raoul too vague a prophecy. He then asked Dylan how the temple had reacted. The man replied that it had reacted calmly and added that the temple had strengthened its army to prepare for the coming danger. And our hero had a rough idea of what would happen to the nobles. Dylan explained that most of them had missed the point. He also said that if it wasn't for Raoul, he would have ignored the prophecy too. The Holy Empire is a small alliance of states made up of Garnelia and a few medium-sized cities, and it's run by the Pope. Despite the small closed territory, he carries the imperial title due to religious influence and constantly suggests possible scenarios for the future. Our hero was afraid that the prophecy would soon come true and they would not have time to prepare for it. But Dylan told him not to worry as they will do everything in their power. The man added that he had already explained to everyone how to receive their people and close family members. With joy in his voice, Dylan suggested that Raoul go to training and show off his marvelous skills. The young man realized that when his family was passionate about something, they were fully committed to it. So when he told his brother about the upgrade, Dylan took his words seriously. But the man should have learned about Raoul's telekinesis as he began to constantly ask to demonstrate his abilities. As a result, after a while, our hero and his brother practiced in the yard. While the young man fought off attacks, Dylan shouted to him not to rely on skills and focus on building physical strength. And Raoul at that moment thought that he would never get used to his brother's hellish training. He realized that they started training because Dylan wouldn't stop insisting. But thanks to him, Raoul was able to increase his muscle mass and improve his psychokinetic body to the level he had in his previous life. So our hero believed that Dylan was fixated on increasing his physical strength. That's why despite his magnificent body, he had many gaps in his fighting skills. Raoul thought that when the battle of enemies with would not be easy to defeat. And before that, Dylan would definitely need to work on himself. The young man also realized that the man knew that with each sparring session he was getting closer to his level, and it seemed to him that Dylan would soon realize that muscles alone are not enough to defeat him. That's when Raoul decided he would find the right ability for his brother. He also wanted to find more skill books so that the people around him would become stronger. That was the grand plan of our hero. In the end, the preparations for the upgrade were almost complete. However, the young man was tense that people were too calm to accept the news of the prophecy. None of the aristocrats even lifted a finger. And unfortunately, Raoul could use the kingdom's help with the scenario. There was a monster invasion and a battle with the empire at stake. The army's help was essential, The guy said that the government was obligated to take care of it by helping to expand and strengthen it. Although our hero was the son of an earl who knew about the future, his possibilities were not limitless, all because he was only a 15-year-old boy. So the young man decided to concentrate on what he could control. He went to lectures and looked for skill books in the library. And when he wasn't in class, the boy visited 3 other free cities in the kingdom of Reborn. They included Mira to the south, Kasan to the east, Bryant to the west, and Zusek to the north. Using the letter of recommendation from Mira, Raoul met with the mayors of the other cities. And when he offered to invest in them, the mayors gladly accepted his offer since they were in the same position as Mira. The guy embarked on massive construction projects in the center of each city and created branches of the first guild. He spent 3.5 million gold and it was worth it. The work had to be finished before the players showed up. Raoul also posted ads in the free cities and the capital city to recruit mercenary soldiers of rank C or higher and small groups of up to 10 people. Based on the contract in the first month, the young man promised to pay double the salary, and he also gave a chance to join a guild or be trained as a knight. But that's only if the guy saw that the candidate was capable enough. There were a lot of people willing to accept such a generous offer, so our hero recruited 50 guys of rank B and 950 of rank C. The latter were trained soldiers from other lands or self-taught with 3 years of experience. As for the B rank, they were swordsmen or guys who held key positions in small groups. To hire them, Raoul had spent about 30,000 gold, but the guy realized that it would take even more to maintain them. However, he believed that his investment would pay for itself. This way, one could even be calm even in the face of a high-ranked battle. But the people around were still amazed at what was happening and thought that the young man was deceiving everyone. Raoul then turned to Philip and asked if he had contacted the guild members, and the man replied that except for the leaders, all 45 members had arrived in 10 groups. Also, they had already finished their training, and Philip called the rank-and-file knights who were already here. The guy praised him and asked him not to forget that there was a mission waiting for them today. A lot of things had changed. The young man said that 6 newcomers had reached the expert level and had been promoted to private knights. 9 guys, including Philip, Jake, and Pierce, became members of the elite knights. The novice guys and other soldiers also joined them, and now Raoul's first guild, or rather the elite knights squad, was ready for action. After that, our hero decided to look at the characteristics of the guild members. Seeing the data, the young man was surprised. After all, he had selected talented guys B rank and above, but those exceeded all his expectations. Raoul was interested in how they would prove themselves in the future. The young man thought that he had done his best to prepare for the upgrade. Now he hoped that everything would go according to plan. Meanwhile, Silver Zero turned to his co-workers and asked what the news was. One of the men said that the royal family had not taken any special action, but had only increased patrols. The Templetons were of the same opinion. Another added that the McNeils were doing the same. Silver Zero remained silent in response. He then turned to number 6 and asked if Ashton County was a religious county, to which the man replied, no. The man said the Ashtons had good relations with the temple but no religion. That's because they began preparations before the oracle was announced. He believed the county had another source of information. Then the leader of the Imperial Hounds asked how things were with Gray, to which one of his colleagues said that Sage was only focused on the academy at the moment. Afterwards, Silver asked number 8 whether he had managed to infiltrate a squad of mercenary soldiers. The man then apologized to the leader and said that they had been defeated. Upon hearing this, another colleague became indignant. He said that there was a recruitment for 1,000 fighters and was surprised that none of them passed, and the man explained that they had easily passed the preliminary test but failed the main test. He suggested that Raoul had some kind of ability. Silver Zero again said nothing in response and only frowned. Noticing this, his subordinates asked the leader if he thought the guy could be a problem. They said that he didn't have any special advantages, and someone added that these nobles wouldn't interfere with their plan. Silver agreed but still asked the men to keep an eye on the young man. He then asked if they had heard from their agents. The men replied that all were in position. Then the leader said that soon they would carry out their plan and finish off these noble men once and for all. He asked his colleagues to be ready. After that, everyone shouted the phrase, "Long live the Emperor." The evening came. At that moment, a mother and her son were walking along the streets of the city, and the boy, pointing his finger upwards, asked what it was there. The woman looked up and saw that the whole sky was colored purple. It seemed strange to her that so many shooting stars had appeared at once. And seconds later, her eyes widened. Clutching her son tightly in her arms, the woman fell to her knees. People were screaming all around. No one understood what was happening or where the sudden earthquake had come from. Tears appeared in the boy's eyes. Then he turned his head to the side as he saw some red glow. A portal appeared in front of them, out of nowhere. All the townspeople froze at the sight of the strange object, trying to understand what it was. And at that moment, terrible monsters with weapons in their hands started to come out of the portal. They came straight at the defenseless woman and her son. It seemed to be a sad end for them, but suddenly a man appeared in front of them. Waving his sword, he destroyed the monsters that were in the front row. It was Jake. With him came the other knights. With their spears, they held back the monsters in the portal. Then Jake turned to the townspeople and asked them to hide in a safe place. As he ran away, a woman and her son thanked him. Then the knights notified that the outer wall number 4, Zone B, Sector 32, was surrounded by enemies. They began to take defense measures. James then ordered everyone to evacuate the residents to safety and hold the defenses. Pointing his bow towards Pierce, said that the gate opened, and in the outer wall of number 3 Zone F. A few more monsters had entered the area, but there were no casualties. Philip also spotted enemies in another location. He shouted that they were solving the situation and control of the zone would be handed over to the guards. Meanwhile, Raoul was in the palace and asked his subordinates to keep reporting the situation. Looking at the map, the guy watched the gates open in different places, and the thing was that the renewal had finally come. After that, the guy turned to Bernard and he suddenly appeared in the form of a hologram next to him. Raoul asked the man to choose a few warriors from the first squad and distribute them by sectors. Our hero knew that this event was coming but did not expect it to be so large. Raoul realized that their training remained insufficient, and they were barely coping. While his subordinates were fighting the monsters, the boy thought that he lacked information from the beginning. The young man only knew that in the 521st year of the time of Connect, the kingdom suffered greatly as a result of the gates, and the number of their location and rank remained unknown. And Raoul thought about the fact that he would have liked to mop up all the enemies himself, but now he was not alone. Using the power of his guild, the guy could minimize civilian casualties. If only he knew the rank of the gate, he would be able to distribute the squads more rationally. At that moment, a notification from the system appeared next to Raoul. There was a new assignment. The guy needed to close as many gates that opened every midnight. Also on this, the young man had only a month. After learning about the conditions, our hero was shocked. Raoul tried to see if there was any way to avoid it. Of course, he had suspicions about the situation, but he dismissed them. The Connect has a defense system that can interrupt the game if the scenario is jeopardized. It can make an additional demand, as it did now, but usually it just sends the player a surprise mission or a series of optional quests. In other words, no matter how many gates the guy closes, it doesn't make any sense. And even though the young man realized that it would not be easy for him, he was not going to give up. Raoul felt obligated to find a way to minimize the damage, and at that moment, he received a notification that his subordinates had found the Golden Gate. They also said that so far everything was quiet, but the energy coming from them was gradually increasing. Then our hero ordered his subordinates not to approach the gate, as they could be absorbed by the parallel dimension. He added that 3 soldiers of B rank should be involved, and also to set up a special surveillance in this area. Philip said that's exactly what they would do. Then the boy turned his attention to the D rank gate. He thought that he couldn't just stay here and give orders, so pulling out his sword, Raoul Ashton decided he had to deal with it. At our hero's side was a red-haired guy named Josh. He was 21 years old and worked as a hired soldier of C rank. After leaving the walls of his home farm, the young man had worked hard to become what he was now. Josh said that an aristocrat was recruiting knights and he jumped at the chance to become one of them. As a result, they were given comfortable lodging, and the food was as good as he'd ever eaten in his life. The boy thought he would enjoy an ordinary life, adjusting to the whims of a nobleman. And now standing in front of the Golden Gate, Josh realized that he was not ready for such a turn of events. Pointing his sword forward, he waited for the monsters running towards him to attack him. And fighting them off, Josh realized that there was no end to them. It seemed to him that he wouldn't last much longer. As soon as he thought about it, a monster even bigger than before came out of the portal. Looking at it, the boy was even more tense at the sight of this huge giant. The opponents began to surround the young man. And at that moment, Josh realized that he couldn't fight them off anymore. Then the guy took his weapon and decided that he would have to play big. He was going to destroy the big guy, thinking that the others would fall. However, as soon as he ran forward, his face stretched out. Josh noticed that all the monsters had fallen at once. It was our hero who deftly used his sword to attack the opponents. Watching the guy, Josh was very surprised. After that, Raoul landed in front of the boy and asked with a smile if he was interfering. Then our hero said that the guy looked too familiar. He assumed that Josh was from the first guild. Stammering, the red-haired young man confirmed this. Raoul then remarked that he was ambitious, but everything he did was risky. The boy said that such a beast was not easy to defeat. Then our hero said that Josh was capable, but it would still be hard for him to deal with a D-rank gate. That's why he offered him to join them. The red-haired young man was surprised by this offer. He asked who Raoul was. At that moment, Jake was already standing next to him. The man noticed that Josh was new and said that even so, he was obliged to know his master. Jake told the young man that he was facing a master of the first guild named Raoul Ashton. Josh opened his mouth in surprise when he heard this. Then Jake asked him if he thought that since the Earl's son had created a guild, he would have a sweet life. In that case, the man said the boy didn't belong here. Jake added that they had only professionals working for them and told Josh to follow them silently. After that, our hero ordered all the subordinates to get ready and said that they would be lucky. Looking at them, Josh repeated the phrase Jake said about professionals and ran after all the knights. Meanwhile, the monsters were wandering around the Golden Gate, and at that moment, one of them noticed something. And out of the portal a second later, our hero flew out. Swinging his sword at the monster, the guy attacked it. Then Raoul landed and thought that his hunch was right. The young man knew that the monsters were coming and thought it was a good thing he decided to show up in person. He didn't have enough time to clear all the gates at once, and it had to be done as soon as possible. Next to our hero was Jake, and he noticed that the monsters gathered too much, and most likely near their base. Raoul said that it is not excluded and asked the man to send a scout. He also reminded them that saving the inhabitants should be their first priority. As soon as he said that, Josh ran past him. The red-haired guy, without waiting for orders, ran straight at the monsters, pointing his weapon at them. With sharp movements of his sword hand, Josh attacked one enemy after another. Jake and Raul were shocked as they watched. The man even said that the young man had no brakes. Our hero didn't take his eyes off the boy. He thought he needed to sharpen his sword skills. Raul also noticed that Josh had well-developed senses. After the red-haired boy had finished with his enemies, he turned to his master and with a nonchalant face pointed a finger upward. Raul continued to ponder and suggested that by taking control of the mana, Josh would achieve better results. A little later, one of his subordinates ran up to our hero and said that they had found a rat base behind the forest. However, they hadn't found any inhabitants. The man said that despite the large area, there were no other monsters inside. And Jake said that they had taken care to move all the inhabitants away from the gate, so there shouldn't be any. But Raul thought they should check the neighborhood again, since they were bound to get out today without loss. He said that closing the gate was important, but the first priority was to save the civilians. Then our hero turned to Josh and said that he would go with him. The red-haired boy immediately agreed. Raul stood near the golden gate and told his men that they were in for a long night. After a while, the young man was in his office talking to Dylan. He noticed that his brother was shaken up. He also asked him if it had been a hard night. Dylan even suggested that he resume training, but Raul thought that now was not the time to joke and asked how things were back home. In response, the man asked his brother not to worry and said that they had enough data to prepare well. After that, our hero turned to Dylan and asked how many gates had already opened. The man replied that there were about 100 open, out of which 10 were D rank. That was why they had no problem dealing with it. Hearing this, Raul was shocked. After all, it was worse than he expected. Dylan, on the other hand, thought it wasn't that bad. Then the guy said he'd come to his brother and help him. But the man did not understand why it was necessary to do it if they had closed everything. After saying that, Raul's face changed. Then Dylan explained that it took them about half a day. He also said that his father had done a good workout. The man added that Golden Bear Master Trevor and Commander Ernest were as excited as if they were at a festival. He said that they were bored with their normal lives, and Raul smiled when he heard that. And Dylan added that it was funny to watch the old people having fun. Continuing to smile, the boy thought that he had forgotten how inadequate his family was. Then the boy said that he knew that there were no casualties, but added that Dylan and the others had acted rashly. He had warned that the D-rank gate was too dangerous to approach. In response, the man asked if they should have waited for him to come and use his superpower. In addition, in a more serious voice, Dylan said that Ashton County was powerful, and he and his father were not weaklings. He again asked the boy not to worry about them. The man said that they were always ready to fight back the enemy and could handle any number of gates. Dylan thought that the Ashtons had great strength and didn't need any help. They would be able to close several hundred gates. While his brother was talking, the hero was thinking about something. The man noticed it and sharply turned to the boy. Then Dylan asked the young man not to worry about the house and just do what he had to do. He said that he and his father would take care of everything. In response, Raul smiled and said that his brother was right. He admitted that he was being too arrogant. Then Dylan added that the boy wasn't old enough to compete with him. The man also said that some of the gates hadn't disappeared after they had cleared them. He didn't understand what could have caused it. When our hero heard about it, he was very surprised. He couldn't understand how this was possible either. After a while, there was a meeting in the palace. People wondered if not all the gates could be destroyed. Then the guy told them that according to Dylan, the E and D rank gates hadn't disappeared, unlike the others. Even though they'd done a lot of damage, Raul said that what they'd been most afraid of had happened. Jake realized that they were in serious trouble. The man said they wouldn't leave that gate unattended, but it wouldn't last forever. And Philip said if they increased their surveillance, they would have to reduce the defense force. So it was necessary to resolve this issue as soon as possible. In response, our hero promised to find out the reason why the gate wouldn't disappear and find a way out. Bernard then asked the Lord if he should have prepared a squad. Raul answered no and said that he would take only 3 men with him. The young man meant Jake, Philip, and Pierce. Philip reacted and asked if the boy was sure of his decision. Our hero said that the old men of Ashton County put their best foot forward and they could not sit idle. Then he said that they might encounter survivors and that they should send 10 soldiers to the gate. At this point, Jake laughed and said that he remembered the old days. Pierce responded to that. He said it had only been 2 months and he didn't understand what old days the man was talking about. Philip told him that this was no picnic and he shouldn't relax. Such remarks hurt Jake and he said he was just joking. After a while, our hero was already near the Golden Gate. Looking at the monsters with a smile, he asked his subordinates if they were tired. Next to the guy at this moment was Philip and Jake. Jake replied that he wasn't even warmed up yet. They were surrounded by enemies. Raul said they had no extra time and needed to speed up. They all ended up rushing at the monsters at the same second. Attacking them, Jake shouted to their opponents to get out of the way. As he continued to destroy the monsters, the man asked if this was it. After saying that, another enemy appeared behind him. He didn't have time to attack Jacob, however, because someone had launched arrows from a bow at him in time. The man was surprised and turned his head to see Pierce standing nearby. He looked very stern and told Jake that he didn't have to thank him. After that, Jake exploded. He asked Pierce why he had to get involved when he was doing just fine on his own, but the gunman didn't answer because he didn't see the point in arguing. Jake didn't stop. He asked Pierce if he wanted to bet on who could kill more monsters. Then Philip joined the conversation. He asked them to stop being childish because there was no time for that. Meanwhile, Raul thought that except for the rugged terrain here was nothing remarkable. At that moment, Josh approached our hero and asked if he could report something to him. Raul said yes to that, and the guy said that the territory is quite difficult to move around, but nothing out of the ordinary was found, and there didn't seem to be any civilians here either. Hearing this made the young man think. He assumed that the gate was designed so that only players could get close to it. Raul knew that this was possible, but there was one problem. Non-player characters are also able to clear the gate or dungeons because they are much stronger than players. However, the latter would not be satisfied with such an arrangement. Therefore, there are certain prohibitions. NPS, for example, cannot cross the gate and fight against the keeper. And they are also closed passage to the dungeon boss room. No matter how strong the NPS is, unlike the player, he cannot close the gate. In this case, Raul Ashton wondered what they should do now. Then he received a notification that a hidden location had been discovered and a secret mission had been launched. The young man thought about the fact that usually he is happy to carry out secret missions, but now he had no time for it. Then our hero turned to his subordinates and asked if they had familiarized themselves with the information. They said yes. And Philip decided to clarify whether they should find the gatekeeper. He doubted that there was one among the monsters they had met. Suddenly, Josh also turned to Raul and asked if the monster that was standing to the side could be the gatekeeper. At the same moment, the guy pointed his finger forward. And immediately he turned back and saw the cursed dark goblin in front of him. It was indeed an E-rank gatekeeper. Looking at his new opponent, Philip also assumed that this was the one they needed. With a smile on his face, Jake wondered if this big guy had gotten his hands on him. Josh then asked the Lord to let him take on the monster. He wanted to deal with him. But Raul drew his sword and said he would finish him off. The red-haired boy stammered and let our hero go forward. At that moment, Jake asked what had happened to their lord. But Philip didn't understand the question and said that he always led the battle. Then Raul thought that if the keeper destroyed the NPS, there would be no reward. He of course doubted that the E-rank gate would be any good, but he decided to act. Looking at the goblin, he wondered if the gate would close if he took him down alone. The monster then attacked Raul with his mace. Thanks to his agility and reaction, the boy blocked the blow. And then he grabbed his sword tighter and was able to knock his opponent off balance. And while his opponent was knocked off balance, our hero gave him one last blow. Watching this, Jake and Philip believed that their lord would be able to kill the goblin in no time, and Josh opened his mouth and couldn't believe his eyes. He was amazed that the young man had repulsed the attack and at the same moment retreated the necessary distance to create a gap. Looking at Raul Ashton, Josh realized that the guild leader was an amazing warrior. And our hero now understood what E-rank gatekeepers were like. He thought that inexperienced fighters would have a hard time defeating them, and the guy knew that if the gatekeeper was defeated, the gate should disappear. However, he didn't realize where the notice would be. Just as Raul thought about it, a notification popped up on the side. At first, the system said that everything was fine and the gate would disappear soon, but then an error popped up. A forced mode had been activated. Seeing this, our hero was dumbfounded. Then the guy turned to his subordinates and showed them the ore stone that was the core of the power armor. The men asked the Lord if he had gotten it from the heart of a goblin. And the young man said yes. He also said that they should collect as much of it as possible to start the power armor factory. With a smile on his face, Jake asked if it was valuable or not. Pierce looked at his partner indignantly and asked why he was even listening to the gentleman. Raul himself at that moment looked at the golden gate that stood still, even though the keeper had been destroyed. He realized that there was no going against the script. However, the guy wasn't going to do that. After all, with each appearance of the gate, he would become stronger and stronger. Then the young man told his subordinates that their task was to clear all the D-ranked gates in the capital. He added that they should work non-stop and try not to sleep. Jake was very happy to hear this. He also said that they needed one more person. He turned his head toward Josh and asked if he would join them. The red-haired boy was surprised. Then Raul said that this time he had not given him a chance to show himself, and so he was offering him a new opportunity. And of course, Josh agreed and thanked his master for such a chance. After that, our hero with his 4 faithful assistants set off. In a few minutes, they passed through the Golden Gate. The first thing Raul saw was an ordinary cave. He thought that it was a good thing that the gate was lit. Otherwise, he would not have been able to see anything. He hadn't expected this and was glad he had brought something with him that could help him. Jake looked around and asked Raul where they were. He didn't answer, but asked the boys to stay close together, because it was too dangerous. Then he took out a lamp and asked his subordinates to take a good look around. Jake was surprised to see a magic lamp, as they were very rare. Philip was also delighted, as it was the first time he had seen it. Raul then asked the men to study the cave and to stay together. He also asked them to stay together in case they had to fight. And Josh was given a special mission by our hero. He said that since this was the young man's first mission, he should carry the lamp. When the red-haired boy heard about it, he was shocked. It was because the lamp was very precious. Smiling, Raul said that he just trusted him, and he added that if the young man wanted to join the first guild, he would have to try hard. At these words, Josh's eyes shone. He couldn't believe that he had the opportunity to become a member of the first guild. After that, he grabbed the lamp from the Lord and said that he would protect it at the cost of his own life. At this moment, our hero smiled as he couldn't even think that he would be so lucky. Looking at Josh, Raul realized that soon he would reach S rank and would be recognized as a possible candidate for the position of a mercenary under the king. The young man then turned to Pierce and asked how the situation was, to which the man replied that he had seen many moving objects, and the only thing he could say for sure was that there was a hostile army coming from them. After saying that, Pierce's eyes shone and he pointed his bow and arrow upwards. A second later, someone roared above them. Apparently, the man had succeeded in attacking the enemy. Jake was very surprised and asked his partner if he had found someone and had managed to hit them. Jumping up on the rock, Pierce said that he could hit a valley even with his eyes closed. Continuing to look around, Pierce said that the enemies were close by. His eyes were still glistening. Then Raoul looked closer and saw a lot of bats. At the top of his voice, he shouted to the boys to be careful, as they would attack when they saw the light. With round eyes, Josh immediately looked at the magic lamp in his hands. At that very minute, all the bats flew towards the red-haired guy. He kept the lamp in his hands and began to close in on the little enemies. Jake noticed that everyone was clustered around the lamp. Then Raoul shouted to Josh to throw the lamp. Otherwise, something unpleasant was waiting for him. After that, however, our hero abruptly stopped talking, and all because Josh was angry and indignantly asked the mice if they had decided to attack the newcomer. With one hand in which there was a small dagger, the young man attacked the opponents, and the other continued to hold the magic lamp. Josh wasn't even going to let it out of his hands. Jake turned to Raoul and said that the boy had gone a little crazy and was very enthusiastic about his words, to which our hero replied that they could use someone energetic. It was like an entrance test for him. Josh then turned to them and asked them how long they would stand and watch. But in response, the guys asked the young man to push on if he wanted to be on their team. Finally, after fighting off the bats, the hero and his subordinates moved on. Jake was surprised that they had traveled so far, but they hadn't found anything. The man assumed that there was no one but bats here. Then Philip reminded Jake that the gate belonged to the D rank. He asked him to follow his master's example and stay vigilant. At this point, Josh turned to Philip and decided to ask how strong their master was. And the man replied that it depended on what the young man meant by that word. He said that the young master was getting stronger every day and also belonged to the noble Ashton family. But Philip said that Raoul's sword skills were inferior to Jake's. Then they heard a scream. It was Jake, and he was jumping on the spot asking why there were giant bugs here. Then Philip added that the man looked stupid but was a great fighter. Meanwhile, our hero noticed something. Felipe wanted to inform the Lord of the danger, but Raoul realized that they were not alone. In front of them were level 45 armored scorpions. And what made them special was the presence of acid poison and strong armor. Looking at them, Jake realized that they weren't pretty at all. And Philip asked everyone to be careful because there were a lot of scorpions. And Raoul at that moment was convinced he was right. There were more than just bats behind the D-rank gate. This kind of scorpion that was in front of them only lived here and in the dungeon. Therefore, the others were encountering them for the first time. Then our hero told the guys that the scorpions were part of their assignment, and they must complete it at any cost. The guy also informed the men that the scorpions had hard armor and a poisonous sting that had to be avoided, so they set about the task. In fact, the task was not to capture the enemy, but to eliminate him. However, Raoul noticed that there was no mention of destroying the gate. And to begin with, our hero suggested his subordinates to deal with the shell scorpions. So they threw in an attack. In all directions flew blood from the monsters. While the men fought, Josh asked himself why the nasty monsters are constantly sticking to him. Then the guy felt someone's breath behind his back. As soon as he turned around, he saw a huge scorpion. A sense of fear flashed in Josh's eyes, but nevertheless he was not confused and began to fight off the monster. However, the guy noticed that the scorpion's sting was approaching him. Josh realized that he would not have time to dodge, and at that moment, someone attacked the monster. When he saw the sword emitting mana, he was very surprised. He couldn't believe that swords were floating in the air. And in front of him stood Raoul. Surrounded by swords, our hero asked Josh if it was really a difficult task to fight and watch the lamp at the same time. Without waiting for the guy's answer, Raoul thought he was taking away the opportunity to prove himself again. He added that from now on, the lamp would be under his protection. After that, the young man pointed all his swords towards the scorpions. In one motion, he destroyed many of the monsters. Looking at this, Jake said that the Lord had done it again. He also thought that he had hoped to stretch his bones for nothing. Josh didn't even comment. He was surprised that the young man was only 15 years old. It seemed to him that Raoul was not the kind of aristocrat who only pretended to be a knight. Watching the guy, Josh thought that Raoul was a real master and he would definitely serve him. Meanwhile, our hero destroyed exactly 50 scorpions. He thought that the minimum requirement for clearing the gate was fulfilled. Then the guy turned to the guys and said that they had to move on. Jake was surprised because he thought that the task was over. He explained that since they were already here, they should go on to the end. Raoul said it was dangerous to leave a D-ranked gate halfway through. Jake grumbled a little in response since he had already hoped that they could get out of this dark cave. And Philip, with a disgruntled face, asked the man to stop whining. And our hero wondered why there was no hidden task to destroy the gate if the minimum requirement was reached. And answering this question himself, the guy assumed that they had not yet found the keeper. Raoul thought it was dangerous to leave him alive. In spite of the time, the young man was determined to find him. After that, Pierce approached him. Hearing the subordinate, our hero asked him if he had found anything. The man replied that he had reached the end of the cave, but the place where it led him is better to see with his own eyes. In the end, after a while, they were all there. They were surprised to see an arena in the middle of the cave with a strange gate. Looking ahead, Jake assumed that in the center stood the Guardian. Raoul agreed. There was indeed a dark silhouette standing in the arena. No one understood why it wasn't moving, and one of the boys said it was as if they were being waited for. Standing in front of them with a sinister smile was the gatekeeper of the D-rank Scorpion champion. His level was C+. Observing the enemy, Raul smiled. He thought it was funny that the monster invited them to fight. Of course, he couldn't refuse it. After that, our hero immediately jumped down from the cliff. Jake only had time to shout after him. When he landed, he apologized to the men. He said that this time he would not give in to anyone, and it was not just about the reward. Raul then turned to the gatekeeper and assumed that he had asked him a question. The boy asked the monster to show what he was capable of. In response, the Scorpion champion said nothing to our hero. He immediately sprang into action and went to attack the young man. Raul was able to block his opponent's blow and immediately bounced away to avoid being hit by the Scorpion's sting. However, dodging our hero noticed that the monster was too close to him. So the guy decided not to hesitate and bounce back again to avoid being hit. At this point, the Scorpion champion began to growl menacingly. After that, he attacked Raul again. Everything was happening very fast, but the young man managed to dodge. The battle was watched by our hero's subordinates. Philip noticed that this monster was a strong opponent. Jake realized that D-rank gatekeepers were not easy to take down. Josh then turned to Jake and asked if they should help the young master. However, the man said that Raul had an undeniable advantage. He said that against the claw sword and the poisonous sting, the young man had only used the sword from the beginning. This meant that the boy was quite relaxed, enjoying the battle to the fullest. Meanwhile, Raul looked at his opponent and thought that he had already forgotten that feeling. Finally, he could distract himself from training in real estate and guild management. The young man only wanted to focus on the battle now. His sword began to emit energy and the boy said that good things come to an end. Our hero stated that he was a busy man and therefore needed to get to the next stage. Turning to the Scorpion champion, Raul said that he had fun, but there wasn't much time. Looking at the gatekeeper, the boy added that it was time for them to call it a day. However, at that moment, the monster suddenly pulled out a sword from somewhere. Raul was very surprised to see it, but that wasn't the worst part. After that, his opponent launched poison in his direction. The young man was motionless for a couple of seconds and then deftly dodged the enemy's attack. And as soon as the poison landed near him, our hero realized that he should be even more careful now. Without wasting time, the gatekeeper attacked the guy with his sword again and he blocked the blow again. After that, a bright light spread throughout the cave. It made Josh, Jake, and the other men upstairs cover their eyes. None of them realized what it was. And Pierce realized that the monster was capable of wielding a mana sword. In that case, Josh started to panic and said that the situation was critical. He asked the guys again if they were sure the Lord didn't need help. Then Jake reassured the kid and said that there was no need to get involved. Philip too thought that they would only distract Raul and thereby harm him. They only had to believe in our hero. Meanwhile, as the boy continued to fight the gatekeeper, he thought about how he could live forgetting about those days when he had only fought endlessly. At that time, the young man was on the verge between life and death, feeling the constant tension. With a smile on his face, Raul decided that he would squeeze everything out of the monster. After all, he was dealing with a great solo player. Although the guy's opponent was also strong, the Scorpion champion used a mana sword in ranged attacks. The young man also noticed that the enemy was strong and agile, but his movements were monotonous and sprawling. Pointing his sword at the monster, Raul decided that this was its weak point. After that, the enemy again swung towards the guy. Meeting him, our hero thought that this time he would throw out a sword claw or sting, and in a second Raul noticed that the champion of scorpions approached him and pulled out his claw. With a deft reaction, the boy dodged and the monster hit the empty space. This surprised the gatekeeper. Then our hero jumped and flying over his opponent was able to separate his claw from his body. Not expecting such a development of the situation, the Scorpion champion had no time to do anything and began to scream loudly in pain. While the enemy was discouraged, the young man continued to act and struck him again. Raul then landed and with a smile on his face told the monster that it was nice to remember the old days. He even thanked his opponent for it. Watching his master, his subordinates were dumbfounded. Jake asked the guys if the guy was stronger again. Philip confirmed this and said that he had already reached the middle level. It was only a matter of time before the boy would surpass Jake in swordsmanship. Jake himself was not happy about this. Rebelling from the rock, he suggested that our hero go to the other gate as soon as possible. The man also said that the next keeper would be his. Raul Ashton said nothing in response. He was just trying to understand what had come over his subordinate again. After that, a notification appeared in front of the guy stating that he had reached a mid-level sword expert. The task had been completed. Then our hero apologized to the guys for waiting and suggested that they were bored watching the battle. However, Josh gave the opposite reaction. The guy enthusiastically said that it was amazing and he couldn't take his eyes off it. Even though Raul was embarrassed, he thanked Josh. Philip also praised our hero and asked what their next steps would be. The young man replied that they were a little behind schedule and needed to hurry to the other gate. As a result, Raul reminded them that they had a long day ahead of them and that they needed to get ready. Jake was glad of that. He loved this kind of thing. The boys worked tirelessly to clear the gate. 7 hours later, they had closed the 4th D-ranked gate, and the mercenary units, having regained their strength, headed under Bernard's command to the E-rank gates. and safely completed each mission. Thus, all the gates to the Turim capital territory were cleared. 500 people died on the first day and about 700 were saved. Raoul said that many people thought that all the horrors were behind them, but he knew it was just a warm-up for the real battle. Two men walking down the street were discussing the gate. One of them said he'd even seen orcs coming out of it, and the other said he'd heard of some people being dragged to the other side. In one of the bars in town, there was also talk of this. Many believed that the knights and mercenaries knew about the invasion and were ready to fight back. But the girls were discussing not the invasion itself, but who all the knights belonged to. It was about our hero. Meanwhile, Raoul himself was resting in his chambers. Rendell's residents had also heard rumors of what had happened. The chief had heard that the danger in the capital of Turim was over. Gritting his teeth, the man read in the newspaper that the noble Ashton military family had marked their return with this act. Looking at the boy standing next to him, he asked who Raoul Ashton was, whom the people of Turim had dubbed the new hero. And as soon as the man read that such a great leap forward might return Ashton's county to the political arena, he tore the paper to pieces. Then he rose from his throne and turning to Brian asked what this nonsense was all about. All their preparations had gone down the drain. His son stammered and bowed his head down, asking the man not to worry. However, those words worked in a very different way. The man got really angry and began to emit an energy that made Brian lie down on the floor. Then he said that by the time he was 60, he had 30 sons. He then added that none of them were any good. Continuing to press his son, the man also added that Ashton's sons were also getting in the way. After a few seconds, the energy that was spreading throughout the room from the man disappeared and Brian was able to rise to his knees. The man then told his son that he couldn't even stand a drop of pressure. He also asked Brian if he could call himself an expert after that. In response, the son apologized to his father. The man's name was Hudson Randall. He approached Brian and asked him to give him a detailed report of everything that had happened in his absence. Then his son told him that about 2 weeks the temple had sent an official document. Then the count took the report and read that the confirmed number of gates was 73. In a week about 40 had been destroyed, but the number was still growing. About 3,200 residents were missing or dead. The same was true of the 15 knights. Hudson had read that the knights were afraid to enter the gate, which led to an increase in the number of casualties among the soldiers, and at the moment, all the gates were sealed off and under surveillance. Brian then turned to his father with a tremor in his voice as he silently lowered his hand with the newspaper. Earl Rendell said nothing to his son, and within seconds Brian was literally flying out of the study. As he landed against the wall, he began to plead with his father, and the man approached him and began to emit ominous energy from himself again. The man then announced that he was banishing Brian from the family. He said that until he needed him, he could not enter Rendell County. Brian looked at his father with tears in his eyes, and the Earl said he didn't care that he was his son. He said if he saw the boy, he'd destroy him on the spot. Then Hudson ordered his son to get out of the office and tell the third in command that he was waiting for him. Looking after the limping Brian, the man cursed the Ashton family. Meanwhile, at the Royal Academy, the girls were admiring our hero as he passed by. With a smile on their faces, they discussed how the lad's knights had contributed to the defense of the kingdom. They also thought Raoul was handsome. The people around them also admired him. A disgruntled Caleb Randall was watching, and the guy standing next to him supported their friend and thought that the young man did not hit his finger, and his family did everything for him. Caleb looked after Raoul and said that as soon as the family sent reinforcements to him, he would show everyone who was better. Meanwhile, our hero was starting to get annoyed by the attention. He didn't understand why you can't just talk to him. And at that moment, Dalton ran up to the guy. He hugged him by the neck and was delighted that Raoul was so famous for a week. Dalton praised him and asked if he was aware that in the capital he was being trumpeted at every turn, to which our hero replied that he was not interested. This surprised Dalton and he asked if the rumors were not lying. He said that people were talking about the guy being the true heir to Ashton County. Raoul looked at his acquaintance unhappily and asked him again. Then Dalton spread his hands and said what he had heard. Otherwise, he did not understand who allowed the young man to take so many soldiers. And our hero turned around and asked the boy to stop talking nonsense. He said that the throne will inherit his older brother, and he does not care. Raoul also told Dalton that he himself gathered the knighthood without the support of his family. When Dalton heard about it, he was very surprised and asked how it was possible. Then the guy answered that he had some capital. Dalton rubbed his head and asked if next time he could go to the gate with them. Our hero didn't say anything to the acquaintance and looked at him strangely. The young man noticed this and asked what was the matter. At that moment, Raoul began to smile and thought that one had fallen for his tricks. It might seem that the young man had entered the academy only to sneak out of the house, but in fact, he had another goal. He wanted to find skill books and hidden talents. With Gray's arrival, the roster of students changed. But even so, Raoul had already chosen candidates based on the link's data, and one of those people was Dalton the Stick-Up Man. Our hero knew that in fact the strongest man in the kingdom is swordsman Marquis Templeton. And in the world of Connect, where it is almost impossible to establish relationships with the top-class NPS guy, was exposed to the perfect opportunity with the grandson of the man Dalton. At the moment, the gate was only open to a limited number of people, and the young man realized that it was necessary to get official permission, or have at least 50 fighters and 3 knights with him. In other words, Dalton would never get through the gate alone. Even though he was an expert, he wouldn't have the slightest chance to prove himself in a real fight. Therefore, Raoul thought that he was probably sleeping and seeing how to conquer the gate. Then our hero invited the boy to join him. He immediately asked Dalton what he thought about the F-rank gate, and the young man immediately started jumping with happiness. He was glad that they had managed to become friends. However, Raoul said that he had conditions. After that, Dalton immediately changed his face and asked what the guy was talking about. Then Raoul said that he was taking only him and forbade him to take any servants or guards with him. Dalton gladly agreed to this and said that the less people there are, the more oxygen there will be. Our hero also asked the boy to keep this outing a secret. He wanted to avoid another wave of gossip. Dalton smiled and said that he didn't want to cause his family any problems. Raoul was surprised that the boy was as calm as a boa constrictor. He also wondered what Dalton would do if he had bad intentions. And then the young man expressed his doubts that anyone would want to make an enemy of the Duchy of Templeton. And then our hero added that the young man would have to get permission from the Duke. Dalton was dumbfounded when he heard this. He asked if it was really necessary. Raoul replied that it was obvious. The guy said he needed someone to handle the situation if necessary, and he reminded the acquaintance that this was not a pleasure trip, but an official visit. Our hero had a whole squad of knights to answer to. Of course, Dalton understood all that. The boy wanted to express his opinion, but Raoul turned to leave and said that they would return to the matter as soon as Dalton talked to the Duke. The boy tried to stop Raoul, but it was useless. Rubbing his head, he pondered how he could convince the old man to let him go. After a while, our hero sat in a room with his subordinates. The men asked him what was the situation at the academy. He replied that the attention was tiring, but everything was fine. Bernard then said that in that case, they would try to keep public opinion at the same level. Raoul then took a cup of tea in his hands and asked the men how the deployment of the troops was going. And Bernard explained that for the last 2 days, 100 fighters had been used as bait. They had also taken in 10 more hired soldiers. In addition, the man said that in the main unit, 20 active spies had completed basic training. Raoul realized that there was a battle for public opinion, and in this fierce battle, they were obliged to strengthen their position. So the guy said that turning to Reuben's voice was the right decision. As they passed on information about the gate without asking for anything in return, word of their good reputation quickly spread throughout the kingdom. The boy realized that someone might not know the power of the information source of the Connect. It is an elite organization made up of mages. Moreover, the president of the Press Association is one of the 3 great magicians of the continent, Genus White. He surpasses the status of the Ajas who hold the highest positions. And Reuben's voice is the most influential of all. Raoul realized that in battle, you don't have to fight only with blades. The boy believed that they could use any means possible. So he told Philip to double the number of mercenaries so that there would be guys in reserve who could keep the conversation going. He also added that sooner or later they would be inspected. The man was surprised and asked the gentleman what he was talking about. Bernard answered the question. He said that they were probably greedy nobles. Since the situation with the gate has stabilized, they will gradually try to get closer to it. Raoul said he would gladly take them on if he could control the gate. But that was impossible. And Bernard replied that he thought that the nobles would try to tarnish the guy's reputation, but would be left with nothing. Exhaling with a smile on his face, our hero was not against them trying to do that. He said that only the chosen one would be able to close the gate anyway. Then Raoul asked Philip not to divulge the information. After all, if it reaches the ears of others, the lords will immediately pretend that they do not care about the gate, and the man obediently agreed. And our hero thought that by turning people's thirst for profit in his favor, he will gather all the warriors of the kingdom. The guy thought that only in this way they would be able to resist the coming danger. After a while, a blonde-haired man was running away from someone. Looking back, he thought that they would stop being followed after the gate was opened. Then the man thought that his task now was to distract as many enemies as possible so that his comrades could hide. However, just as he was thinking this, he saw several people in black hooded cloaks ahead of him. One of them told this man called Elias, nicknamed Faceless, that they were pleased to meet the leader of the information organization, Wings of Freedom. And Elias asked the strangers if they were the ones who had been chasing the guilds of the underworld for 6 months, to which the man in the black cloak said that he was thinking fast. In that case, the leader of the information organization asked what had brought them here. He suggested that he was the next target. In response, the stranger said that he just wanted to destroy Elias, but decided to make him an offer. Reluctantly grabbing his weapon, Elias asked what kind of offer he was talking about. The man offered to surrender and said that it would be a shame for him to destroy such an important person. But if the leader of the organization wanted to join them, the stranger in the black cloak would spare him. And in the end, Elias took out a knife and ran towards the enemy and said that he would never agree to that. And even though the man was unprepared for the attack, he was able to block the leader's blow. Seeing this, Elias was very surprised. His opponent was wearing power armor. He then bounced back and told the group of strangers that he guessed that they were sent by the Empire. In response, the man in the black cloak smiled and said that such an interesting conclusion would cost him his life. In the same second, several men in cloaks ran towards Elias, and their ringleader stated that he had no other choice. The man ordered his partners to destroy Elias. And seeing his enemies running at him, the leader of the information organization tensed up a little. But as soon as the strangers in black cloaks approached him, he disappeared. By this action, Elias misled his enemies. Looking around, the men in black cloaks assumed that he had used an artifact and needed to search the neighborhood. Meanwhile, Elias was at one of the buildings. He was once again running through his head the idea that the organization exterminating guild members was working for the Empire. And watching his opponents, the leader of the information organization, was trying to understand what was going on in this kingdom. At that moment, our hero was informed that the right to use the F-rank gate by the Knights of the First Guild had been cancelled. When Jake heard this, he was furious. He wanted to speak out about it, but Philip stopped him. And Raoul said that it was bound to happen sooner or later. Then he asked his subordinate how things were going with the E and D rank gates. To which the man replied that our hero and his allies still had access to them. In this case, the young man decided to clarify who would now become responsible for the F-rank gates. But the man could not accurately answer this question, as there were several families in the queue. And in principle, the guy was counting on it. He thought that given the low level of danger, the F-rank gate would be perfect for bragging. In addition, the nobles would be able to make good money from them. And looking at the subordinate, who was the captain of the guard, Raoul assumed that he was also confused. So the young man decided that now was the time to gain his trust. Turning to him, Raoul said that if he had any questions, he could ask them. At first, the captain of the guard was surprised, but afterwards he thanked the boy. He said that it would be good if all aristocrats were like our hero. Smiling in response, Raoul said that it was his duty to protect the city and its people. He suggested that the man work together from now on. However, after that, the captain of the guard became agitated and said that he shouldn't talk about it. But according to rumors, the Rendell family was behind it all. But the man himself thought that it was the Ministry of Finance that initiated it. But he clarified that it was only his guess. Also, the captain of the guard said that many of the department's employees have ties to the Rendells, including the minister. And since the situation is quite strange, the man decided that our hero needed to know it. In this case, the guy thanked the captain for the information. After that, the man left the office and Raoul told his subordinates that this was the outcome they had expected. Jake thought it was too much and asked the Lord why they were depriving them of their rights, to which the lad replied that they would have to obey the king's order anyway. Then he said that they didn't have anything to worry about since they hadn't lost anything. Jake was surprised to hear this and asked the gentleman what he was talking about. He replied that ordinary soldiers could easily handle an F-ranked gate, and so there was no point in sending mercenaries. Raoul thought that this way they would only waste money. And as a result, they would only be able to obtain mediocre items. The young man decided that it would be better to focus on the gates of rank E and above. After saying that, Jake visibly calmed down and said that our hero was right. Philip then asked what they should do with those who were in charge of the F-rank gates, and Raoul said that they should be sent to the cities. He wanted to use this opportunity to clean up the remaining gates. The guy added that those who ignored the items wouldn't last long anyway. He also said that keeping the gates under control was not easy, and so they would most likely get them back. In the meantime, Raoul wanted to concentrate on gaining recognition and fame. The young man thought that they should forget about everything and focus on themselves. And in addition, our hero asked his subordinates to take care of the management of hired fighters and personal growth. The men agreed to this. And Raoul was thinking about the official annual knighting ceremony in a week. It was there that he wanted the Knights of the First Guild to show what they were worth. The guy felt that they had to work hard to get everyone's attention. He wanted them to be known not only in the kingdom, but also outside the kingdom. After a while, several knights stood near the Golden Gate. Judging from the conversation, they were waiting for someone. Looking beyond the terrible portal, one of them asked the other what they should do if something terrible happened. And the answer was simple. They still had to fix the problem. The man complimented that they had no choice and would simply follow the order from above. After that, the knight's attention was drawn to some strange noise. Turning around, they noticed an army and one of the men shouted to everyone to move aside. It was because Aeson Carrington was riding behind him. He was the fourth son of Viscount Carrington. When one of the knights saw him, he said he was honored to meet the Viscount's son. His name was Bill and he was in charge of control. In response, Aeson Carrington did not extend the knight any courtesies and asked if it was them. Bill, however, did not understand what the man was talking about. Then the Viscount's son pointed to the gate and asked if it was the same one, and the knight confirmed that they were. Then Aeson told Bill that his men were blocking the passage and he needed them to leave. And only the knight wanted to ask the man what he was going to do as Aeson told his men that they were about to cross the gate. Bill then asked the Viscount's son what they would do with the horses. Aeson did not understand this question and asked what the knight meant, and he answered that if a man had no one to take care of the animals, he could leave them to them. However, this seemed unacceptable to the Viscount's son, and he pushed Bill with his foot. The knight could not keep his balance and fell. Then, gritting his teeth, Aeson Carrington told him to know his place, and asked how the knight dared to ask him to dismount. Bill wanted to justify himself, but the man rudely told him to shut up and added that he would talk to his captain. Then the son of Viscount spoke again in an uncultured manner and ordered his men to move forward. Then one of the knights turned to Bill and asked if he was all right. To which the man replied that he didn't care and had warned Aeson Carrington, and it wasn't his fault if the horses went crazy when they entered the gate. At that moment, Bill thought about the fact that the man didn't know that on the other side, there was a high level of mana concentration, and that's why horses were forbidden to be taken with him. And even if the Viscount's son survived, he could not escape the torment. The knight assumed that this night would bring many sacrifices. Meanwhile, Aeson continued on his way and asked his subordinate what exactly awaited them beyond the gate. He replied that there would be only orc goblins there and they had nothing to worry about. But these words angered the Viscount's son more as he thought to get the treasure. Then he clutched his horse's bridle in his hands and thought that if Raoul Ashton had been out of the way, things would have been different. Aeson Carrington was very annoyed that our hero had become the star of the capital by killing a couple of monsters, so he wanted to bring the guy down to earth by closing the remaining gates. After that, the man ordered his subordinates to break into squads and go into battle. He believed that in order to clear the gate, they needed to destroy every monster. However, Marco, who was an Imperial guard, said that this could be dangerous and it would be better to send scouts ahead. The rest of the men were advised to stay together. And Aeson Carrington, who was an Imperial guardsman, said that if he let his fear get the best of him, he would not be able to clear the gate. The Viscount's son asked him what people would think of them if they couldn't deal with such a trifle. Marco didn't have time to answer as he noticed something behind his back. After that, he asked Aeson to stay behind him. At that moment, some red monsters started coming out of the forest. The subordinates of the Viscount's son as well as himself were in a stupor. Then Marco asked everyone to remain calm and stay in their positions. The Imperial guardsmen also looked at the enemies approaching them and ordered the knights to prepare for battle. After a while, the news that Aeson Carrington's men were missing as well as himself reached Raoul. The captain of the guard explained that all the units that had crossed the gate had vanished, but the young man did not understand what the man meant by these words and asked him again. The old man explained that 10 units had disappeared in the last couple of days. He also said that each of them had been ordered to mop up the gate. The boy was surprised and assumed that the gate could transform and eliminate anyone entering. However, he realized that this was only characteristic of high-ranking gates. And these thoughts led Raoul to believe that there might be something inside. Bernard then approached our hero, but the young man beat him to it and asked the man to gather the best knights, including Homer. Bernard was very surprised and asked why it was necessary. And without dodging the question, Raoul said that they would conduct a rescue operation. After a while, Dalton and our hero were already inside the gate. They were met by toad-like monsters. One of them was disemboweled right in front of the boy, and he complained that he was now covered in its slime. Dalton turned to Raoul and asked if it was always this boring and dirty inside the gate. In response, the young man asked his acquaintance what he expected. The boy said that they could not know in advance what kind of terrain awaited them. Raoul also reminded him that he had warned him that they were not going to play with toys, and Dalton understood that very well. Looking at the boy, our hero realized that the rank of the gate does not correspond to the level of his training. However, given Dalton's lack of experience, he thought that this was the best place for training. Afterwards, Philip approached the boys. He said that the scouts had returned. Then Raoul asked what they were talking about. The man replied that, as expected, the number of detected monsters had decreased. In this case, the young man thought that they were preparing to attack. Our hero had already received information regarding this gate. Their maximum capacity was 300 individuals. Raoul said that in the first place, no one but the conquerors should stop them, and in the second place, it was a trap. The guy was willing to bet that the monsters do not even expect to be in it. After a while, our hero and his team reached a place, and the young man suggested that we stop here. After that, he turned to Homer and asked what he thinks about it, to which the man replied that he agreed with him. The knight of the first guild said that in front of them was an open area with swampy areas. It seemed like the right place for him. Finally, after listening to Homer, Raoul Ashton said that in that case, they would get to work. The young man said that this would be their base and asked the knight of the first guild to tell everyone to take positions. Dalton was standing next to our hero the whole time. He asked what the boy was going to do on this hill. Raoul replied that he was going to build a fort here. Hearing this, Templeton's son was surprised and asked the boy what he was talking about. Then Raoul asked his acquaintance to watch carefully and said that maybe he would learn something. And as soon as Dalton saw that the guy with the help of his hand emitted some energy, he was terrified. And our hero continued to direct his hand upward with a smile on his face, told Homer that they are starting. After that, the knight of the first guild ordered his subordinates to activate the artifact. After a few seconds, a magic circle appeared in the sky. Looking at it, Dalton was still in shock. Then many bricks began to rise into the magic circle. Dalton asked the young man what was going on, but he didn't get an answer. Raoul said that now they had to repeat what they had done in training. He was referring to the A formation and added that they were moving on to the main part. With that, the bricks began to line up into blocks and form the framework of something sturdy. Covering his hands from the dirt, Dalton was still questioning why all this was necessary, and as soon as he asked it, the answer came out. He saw that the boys had built a fort. Dalton's eyes bulged as he stared at the newly built fort. And our hero said that despite the fact that it was a hastily built fort, it would fulfill its purpose. The young man thought it was better to sleep like this than in a tent. The fort was 3 meters high and 20 wide. There was enough room for 100 men. In other words, it was the perfect base to meet the enemy. Dalton then asked Raoul if he was planning a siege. The boy didn't believe that the gate could be so dangerous. To which our hero said that they all posed a risk to life, but the fort was only necessary for this gate. The young man thought about the fact that he needed a large amount of artifacts to make the bricks lighter and smaller. He hoped it was worth it. As a destroyer, the guy had used the technique of building a small fortress in a high-ranking gate or dungeon more than once to shorten the mop-up time. For the sake of this moment, Raoul had specifically trained guild members capable of activating artifacts. However, he didn't think their training would come in handy so early on. And of course, Dalton had a lot of questions, but he decided to ask only one, and the young man asked what kind of question it would be. Then Dalton asked why the fort was needed at all. because he thought they were going to look for missing people, and Raoul said that was what the fort was for. That brought a look of surprise back to Dalton's face, all because he understood that forts are used to defend against enemy attacks. The guy asked our hero who he was going to fight off on the rescue mission. Raoul said that he would soon find out. The young man thought that perhaps those are sure that they are ready for anything and do not even take into account the possibility of failure. And our hero wanted to see whose preparation would be more effective. Meanwhile, in some shelter sat a masked man named Jack. He was the commander of the Imperial Hounds in Section 8. Then a subordinate came up to him and told him that they had captured those men as he had ordered. Jack then asked him if the rescue party was already there, and the man said yes. The man also added that the number of fighters was about the same as in the captured squad. He said the scouts were following them. Finally reaching for his sword, the commander hoped that these men could entertain him. With a smile on his face, Jack said he was tired of dealing with weaklings. He also believed that they should follow the captain's orders. After that, the man set out to hunt. But at that moment, a subordinate came up to him and, slightly stammering, said that he had an urgent report. And the news was from the rescue party's reconnaissance. Jack asked what had happened. The subordinate said that, according to rumors, they were hiding in the fort and doing nothing. And that surprised the commander. Meanwhile, Dalton was lying quietly in the fort, yawning. He said that he had not signed up for such a bore, and asked Raoul if he was sure that they would come for them. And our hero said not to relax too much because they could show up at any moment. Then Dalton said that he realized that the guy had built the fort for a reason, but he still didn't understand who their enemy was. So he decided to ask Raoul about it, and the young man said that he did not even think about hiding it from an acquaintance. Then our hero smiled and said that Dalton had better ask other people about it. This again caused a storm of emotion on the boy's face, and turning around he saw a crowd of people headed by Jack approaching them. Dalton asked if they would have to fight them. Raoul said yes with a smile on his face. And Jack, seeing the fort, grabbed his subordinate by the cloak and asked indignantly when they had time to build it. But he did not know the answer to that question. Then our hero waved his hand at his enemies and said that they were sure to trap them. As Raoul continued to smile, he realized how confused they were. After all, they had just realized that they had fallen into a trap. Philip then ordered the knights to prepare and aim, and our hero continued to think that their opponents didn't realize they were being ambushed. And as it was, in fact, the young man decided to take advantage of the confusion of the enemy. Looking at the commander of the opponent's guy, noticed that he was very hot-tempered. Of course, this prompted Raoul to tease the man. So our hero did not think long and unculturally shouted at the Imperial Hounds and asked why they were walking around without a leash. Then the guy said that the enemies looked like retards in this senseless equipment. With a sinister smile on his face, Jack asked the young man if he was of the Ashton family, and pointing his sharp sword at Raoul, he noted that he had the guts to be defiant. Then the commander declared that they would gladly destroy the boys, or rather he wanted to send the young man to the other world himself. Sending his subordinates to attack, Jack said that in the end this fort would belong to them. However, this did not frighten our hero. On the contrary, he smiled and thought that his enemies were caught. At the same moment, Raoul grabbed his sword, and Dalton still did not understand what was happening, but he was sure that these people were from Imapria. Then our hero ordered his men to fire. All the knights of the Blinks raised their bows and aimed their arrows at the enemies, and the men from Jack's side also went on the attack. They all shouted that they were doing it for the glory of the Emperor. The cloaked men quickly approached the knights with bows, and they were even a little confused. But in a second, the enemies were also confused. Dalton attacked. He attacked the Imperial Hounds with great skill, and said that even toads would be more pleasant for him to fight. Jack smiled as he realized that there was another upstart here. That made it all the more interesting. Then the commander waved his hand and asked Raoul and his boys if it was time for them to show some respect. Then one of the cloaked men blew a horn. A look of bewilderment appeared on our hero's face. At the call of the horn, someone began to emerge from the forest, and in a minute, behind Jack's back stood huge red monsters. Then the commander of the Imperial Hounds, with a smile on his face, asked the young man and his team so they finally show respect. At the sight of the strange creatures, Dalton became agitated and asked what they were. Raoul explained that they were Imperial soldiers. Looking at the enemies, the guy realized that since their last meeting, the Imperial soldiers had been upgraded. He even assumed that they were the best warriors of the Imperial Hounds. After these words, our hero smiled and decided that in this case, everything would go as planned. Meanwhile, the knights who were on Raoul's side and had just shot at the enemies with bows were very scared of their new opponents. But nevertheless, they realized that they must not panic. At that moment, the Imperial soldiers roared loudly. Dalton looked at these red creatures and tried to understand how they could have been created. After that, the Imperial soldiers rushed to attack. Philip ordered his subordinates to prevent the enemies from approaching the fort. Arrows flew at the enemies and they were easily repelled by them. Apparently, it was useless. Dalton also noted that the arrows did not do any harm to the Imperial soldiers, and Raoul said that ordinary weapons wouldn't even scratch them. In that case, Dalton turned to the boy and asked what they should do. He hoped the boy had a backup plan, and Raoul confirmed it. However, he said that he would need help to carry out the plan. Then our hero asked his partner what he would say to that. Then Dalton smiled and said that he was in on it, and said that that was why he had come here. This pleased Raoul, and looking at his opponents, he called Dalton to action. But the Imperial soldiers did not wait for the first move, and approaching the front, they attacked. The knights who were up above panicked, shouted to their allies to be careful. Watching this, Philip ordered his subordinates to hold their positions and the spearmen to go on the attack. Meanwhile, Jack realized with a smile on his face that the men of the first guild were hoping to hide in the fort. But now the man wanted to show them that the Empire was not to be trifled with. He decided to destroy the fort. A second later, Jack's confidence was slightly dissipated as he saw Raoul and Dalton running straight towards him with an attack. The boys deftly jumped over one of the Amiprian soldiers, but after that Dalton saw that one of them looked at them angrily. Then the enemy turned around to face them and growled menacingly, spreading his arms out to the sides. Then Dalton told Raoul that his sword does not take the enemy because they have too strong armor, and our hero said that they would have to sweat. Meanwhile, Jack laughed loudly and asked the boys if they had decided to come here rather than defend their fort. The man appreciated their plan and even gave them kudos for being silly. After this, Dalton said that this commander was starting to annoy him and asked Raoul if he was really going to listen to this nonsense. And of course, the young man was not going to do that. He pulled out his huge sword and said that now they would shut him up. In response, Dalton smiled and also drew his weapon and asked the boy if he remembered that he said he had full freedom of action. And answering his own question, the young man said that it was the right thing to do. And the Imperial soldiers saw the mood of the guys and roared furiously again. Then Dalton and Raoul simultaneously ran towards the enemy and attacked him. From such an unexpected and unpleasant sensation, the Imperial soldier roared furiously. After that, Dalton and our hero pushed themselves from their seats and jumped in different directions. Watching everything that was happening, Jack was in complete shock. He didn't understand what was going on. And then Raoul and his ally attacked the Imperial soldiers. Blood flew in every direction. While Jack was terrified, the knights on the boys' side cheered that their master had defeated the magical warrior. Dalton stood behind and exhaled with ease as he managed not to get dirty in the mud. At this point, our hero, standing on the lifeless body of the Imperial soldier, and turning to Jack, asked why they were silent and if that was all their fighting power. Then he asked the man why they had to shout for the glory of the Emperor and other nonsense if their loyalty to their lord depended on the presence of magical warriors. At first, Jack was silent in response, but then he said that it was getting more and more interesting every time. The man thought he could finally have some fun. Jack added that he should thank the guy's family for providing him with a worthy opponent, and Dalton assumed that if the man commanded an Imperial army, he was stronger than those monsters. He asked Raoul if he needed help. In response, our hero smiled and said that he himself would be happy to deal with the enemy. In addition, Raoul noticed that Dalton already had a rifle. After these words, the guy turned his head to the side in surprise. There was another Imperial soldier with a huge mace. Jack was ordering him to stomp the guy. Our hero noticed that this enemy was smaller but well armed. He asked Dalton if he could take him. He asked if the guy had forgotten what kind of family he was from. Then Dalton asked Raoul not to worry about him and advised him to teach the leader a lesson. Then the boy thought about the fact that his partner was Templeton's grandson. And despite the fact that this was the first real fight of the guy, our hero decided that he could rely on him. And since his rear was now covered by Jack, Raoul decided it was time to call it a day. Then he apologized to the commander and asked if they were going to start the battle. Jack respectfully turned to the guy and asked him his name. Raoul answered. Smiling, the man said that everyone had heard about the young man's family. He said that there were rumors that they used a two-handed sword, but the commander himself believed that it was not true. And our hero at that moment noticed that his opponent talked too much and looked like a gorilla, and he decided he shouldn't look down on the man. Looking at Jack, Raoul noticed that his characteristics and level were similar to those of an advanced sword expert, but still the man was the strongest opponent the young man had ever fought. After that, the commander of the Imperial Hounds said that 2 young gentlemen from noble families in one day was a jackpot. He asked the boys to surprise him. The young man continued to look at the enemy and noticed that he had strong characteristics and power armor. He realized he couldn't let his guard down, but then he smiled and thought about the fact that by leveling up he had improved his stats. Raoul had also invested in equipment, and he had something to brag about. In his mind, he asked Jack to check out what the reborn and fully equipped player was capable of. The man noticed that the guy had a mana blade and said that he probably wasn't a typical slobbering nobleman. He smiled again and said that Raoul might be able to entertain him. Then, emitting a red glow from himself, Jack added that, for the boy's information, it was not in his nature to hold back. The man ran at our hero with a possessed smile on his face. Swinging his weapon at him, Jack shouted that the young man would not cry when he knocked him down with one blow. Raoul Ashton answered nothing to these provocations. In a few seconds, their swords came in contact, and a bright light flashed across the area. Meanwhile, Dalton was also battling his armored opponent. As he fought off the attacks of the Imperial soldier, he noticed that he was quite strong. But Dalton was not going to stop and attack the enemy. As if anticipating this move, Dalton was able to block the blow with his shield. Dalton was very surprised to see this. He assumed that the Imperial soldier knew that his shield would collapse when faced with a monoblade. And while the guy was thinking about it, his opponent was not wasting time and was already swinging his huge mace at him. But Dalton reacted quickly and bounced away. The young man realized that his enemy was not stupid as he had expected. It was clear that it would not be easy to defeat him. Dalton also realized that if he tried to escape without fighting back the Imperial hounds, the old man would not leave him alone. Then he turned his head to see how Raoul was doing. Dalton immediately realized that he was having a harder time than he was. Our hero continued to make contact with the enemy with his sword. From the look on Jack's face, he was enjoying it. The man was also obvious by how well Raoul was able to imitate the movements of the enemy. Then he asked if that was all the guy was capable of. Then Jack attacked our hero, but he was able to dodge. At that moment, the young man thought that the man was fast and strong. And looking at the mad commander of the Imperial Hounds, Raoul realized that just one slip and he was finished. After that, Jack attacked the young man again. He wasn't quite ready for that, and so he was frightened. But nevertheless, with clenched teeth, our hero was able to block the attack of the enemy. As they continued to fight, the man was delighted. He said that Raoul had surpassed all his expectations, and he was almost sorry to destroy the guy. Jack shouted that he loved watching the kingdom men continue to defend themselves, unable to do anything else. He begged the boy to keep fighting back, but our hero remained silent and wondered how much more he could say. It seemed to him that at this rate, mental damage to him is assured. But Raoul thought that the main problem was something else. He realized that the harder and longer the fight, the more the Regnator trembled. The young man thought that if he activated it, he would probably end the battle in the same second. But his companions could get hurt because he can't take full control over them. So our hero decided to distract them to buy time to carry out the plan. At that moment, a notification appeared in front of the guy in which one of his subordinates asked if he could hear him. It was Bernard, and he said that the situation had been resolved. The man explained that the captives had been rescued and the enemy had been defeated. He said that the plan had been successfully executed. From these words, a smile appeared on Raoul's face. And Jack noticed it. He asked if the young man was surrendering. Then the man said that all they were doing was saving their hides by hiding in the harbor. The commander of the Imperial Hounds wanted to add something else, but suddenly he noticed the boy started to emit energy. It made Jack tense up and freeze in place. Raoul, on the other hand, became more confident. Continuing to shine, the young man said that all this time the plan was in progress. And now that it was done, Raoul said that the moment of the real battle had come. The boy provokingly told the man that he should try to attack him again. And earlier, Ace and Carrington's team had fought the Cloaked Men. One of them said it was true what they say about aristocrats being cowards. And others scoffed at the sight of the men as they were surrounded and shaking with fear. The Viscount's son was indeed trembling. Marco, on the other hand, asked everyone to remain calm, as one must be able to pull oneself together at times like this. The Imperial Guardsmen couldn't even believe that the Empire was involved in this matter, and they had fallen into their trap so easily. The man gritted his teeth and realized there was no way out. Then the Cloaked Men said they were not going to destroy them. However, if they resisted, they would have themselves to blame. After that, the Imperial Hounds added that the young master would be enough and his guards could be disposed of. As a result, the Cloaked Man ordered his subordinates to capture the nobleman and destroy the others. This made Aeson Carrington's face look even more fearful, and Marco frowned his eyebrows even more at this moment. However, after that, the Cloaked Men began to fall to the ground and grunt. Turning around at the incomprehensible sounds, their chief didn't realize what had happened. The Viscount's son and the Imperial Guardsmen also turned to the side and saw our hero's subordinates there. They were shouting at the opponents as they dared to enter the territory of the kingdom. Watching all his allies being destroyed, the Cloaked Man wondered who these guys were. He noticed that these knights had defeated the magic-wielding warrior in a blink of an eye before he could even use his monoblade. Jack stopped and said he didn't mean to make such a mess. But then with a mad smile on his face, he said that one of the Imperial Hounds would be enough for interrogation, and so the rest could be destroyed. Meanwhile, Marco explained to Aeson Carrington that it was Jack from the Order of the Golden Bear. He assumed that the knights of the First Guild had come to rescue them. The Viscount's son stammered and asked his subordinate what guild it was, but he did not have time to get an answer to this question, as he was approached and asked if his legs were shaking. Turning around, Aeson saw Josh in front of him. The boy said with a smile on his face that it was impossible to stand firmly on his feet in such a situation, and that not all young gentlemen were as brave as they were. And Pierce added that it was not even worth comparing the young men here. After that, Aeson looked at the lifeless bodies of the enemies and thought that these guys had taken down such strong opponents with ease. This way, the Viscount's son understood what Raoul Ashton's First Guild was all about. After that, Bernard contacted our hero and said that the situation had been resolved. He explained that the prisoners were saved and the enemy was defeated. Thus, the plan was successfully executed. Meanwhile, Raoul stood in front of the commander of the Imperial Racers. The man with round eyes asked the boy what he had just said. Then the young man repeated that the rescue team had accomplished its task. He also added that it was easy since they had sent all their forces here. Raoul told Jack that they had captured the prisoners and were concentrating on attacking the fort. Then he asked if the man had forgotten why they had come here. The boy said that the Imperial Hounds were overconfident and thought they had everything covered. However, because of that, they had fallen into a trap. At first, Jack didn't answer him, but then he smiled and even smiled, and then smiled and even laughed. The man did not see anything terrible in it, and said that the development of a plan is not his strong point. Then Jack said that hiding and setting traps was no fun at all. Raoul tensed slightly at his opponent's reaction and even pointed his sword in the direction of the Imperial Hound commander. At that moment, Jack's hand turned red and veins began to stand out. He said it was time to act in his own style. The man said that now nothing was holding him back and they could fight at full strength. Watching his opponent, the young man realized that this was it. He was talking about the Ghost Blade. Being a destroyer, the boy had dealt with this unusual technique of Imperial Knights several times. It was an intimidating sweep of the blade moving in a chaotic direction. With burning eyes, Raoul Ashton thought that finally this technique was used by his enemy. After Jack was transformed, he grabbed his weapon and said that he was ready to fight. Without wasting time, he immediately rushed towards our hero. Not expecting such speed, Raoul tensed slightly. The man with a crazy smile on the street struck the ground with his sword and everything around him glowed red. He shouted that he had apparently succeeded in knocking the guy off his guard. Jack noticed that Raoul was only just managing to block the blows. But our hero didn't say anything back to his opponent. He was just counting percentages up to 100, and as soon as the guy got to 100, he slammed his weapon into the ground. A bright light went off in all directions. When the commander of the Imperial Hound saw this, he was very surprised and didn't understand what was happening. Meanwhile, Raoul said something about the copycat and the activation was complete. Now the guy could work with it. Dalton continued to fight his opponent. Gritting his teeth, he fought off the Imperial soldier's attacks. And at one point, Dalton managed to fend off an attack and catch his enemy off guard. Then the guy bounced aside as the mace spun against the Imperial soldier's legs. But after a few seconds, Dalton realized that he had failed because he pulled too weakly. When Dalton turned around, he saw the mace flying towards him. Dalton was very lucky that he noticed the danger in time and was able to dodge the attack. Looking at the Imperial soldier, he realized that he was fast and smart enough to strategize. Dalton realized that the enemy's attack tactics were simple. However, the danger for him was the mace surrounded by mana. The guy was inferior to his opponent in this, as he did not possess a mana blade. Dalton tried to figure out how he could win this fight. In the end, he decided to use the means at hand. The knights watching all this realized that the young man was having a hard time. One of them asked if they were sure they should stand aside. The man wanted to help Dalton, but Philip said that they had been ordered not to interfere with the fight, so they should stay where they were. He added that the most important part they had accomplished. The prisoners had been rescued. Now all they had to do was to trust the young master. At that moment, Dalton suddenly turned to Philip and asked if that was his name. The knight confirmed it. Then the lad said that he had a request for the man. Dalton asked him to tell the others to hold on tight to something. Looking at the Imperial soldier, the young man said that he would use the fort and give the people on it a little shake. Philip was surprised to hear this. And without wasting time, he ordered his subordinates to duck and get ready for the jolt. And all the knights grabbed what was nearby. Philip added that it was to keep from falling. Dalton noticed that Philip had prepared everyone quickly, and now he could see why Raoul could rely on his subordinates without any problems. Then, turning to his enemy, the boy asked if they could start. Without waiting for his answer, the young man rushed towards the Imperial soldier and offered him to try to fight back this time. Getting close enough to the enemy, Dalton decided to attack him. But how unexpected it was for him that he used his shield again. The guy had to bounce back. Then the Imperial soldier decided to make his move, swinging his mace at the young man. At that moment, Dalton jumped up and dodged his opponent's attack. The mace struck the fort. This caused the fort to buckle and the knights on it began to scream. Philip ordered everyone to hold on tight. Then the guy swung his sword and decided to attack the enemy from above. The Imperial soldier didn't expect this, and so he couldn't dodge the blow. After that, Dalton stepped aside. He realized that it was risky and was glad that it worked. The guy turned around and looked at the fort. The wall was a little damaged, and he hoped that it wasn't a big deal. Watching the boy from above, one of the men said that even though it was his first real fight, he was confident. Philip agreed and said that Dalton looked even proud. He recalled that he was a wolf of the Templeton family and the grandson of a swordmaster. Raoul looked at his ally at that moment and noticed that their enemy had been defeated. Then, turning to Jack, he said that it was time for them to go wild. The boy didn't understand how long they could stand idle. The man with a smile on his face agreed and asked our hero not to hope for victory. Jack said that the young man mimicked his technique quite well, but repeating the same movements was not enough. The commander of the Imperial Hounds said that he would show him the difference between them. After that, their swords clashed again. Sparks flew in all directions. Neither of them were going to give in to the other. Then they bounced away from each other and Raoul swung his sword and directed the energy from it towards Jack. When the man saw it, he was surprised. He hadn't reacted in time and so it hit him. Of course, this angered the Imperial Hound commander, and he cursed slightly. Raoul smiled at his opponent at that moment and asked if he'd noticed the difference. Through gritted teeth, Jack called our hero a pompous boy. You could see the rage in his face. And the boy thought that his skill was quite strong and easy to use. He also thought that it had been a long time since he had gotten something worthwhile. Suddenly, an error notification popped up in front of the boy's face. It said that unacceptable actions were detected, and according to the rules of the Regnator, the copycat skill would be removed. This left Raoul stumped. He couldn't believe that he wouldn't be able to use copycat anymore. Jack was watching our hero closely at that moment and didn't say anything. And the system told the guy that it was searching for new skills. However, the young man was still disappointed because he thought he found a good skill that he could not even use. But after a second, Raoul thought that he could use it until a new one was found. During this time, our hero decided that he was obligated to finish the battle. Gripping the sword tighter, he told himself that he would squeeze everything he could out of it. So without wasting precious time, he rushed towards Jack and attacked him. Looking at Raoul, the man laughed and said that he had become too aggressive. He asked the young man if he had decided to speed up. However, our hero did not answer his opponent and continued to fight. Then Jack wanted to make the last blow in his opinion. But at that moment, Raoul jerked his arm. The man turned around and saw a sword flying at him. The commander of the Imperial Hounds dodged the sword and asked him indignantly what was going on. Jack didn't understand where the flying blade had come from and looked around. Then he turned back again and saw dozens of such swords floating in the sky. The man wondered again what was going on here. In that case, Raoul asked him if he had just noticed it, and the guy asked the enemy if he had tunnel vision. Then, with a smile on his face, our hero asked the man a rhetorical question if he wanted to see what he was capable of. And without waiting for an answer, the guy decided to show the commander of the Imperial Hounds his skills. At that very second, blades flew at Jack. The man was still puzzled as he fought them off. Continuing to block the blows, Jack said he was disappointed, as he assumed they were all tricks from the young man. Then, striking with his sword, the man told Raoul to stop with the tricks and start fighting like an adult. With a mad grin on his face, the Imperial Hound commander stated that he had no time for games, and advised the lad to fight to the best of his ability. Our hero still did not respond to the provocations from his opponent. Radiating energy from himself at a certain point, the young man decided to act. After that, the blades flew at Jack from the front again, but 2 more rapiers appeared behind him. The man did not see them, but felt them. Turning around, he managed to put his sword in front of him and block the attack. Then Jack said with a smile on his face that Raoul was stubborn, but his tricks wouldn't work on him. However, at this point, the guy was not disappointed at all as the man fell for his trick. The rapiers began to press down on the Imperial Hound commander with an incredible force. The man didn't realize what was happening, and while he was trying to hold back his weapons, the young man jumped up to him and struck a blow. But Jack had power armor, and Raoul realized that the improvised skill was not enough to break it. However, our hero realized that this did not mean that he could not find another way to win. The man then turned to the young man and said that he had managed to hurt him. This surprised the commander of the Imperial Hounds. And then Jack was even more shocked as a sword suddenly flew at him. He barely had time to dodge it. Following the weapon, Raoul approached the man. He said that even though Jack was strong, he was also very talkative. So the guy swung his fist at Jack and said he was going to shut him up. Eventually, there was an explosion. After that, the hand of the commander of the Imperial Hounds went limp. And our hero at that moment sighed and thought that finally everything was over. It wasn't very easy for him to fight Jack, and given the complexity of the battle, the young man already imagined how to increase his level. Suddenly, a notification popped up next to him. Raoul assumed that there was a new skill and thought that it was very timely. The system said that our hero had gained a shining aura of rank A+. Seeing this, the guy couldn't believe his eyes. He was very surprised and asked himself how he managed to get this skill. Radiant Aura was a top-level skill available only to the strongest of the Holy Knights. It allowed the use of AoE spells of purification, blessing, and healing. Raoul said that he had rarely encountered this skill in his past life, and now it was suddenly in his hands. Realizing what had happened, our hero smiled broadly. After all, it was the most real luck for him. Then, looking at Jack lying on the ground, he realized that he had not even expected that the team of invaders would ambush him inside the gate. The guy thought that they had prepared thoroughly and there must be a skilled strategist involved. He decided to be on the lookout. At that moment, Dalton came up to Raoul and enthusiastically said that the young man had set the heat. And since our hero didn't quite understand what the guy said, he explained, he said that Raoul hit the man in the face because he could not penetrate his power armor. However, the guy said that the way Dalton used the fort wall was cooler. Dalton then turned to the young man and asked if the mission had been accomplished. Raoul smiled at his partner and said yes. He also added that the boy had helped them well. Then Dalton said that he had gone for fun and could not tarnish the name of his family. The boy added that the old man would have destroyed him if he had sat on the sidelines. Looking at Dalton, our hero thought that he showed himself much better than he expected. The young man could not even believe that this was his first serious fight. Raoul thought that if Dalton joined the ranks of the first guild, they would become even stronger. Meanwhile, Philip stood aside and heard something. He turned to his master and said that the rescue party had returned. Raoul's subordinates were walking away. Jake turned to the young master and said that they had finished, and Pierce reminded the man that he had asked him not to call the guy that when he was on a mission. But our hero said that everyone is good and asked Jake if everything was okay. In response, the man laughed and said that as long as he was on a mission, there could be no problems. Bernard then added that there were no wounded, but a few dead. He suggested that they would need help to move the bodies, to which Raoul said that the guards would help with that. Meanwhile, Asen Carrington thought that the young man was really a master. He even believed that the boy had earned this title by his own labor. From these thoughts, the son of Viscount was distracted by Dalton, who came to him. Asen almost choked at the sight of the boy, and Dalton with a smile asked him if he was one of the hostages. The young man said that he didn't even know that Viscount C. Carrington was involved. Asen looked at Dalton and wondered if he was one of Raoul's guild. Then, turning his gaze to our hero, the son of Viscount tried to understand how influential he was. Next to everyone stood Marco, but the man decided to say nothing and continue to remain silent. Summarizing, Raulia told his subordinates that the prisoners were saved and the Imperial Hounds were neutralized. The mission was accomplished, and on top of that, the guy had gotten an amazing skill. He was more than satisfied with the results. After that, our hero smiled and told everyone that it was time for them to go home. After a while, Raoul was exactly there. Sitting in the office with his subordinates, he asked them what happened to the Imperial soldiers taken hostage. Philip replied that they had secretly redirected them to Mr. Gray as the boy had requested. Then the young man asked what condition they were in, and Bernard said that everything was unchanged. He added that most likely the Empire had put a mind-blocking spell on them in case of capture. The man also said that without Mr. Gray's help, it would be difficult to get any information out of them, and Raoul said that it was not certain that the wise man would be able to find a solution. Then he asked Philip what was known about their motives, to which the man replied that all they knew was that they had disguised themselves as guards to sneak into the city, and that a large internal audit was planned. That was all the information they had. So Philip said it would be difficult to determine a motive, but that didn't sit well with our hero. He said that he would like to have more specific data. The guy thought that the Empire's method of operation was very simple and dangerous. For the next attack, he decided that they needed more information. Raoul realized that he had to find a way out. In that case, the young man told Philip to leave the matter to the kingdom and Mr. Gray. He asked the man if there was to be a ceremony for the knights tomorrow. Philip confirmed this and said that the ceremony would be calm and quiet as the capital was in turmoil. Thinking about it, Raoul assumed that they were in for a real inspection and not just a pathetic demeanor, and that seemed like a good thing to him. Then our hero said that it would be an important event to prepare for. In response, Bernard and Philippe agreed with their young master in one voice. Raoul kept thinking that the most powerful families and knights of the kingdom would gather for the ceremony. The first guild was going to take to the big stage for the first time. And so the boy said that they were bound to make a good impression, so that the rumor of them would spread throughout the kingdom and reach the Empire. The young man wanted to show them off to everyone. He believed that the greatness of the first guild would be sung in every corner of the continent. The next day in the city, everyone was quietly going about their business, and one girl noticed someone approaching them. Turning her head, she saw two flags. It was Raoul Ashton sitting on a horse, and the people around started to cheer him. The crowd was crazy about the guy, and the townspeople were yelling at him to look in their direction. Our hero did. He smiled sweetly at the girls. Next to him on his horse sat Josh. Looking around, the young man noticed that the crowd was shouting to him as well. The strangers didn't know his name, but they shouted that he was handsome. The girls smiled at Josh and, like our hero, asked him to look at them.